Well, good afternoon and welcome to Sydney Parade. This is the start of the 2024 season. Another season of Pembroke TV. As you can see, some players are out on the pitch. The start was delayed due to rain, but today's fixture is Pembroke Thirds and Civil Service in a Division 7 game. We hope you enjoy it. This will be a 40-over game. Of course, the Leinster Rugby will probably interrupt us at 5:15. And as for the weather, well, there could be some rain on the way, but it looks like we're going to get underway. So at this stage, I'll pass you back to our first two commentators today. Captain of the 5th 11, Prasanth, and joining him in the box today, Graham Mooney.
Hello, everyone out there. So, this is Graham speaking, not Prasanth, by the way. So, I'm going to say he's joining me as junior member of the comms team. So, we're back, baby. Another season. So, just as a ball was about to be bowled today for the 1 o'clock start, of course, it's Ireland. What happened? A shower. The good news is the umpires are using their discretionary half an hour. So, we shouldn't have lost any overs yet. We'll still be a 40-over side. So, yeah, Civil Service won the toss, unsurprisingly, elected to bowl. You know, bit of grass out there, bit of green. It'll be interesting to see how the Pembroke openers navigate the first 5-10 overs. Anyway, what do you think, Prashant?
I think, yeah, you're right. The first 5 overs are crucial. We'll get to know what the pitch does. It's still early April, so there'll be a bit of moisture, which anyways is there. So God save the openers.
Well, or whichever deity you may believe in. Yeah, so, yeah, it's just a bit of walking around. I can see at least one Civil Service player forgot to get his gear during the off-season. Or else he's just keeping himself wrapped up to the start. Pushing the limits of the laws on wearing coloured clothing. So the openers today for Pembroke, I'm told, are going to be Ethan Clark off his trip to South Africa, successful trip to South Africa. So hopefully he can continue that fine form. And Noah Smith. I would assume number 3 would be Phil Blackley. He had the pads on a little bit earlier, warming up. And then a bit of youth in the side as well today.
It's always good to see youth playing, and there's a different joy when a young player scores a century or a 50. It's good to see Pembroke developing youth players often.
Yeah, and a good mix. We got the Murray brothers. We got Bill Whaley, or Bruce Whaley. Bill is definitely not youth.
Our skipper, have Sahil, Naveen,
they're not youth either. Pushing that one.
Let's say they're mid-30s, early 30s. Yeah,
still youth. Don't ask a gentleman his age. Well, with Bouchan anyway, he's definitely younger than what his batting average is.
Oh, we have Aryan. He's youth.
Oh, Aryan is definitely. Aryan would still be under 15.
Yeah.
Yeah. This will be his first game for the Threes, I think.
No, he played last year. A couple of games for Threes last year because I played with him in Carlo.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
No, he's definitely a development player that I've played with.
Yeah.
On the development side. Got a bit of pace, left arm.
Quick, nippy.
Yeah. Can skid the ball. Might be useful if he gets his length right today, skid the ball on. Now there's a bit more, just a bit of rain blowing in our face here, but it's only small little spatterings. Hopefully it won't delay. Umpires still seem happy. Can still see plenty of blue. And looking around.
I think the Civil Service captain is having a word with the umpire, but yeah, he's walked off now, so yeah, fine.
Yeah. Pembroke are rightly staying warm in the dressing room as Civil Service stands shivering in the outfield.
Yeah.
Oh, very useful little thing. One of our fellow commentators today, James Cresswell, has come out with the stats. Some players will be happy that we have these from the 2023 season, others not so much. Right, let's look for will we look for the bad ones first? No, there's no terrible ones out there. So, no, but it will be a big step up for Aryan today. Like most of his cricket has been on the development squad, so it's a good jump for him. Hopefully.
And it's also a good test to see where he stands with the adult cricket.
Yeah, like the Threes are literally the middle team.
Yeah.
So as the middle team, yeah, it's a good midway point. It's often the jumping point for the youths to head to the 2s and the 1s, like for instance Luke and Dan Murray last year.
But I think they played quite a bit for 2s and 3s.
Yes.
But I think they started with 4s.
Yeah. No, 5s. No. Yeah.
5s couple of years back.
Yeah,
right?
a good few years. Yeah, they're that old now. They're transition years, so they're that old. Everyone starts in the 5s. Yeah. Josh, yeah. Everyone has to do their time on the back pitch.
The second mat.
Yeah. if you don't start in the back pitch, then you don't know. You don't have a true love. Well, yeah, and also for people like myself to eye them up, we're good judges down on the 5s. Craig, James, Sean Smith, people like this, we've good eyes. We can't do it ourselves.
100%. I think it's very important for them to start cricket early and play at the lowest level, earn their stripes, as we say, and go up.
Yeah, you got to earn it. Show something. So, still more just the usual early season, strolling around, as we can see. Few of the civil service are practicing their batting a bit early. I'll be warming up the arm first, practicing maybe some catching. But there's quite a wind here blowing. If I'm just gonna, the monitor nearly went there. Yeah, we've got quite a bit of crosswinds here coming across.
5 or 6 overs, gents.
Yeah, coming from across the square, left to right as you're looking on the screen. We don't quite have the Pembroke flag in shot. We're only on one camera at the moment, but it is definitely blowing up a storm here. Not a fun day to be in the field.
I actually hate to field in such kind of conditions. It's not funny at all. The ball doesn't stick to your hand. It's wet. But yeah, as a batsman, it's not ideal.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than cold fingers trying to catch a ball.
No.
No.
I think quite a few games which we played last year at the 5s, we had cold weather, piss poor rains, and not very ideal if you're a spinner.
No. Yeah, it'll be like I saw a few of the civil service bowlers warming up there in the nets, and there are definitely a few spinners, a couple of offies on the team.
Yeah.
So whether they can wrap their fingers around this ball, okay. So I can see the Pembroke batsmen exiting the dressing rooms. You won't just be getting onto your screen. Again, apologies. We've just to the wind, because of the wind today, we just got the one camera. It's just a bit too blowy to stick it up on top of the site screen. So it should be any second now coming into shot. We'll have Noah and Ethan. They hadn't decided yet when I was talking to them who was going to bat 1. So it will be interesting to see who stands beside the wicketkeeper.
So there's one civil service player without their official jersey.
Yes. No effort. That's no 2 now. I can see 2. Unless we're giving a subfielder. Yeah, look, well, for some reason, I think Pembroke may be giving a subfielder. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I count 10 civil service players.
I think there's one which is behind the shed, I guess.
But no, we definitely have somebody in Pembroke trousers on the ground. He's gone to mid-wickets. That's a Pembroke red stripe on his trousers, a blue top. I can't make out the face from here. So I think civil service have 10 by the looks. So we've got 9 civil service players in gear and 1 in weekend attire.
And I think it's Noah who's taking strike.
That is Noah Smith, yes. Yeah. Noah Smith 1, Ethan Clark 2. I think they put the Pembroke, the subfielder, in the covers. That's a brave decision. Personally,
I think it's a civil service player itself. I think he's just got Pembroke pants. Yeah, it's a civil service player, yes.
It's just hard. Well, it's certainly not a civil service top.
So Noah Smith opens.
He
played for Pembroke 2s last year. Had 21 matches, 18 innings. and scored 328 runs. He would definitely be looking to improve his average. Scored 100, so would definitely want a couple of more this season.
Yeah, well, he plays mostly. He played in the middle order last season, so Ethan was opening all last season. So definitely a different role today for Noah. No one normally came up and was quite a good pinch hitter, increased the run rate towards the end. But no, he's taking first ball. Here we go. So 2024. Nice start from the bowler. Nice gentle outside off. Tentative push from the batsman. Through to the wicketkeeper. And a few oohs and ahs.
I think as a bowler, this is your dream ball. Bowl the first ball, beat the batsman, tentative.
Yeah.
And the collective sigh of relief for the batsman and the keeper.
Well, personally, as a bowler, the dream ball is he got the nick. That's a bit wide. Yeah, called. It was a bit. He pushed that a little bit too far to the left, and he does have the breeze coming from his left to right there. So it took a bit there to get that wide. But
and I think it's important for these batsmen to respect the conditions first. There is no need to go hammer and tongs right at the beginning. It's not a T20 game either.
No. 40, it's a hell of it. You can score a lot in the last 10. It's all about setting up. And respect the bowler. You have no idea what he's going to be like. These conditions, they are challenging. It's going to be a slow pitch. Trying to get the pace of the ball will be difficult at the start.
Yeah, and also I think as a batsman, sometimes if you have 3-4 maiden overs, it starts playing in your head. Where do I get the next run from? So it's important that they keep rotating the strike as well.
Yeah. That's always important. That's a bit wide to be pushing at Noah, but just that ball though. Well, unfortunately, it's the mentality. Unfortunately, from my generation to your generation, would be I had no problem seeing 2 overs of dot balls if I was batting. It was just like, well done, the bowler. Like move on. Now, unfortunately, batters do get they get itchy if they haven't touched the ball. They won't bat on ball.
Yeah.
Bit fuller. Yeah. That's straight through again. Well watched.
Just continuing what you said, you're quite right. So, for example, if Bhushan and I are batting, we always say that 6 singles kill a bowler more than 1 4 over.
No, that's definitely true. That is definitely true. But yeah.
So we always look to rotate strike, and it's important because once you start rotating strike, the captain of the opposition starts thinking, where do I put my next fielder? And you get a loose ball.
They overthink it.
Yes.
Oh, full again. Outside off, wide. Probably just push the wide line. No, some captains can overtake, especially at this level. It can be so annoying.
Thanks for the warning.
Don't overthink it, stupid. When you're out there. You're not. It's everyone wants to be Kohli, Smith, as a captain.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can. Full, bat on ball, just out the point, dot ball.
That'll make Noah feel a world of good because first connect, even though it didn't pierce point or cover, but it's always good. Yeah.
You see that little feel, the rattle in the wrist.
Yeah.
But you can do all the thinking.
Yeah.
Because I've captained at just about most levels. And you can do all the thinking and this plan and that plan. Problem is your bowler won't go to that plan. You'll be like, well, I'm setting the field for this. Why is he bowling it short?
That's a good ball.
Yeah.
It's a good ball by Jain. That's end of first over. It's Pembroke threes have scored 2 runs and loss of no wicket.
Yeah. Anyway, decent start. Both runs extras, so batsman hasn't trouble to score yet. But
and also the idea is good. The idea of the bowler is good. He's wanting the batsman to drive.
Yes.
And it's always a good sign for a bowler when he wants the batsman to drive and the batsman is tentative. So cautious start by Pembroke batsman. Now we have Ethan Clark who will face the first ball of the 2024 season for him.
He had a great 2023 season. As I said, he was in South Africa over the winter on transition year exchange. He had a good time.
Yep.
So he hasn't had the winter off like most of us.
I didn't. I was practicing at Pembroke.
Okay.
With Mr. Pendergrast.
Okay. Well, no. All I'll say is it'll be a while before I hold the bat again. No, it's the other thing about the drive. You always want to, on a pitch like this, early season, you want the batsman driving because, again, the pace on the track. judging it this early, you're going to get a pop up into the covers. Getting on top of the ball can be difficult. So you not only keep your slips happy, you can keep your covers interested, because you might get a mistimed drive that'll just come at belly height.
Yeah, and also if I'm not wrong, if you just look at the field here, he's got a backward gully. It's not a point. It's a backward gully. So he's hoping that there will be one or the other ball which will pop up to Ethan.
Yeah. No, we've got a deep third man, deep fine leg.
Yeah.
That's nice and full on the legs, but play just dabbed into the leg side there.
And I think this bowler is quicker than the previous one. So
it's not about neither bowler has a long run up. It's more about the arm shoulder.
Yeah.
So he's pushing it through a little bit, but we've got it's so far just 2 on the leg side in front of square.
Yep.
So obviously the plan is, and the right plan if you're civil service, keep the ball full, nothing short, nothing to pull. Keep everyone in the covers, get them playing it as much as possible.
So the margin of error is low for the bowler, because if he drifts anything to the pads, it's a 4.
Yeah, well, I would say the ball, it's a deep enough boundary there. I'd say I could see the ball.
But with his pace, it'll go for 4.
Oh, it's still damp. I might pull up a
fair
little.
enough.
That's early shouts.
No.
There was bat in there.
I think he was outside the line as well.
Yeah.
So there's a hint of swing for the bowler. The ball came back in sharply, and
but definitely
bit of bad.
Definitely
inside
bad,
edge. Yeah.
He'll just get the toes moving a little bit more now.
Yeah.
Get forward. You can see at the length the bowler's bowling.
Yeah, and I think it'll wake up Ethan now, and he'll be like, okay, fine, let me get my A game back. So Ethan has had a fantastic 2023 season. He scored over 700 runs.
Great season. Okay, he sat back there, just playing that little dab to that backward third man.
Yeah.
Again,
I wouldn't even call a shortish third man. It's more like a gully which is slightly wide.
Fly gully.
Yeah. It's more like they're expecting the ball to bounce and he will try to cut it or slash it, you know. So and they want him to slash the ball, and that's why they're trying to bowl it just around the off and the middle.
Full again.
That's well played.
Yeah.
That'll feel good for him.
Driven back.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a nice solid cricket shot. No run.
We must say civil service have come with a plan and they're sticking to it. So it's almost 11 balls and just 2 runs. Only 2 runs of extras.
Yeah. Again, five bowlers needed, so it's a bit early for the plan to be.
I think as a captain, if your opening bowlers try to restrict runs or they take wickets, there's nothing more happier than that.
Yes. Back of a length. But yeah, got some good bounce there. That was a good bounce, but yeah, just back of a length there.
Yeah. Made an over. That's end of over and 2 runs.
Yeah, nice solid. Again, solid. The batsman will be happy. He got some bat on ball.
Yeah.
Some nice solid strokes. Bowler will be happy. Accuracy, length was good. A little shout for LBW, but yeah, thankfully the umpire was wide awake and spotted the bat on that.
Yeah. And also nothing to panic for the batsmen. They just respected the good balls, and there was nothing for them to hit or slash or anything. So all in control for Pembroke and civil service as well.
I know, it's like you said, runs on the board obviously will be important today. I'd say, I know it's 150 plus would be a minimum that Pembroke could be searching for today.
I was actually thinking 220 plus.
No, ideally.
Yeah.
Ideally you're up at the 200, 220 plus. But hopefully you're looking at minimum 150, 160 because again, there'll always be something here for the bowler. Jan continuing, full, very good lengths, just played back to the bowler.
And also Pembroke 3 bat deep. They have like 9 batsmen.
Ooh, who are you not calling the batsman?
Who you not calling a batsman? Okay, fair.
Come on, who's the...
We have Aryan and Bill.
Yeah. Oh, right, so you're not getting selected for the trees this year, that's for sure. Bill, Well played.
Nice flick
Noah,
off.
Noah.
Yep.
So Noah Smith. Ethan Moore that on the elbow. That just caught him there. The ball thrown in, obviously accidental. Just a little knock right to the sore point, the funny bone maybe. So Noah Smith with the first runs off the bat for Pembroke in 2024.
I hate
There's
that
a trivia.
sting.
There's a trivia question
Mhm.
for 2054.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Noah Smith, former international cricketer, scored the first runs for Pembroke on
Yeah.
2024 season.
Well, we've just as much. Former, possibly international hockey player, because that's his other excellent sport. He's very good at. Very good hockey player.
I've always seen these youngsters who play hockey in the winter, and and you can see in their cricket, their bat swing is beautiful because of that.
Bruce obviously plays his hockey as well, and you can see that in his batting. Yeah, no, look, famous, like, De Villiers for South Africa,
Yep.
very good hockey player. As another wide from Jan, just to keep the board going, as most coaches, any good coach will say, the more sports your child plays, the better. You never know what sport will give what skill for what sport they become good at.
And also, I think if you play sports, there are so many life skills which you learn. You want to play for each other. You learn teamwork. You learn integrity, honesty. Not all the times happens at our level, but yeah.
Yeah. No comment.
That's a good ball.
Yeah, he's not. The pace wouldn't be. I've seen quicker bowling in youth cricket. So, but the accuracy is there, which is the important thing on this pitch. The pitch will help you a lot. It'll give you a little uneven mounts, skids through. So the accuracy is very, very good so far from John, apart from the 3 wides, but everything else has been
On
very
the money.
good. And then he bowls a short one outside off. Thank you.
Commentators, Jenks, right? So, Graham, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So, if you are an opening bowler, and
Often was, yes.
yeah, often, and you see that they're not scoring runs, and
Yep.
I've bowled 2 wides.
Yep.
Would you still rely on your accuracy still now, or would you go and say, you know what, they're not picking my length quickly, so I might try a variation here and there?
I was very much a believer in a stock ball
Mhm.
for at least 4 balls and over, and especially if I was not being scored off. Jan in again, full down leg, that'll be wides. Well, they run through just to pick up the second extra there. No, I was very much a believer in. I would definitely 4 stock balls, and then I'd have 2 to throw in, maybe depending a slower ball, shorter lengths, depending on what the pitch was doing, to try something out. Set up a batsman, like if I bowled a shorter ball, Yorker, if I bowled a Yorker shorter ball, but I'd definitely go with, I was always happy with 4 stock balls just to get dot ball.
I'm actually opposite of that. I want the batsman to keep guessing all the time so that he doesn't realize that what my stock ball is.
Well, again, I'm coming from a different era where there was very little T20, there was very little attacking from the batsman because we played on mostly uncovered, mostly grass. So you got a lot of help from the pitch. Oh, there's that up in the air. It was wide from the bowler. Cut away, didn't get on top of it. And that's what they were looking for, chance, but unfortunately just didn't cover or carry the cover points. Yeah,
I think the bowler would be disappointed. He
Yes.
set that up for 2 overs and then he slashed one out of frustration. But yeah,
that's the
nevertheless,
chance. No, that's the early chance.
goes begging.
Hopefully Noah realises that, because that's, as I said at the very start, this pitch will get the odd pop up. You're going to get a missed time drive, so covers have to be very, very involved here. It just was, I would say, half a metre short of the field or so.
With that, they have actually brought in the covers now. They have not kept it wide, so they're asking the cover fielder to move in.
Yeah. I actually think the captain's missing a trick here, because especially the way he's too open and ball. This is where, as a captain,
I've got another point.
Yeah, but for me, this is where a captain needs to be a bit more
Aggressive.
Well, at this point, he's seen his first 3 overs.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're into over Sorry.
5.
We're
We're
into
into
over
over
five.
4 now.
Yeah. So we've seen the first couple of overs. Both bowlers are bowling a good length, mostly outside off stump.
Mhm.
We've only had the one down leg side, and he has a deep fine leg and a deep third man.
Hmm.
I would take away deep fine leg, bring him into the covers. Why?
Fair.
Trust your wicket keeper.
Yeah.
You know, if it goes down, don't set fields for bad bowling. If the bowler is bowling it down leg side and you need a deep fine leg, he shouldn't be bowling. See, another good length, good line.
I would have made a slight variation actually. So what I would have done is I would have taken the fine leg out.
Yeah.
Of course, I would have put an extra cover and I would move this backward gully of wideish slip fielder and I would ask him to go as a short cover instead of the regular cover now. Because both the
Well,
batsmen are looking tentative.
I think, point is very deep.
Yes, point is very deep. Exactly. So there's no use of that fielder. He's not going to catch it until unless he slashes it hard. You see?
Again, full, outside off. It's very good ball, very good opening bowling.
Yeah. And they're making the batsmen work hard for their runs. And it's always good to see as a captain that, you know what, your bowlers are bowling slightly wide outside the off. They're asking the batsman, come forward, go for a drive. It's like I'm inviting you home, but I'm going to serve you an unpalatable meal.
Yeah, obviously, seriously, I'd be kicking the captain. But this is where a bowler needs to be stronger. Tell your captain what you want. Tell him, I don't need a fine leg.
Yeah.
I want him in the covers. I want somebody catching the ball.
And it's only 4 overs.
Yeah.
So it's not that they've considered 100 runs.
Yeah. Ooh, again, good length. It's that. He's getting Ethan to sit on his back foot here, where. And he's not quite coming forward. It's not quite a back foot shot. It's a very good. Ooh, that nice iffy length.
Yeah. I think it's important right now, Noah, to go out and speak. You know what? Just relax. Don't do anything.
Yeah.
One more ball of 2 balls of the over. See it out. You will get bad balls.
Yeah.
Just don't rush it.
And don't push at everything.
Yeah. Because he's already faced 2 overs and he's not scored a single run.
Yeah. But he's a good head.
Yeah.
So I think he's been opening all, like I said, all last season, so he's well used to what's required of an opener. Nicely played, but perfectly straight to the fielder. Good field setting. So good kick it all rounds.
I still think that gully fielder is useless right now. He's not coming to play at all because both these batsmen, they're clearly not going to cut him until unless, you know, they bowl really wide outside the off. And the bowler is not bowling that.
Well, actually, that little short mid-wicket, I could see a few catches going to him today. Because if you miss time, anything on the legs, if you miss time, the turn of the bats.
There he comes in picture.
Oh, bowler, he's direct hit and he was out. Oh, it wasn't too far away.
And I think he's chose the wrong end.
Oh, no. Noah's super quick. Noah is probably the fastest runner in the club between wickets.
Okay.
He's right up there on the stats for speed. And Ethan was on his back foot there playing the shot, so it took him a little second to get off his back heel and get down the other end. If that had a hit, it was out.
Yeah.
So
it's end of 4 overs and Pembroke are 9 for no loss.
Again, that wind is cutting through us here. It's really, really blown up. It's a pity we can't get the camera on to see the Pembroke flag blown in all its glory.
So he's moved off the long on fielder and got him inside. So there's a mid-off and a mid-on.
It's very nice actually of Bill not to enforce, or the umpires to enforce the laws here. Technically, you could be. Oh, there's a wide. Yeah, just drifting. You could technically be that player is not in gear.
You can actually raise an objection for that, right?
Yes, it's in the laws. Yeah, you have to be in the proper.
Yeah. So if they raise an objection, then the player is not allowed to play.
No, if he's not in the right gear. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, he'd get away with it, but he has to have a team top. Yeah. If it's not whites and colours, yeah. And again, tempting, very well bowled.
Play and a miss.
Yeah. I think, you're starting to see frustration already in Ethan. You want to get rid of that. It's too early to be too frustrated.
Exactly.
He wants to get bat on ball. He wants to get runs. He's trying to drive it in through the covers. It is the shot, however.
So this is where your non-striker has to go and say, relax.
Yeah,
it's okay.
chill.
Don't worry. So remember we were talking. rotating of strike. This is where it gets crucial.
Shorts. He's again on his back foot.
So they're
He's leaning
making
back.
Ethan cut.
Yeah.
They want him to cut now.
I think that's what he's looking to do. I wouldn't say it's the shot for him, but yeah, look, again, I know the modern style and kids being brought up, it's like bat on ball, runs, but you know, we don't play at that level. It's just here. So
growing up in India, right? So we were always told if you're facing the new ball, there's only one shot which is not on, and that's the cut.
yeah,
Just don't play it. Because in India we play.
half-hearted appeal there.
Yeah.
Nothing from the umpire.
So in India the ball doesn't rise. So if you cut, then 9 on 10 times you're getting an inside edge and you're chopping onto the stumps, or you're getting caught by the keeper.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. So I think right now what Ethan needs to do is just relax. It's okay. You will get bad balls. Rotate your strike. Let Noah face for some time. Get your groove back, and then play your natural game.
Well, again, the pitch is gonna. There we
Shot.
go. But it's through the gap though. Beautifully latched onto. Could be the first boundary of 2024. Yes, there we go. First boundary 2024. Ethan Clark. Well played, sir. Yeah, he latched onto that width from the bowler. Got his front foot out. That's what I want to see. Get that front foot out there.
100%, and I think this boundary will do a world of good for him because the bowler was trying to get over him, and now the bowler will. Now it's interesting for the bowler. Now, does he stick to his same plan, or does he say, you know what, he's hit me for a boundary, I'm going to bowl
Well,
one short ball?
But this goes back to where the bowler should be strong in the field setting. That ball went through the gap of backward point and short extra cover. However, if you take fine leg out and stick him in the covers,
Yep.
that's that gap. That's a catch. That was very catchable height.
100%. And I think if you look at the field right now, what he's done, so he bowled a straight ball and just back of length. Now, if he's trying to bowl that ball, and if these two batsmen are there for quite some time, they're going to flick this ball.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
what he needs to do is just go outside the off stump, previous ball.
Yeah. There you go. Outside off, but a quick single called. Well called, Ethan. Clock and through for the single. Oh, it's all about your field setting. You know, a bowler, it's great having a plan, but if you don't have the field setting to, you know, execute that plan in your head, it's pointless.
Yeah.
Pushing the ball outside off on a length is the right ball to bowl here today.
Yeah.
However, get the extra man in the covers. Give yourself the protection. Back yourself as the bowler. Because, again, this Jan has only bowled one down leg side, and it was a loose one down. It was a bad ball. Went for it was a wide. You know, that happens to any bowler. But everything else he's bowled has been on off, middle and off, or just outside off. Get your extra man in the covers.
Now, if you are the batsman in such situation, Graham, would you cut loose now? Because you've seen 5 overs.
Never.
No.
I cut loose at about 39.3 overs. Play myself in for the first 39, then have a look, and if I'm on strike for the last 3, maybe play a shot.
Because they're bowling the same line, same length.
Yeah. Again, he's on his back foot. This is where Ethan needs to work on. He's sitting on a back foot. He's looking to play cut. It's a dangerous shot on this pitch. I'd much prefer to see a forward defensive just to get him on the front foot, get himself moving. The drive will come.
It's pretty interesting when you say don't go on the back foot and the bowler is actually pushing the ball further.
Yeah, very full there. Attempted Yorker maybe, but just drifting onto the leg. Ethan a little bit annoyed. If he'd gotten the little flick and beaten the fielder, there was a couple of runs there. But again, I wouldn't be too worried. I think Noah's old head, he's happy enough. They're fine. But yeah, no, push the front foot, punch the front foot, push the front foot. Just keep doing that.
Yeah.
Short.
Ooh.
Tries to loose shot. Through to the wicket, dot ball. Yeah, it's good pace from
Sukumaran.
Thank you.
So it's 3 balls and 3 dot balls. So he's already bowled 3 overs and is just given 1 run.
Yeah,
That's cold.
and that was a wide.
Yeah, and that's cold for an opening bowler and captain.
That's normal days. Normal. Look, Craig will tell you that's just normal. But you ball 25 overs for 40 runs, maybe. That's normal days at the office for some people, especially on the good old green tracks. Nice. That's well fielded. really well fielded, got his body behind it, into the hands and ready for the throw. But it was good batting as well.
Yep.
Just played nicely into the covers.
Nice cricket all round, though.
Yeah. No, it's important that Ethan just gets his head around that. His job is to set up the day, get through to 20 overs ideally, and not to worry too much. Just keep getting onto that front foot as much as possible. And a little change. Now this is good. The bowler's finally he wants that extra man in the covers. That's what we wanted to see.
And he's taken the fine leg off and put him in square leg instead of a mid wicket.
Now
Finally,
again,
the captain listening.
I'd still say that he's a bit square though for the way the pitch is playing. He's left that huge gap in mid wicket. That's where they've been. Anytime they've gotten bat on ball, that's where the ball is gone. So you're more likely to get a pop-up catch with a little short mid wicket.
But it also brings the risk in. If you miss it, you're LB.
Yeah, they're good. Both players are good off their legs. These young kids practice this shot a lot now. Yeah, there we go. A little change in the field. Yeah, he's bringing in more mid wicket. That's where the ball's going. Oh, good captaincy here. Tight field on the covers. Again, he's looking for cuts. So, end of the over.
And there's a change in commentary.
Another maiden. Who are we going for?
Craig and James.
I noticed they didn't bring us any drinks, but anyway, okay. Okay, my tab is behind the fire. Brilliant. I will clear that just like I did last season next year.
Well, good afternoon. It's good to be back at Sydney Parade. And James and I, we enter the commentary box and the rain starts again. Just a short shower though, I suspect, James.
Well, one hopes. Welcome, Craig. Welcome, everyone. It's very exciting to be back. First game of the year. Surprising the weather is as good as what it is this time of year. Traditionally, it's always been a bit of a challenge. Anyway, we now start the 6th over, and it's a very positive shot. Oh, I think it's the second boundary for today.
Well, that's a super shot from Noah Smith. He cleared mid-on with space to spare. He wasn't trying to go too big, but just knew he had enough on it to clear the fielder.
Yeah, really, really convincing and very positive shot there. Great intent. It's good that these young boys, young men, I should say, back themselves. It's been a good start by Civil Service. Keeping it down to about 3 and over. Yeah, drifting down leg side there. That's called a wide, as it should be. So they're building a good foundation, these two, Ethan Clark and Noah Smith. Difficult conditions out there. There's a very strong wind, intermittent sort of mini showers, just a bit of moisture in the air and some good bowling.
Well, this seems to be the first change of bowling. It's a couple of wides to start with, but Pembroke, I think, will be happy enough not having lost any wickets over those first 6 overs.
Oh, absolutely. Pembroke would want these two, as I'm sure the other commentators have said, to stay in and build this foundation, get through the difficult bowling, or the most difficult bowling.
Just fencing at that one outside off. Better off leaving that one well enough alone. Just a slight push with the wrists.
Yeah, just a shot of an early season sort of player. Just fraught with danger, I would have thought. Stay away from that, but good bowling.
So, James, if you'd been at the toss and won the toss, would you bat it or bowl today?
In these conditions, I probably would have gone against the normal grain and bowled.
Normally, it's bat, first bat, and if you're in doubt, bat. But I always think first game of the season, it's always good to get as a side out into the field, work as a team, just sort of bring the team back together, remind everybody what we're doing. Whereas if you're batting first, it's just almost down to an individual sport again.
Well, especially also with a very green pitch, strong winds, a bit of moisture in the air, and it's just not the most ideal situation. So it'd be interesting to see what the ball would do.
Well,
Some good fielding there again. That young man in the covers there has been very effective for Civil Service. He's been very sharp. Not much has got by. I don't think anything's got by him, actually.
Well, we can see the Pembroke flag is well and truly extended over the clubhouse, almost starched. And now we've lost picture from our screen. Your stream, of course, still with you.
But you can hear in the microphone that wind that's howling across the ground.
And it's carrying a lot of moisture with it. Well, bat and pad together there.
Yep.
Declan Ryan, it is, standing at this end. He reminded me that last season, the last thing I said about him was less than complimentary. So we'll start this season with a compliment. Good to see him out there.
Absolutely. I think he's a good umpire. I think he's been a stalwart of Leinster cricket for a long, long time. It's good to see him move into an official umpiring capacity. And I think he's got a good eye for it. Oh, going for the hook shot there, or even the pull shot, and just not getting the door, but they are able to scamper through for a leg by. It's good calling there by his partner, just to keep the rotation happening. So at the end of the sixth, it's none down for 22 runs. Been a good positive start under difficult conditions. We've still got some technical issues here that we hopefully will have resolved for the actual commentary team, but we'll soldier on. The good thing about this wind, hopefully it moves these clouds through reasonably quickly, and we might get a bit of sunshine a bit later on in the afternoon, which would be fantastic. It was quite balmy before in patches. When the sun does come out, it's absolutely gorgeous down here.
Well, I can tell you from personal experience, at 8:30, it was lovely down here. Many thanks to those who made it down for clean-up day. Bit of work done on the nets, and Con's Nook, you can see, well, just a little bit brighter than usual. Nice coat of white paint. And the railings down at the Wheelfield Road gate, just out of shot on the left-hand side there. Nicely painted by Max McNamara.
Yeah, it's looking good, isn't it? It's great to come back and at the start of the season have the clubhouse looking so fine.
It's actually amazing how much so little work lifts the place. You know, just a coat of paint here and there, bit of sweeping, bit of weeding, and so all of a sudden things looking very bright. This one played away on the offside. They decided to take the signal after a slight negotiation, and they come through. Noah Smith with a very positive call, and Pembroke now starting to put together a few runs. Obviously, first few overs of the season, concentration levels need to be high, and they have been for these two.
Yeah, and it's been good bowling that they've had to face and navigate. The bowler at the moment, Sukumaran, he's actually bowling very tight lines. He's only conceded 3 runs in his 3.1 overs. His team would be delighted with that.
It's almost like we've reached that stage in the patience game. Will the batsman lose patience and go after one he shouldn't, or will the bowler lose patience and start trying things that aren't really his strengths? Oh my word! There's backing up and there's backing up.
Yeah, nothing. Noah was halfway down the track there, just pleading with his partner to come down. But quite rightly sent back. No need to risk anything at this stage of the game. But you're right. Who's going to blink first is essentially how it feels at the moment between this bowler and the Pembroke batters. He's bowling an excellent line. Good length. Oh, straight down the leg as I say that. And that's probably going to go for 4. Yes, it has. It's going to go for 5 wides.
So those 5 now, 5 wides, will bring Pembroke up to 30. They'll be, I think, the happier of the two teams. I mean, as much as I was talking about the improving of teamwork and the such like by fielding first, there's a lot of cold fingers out there now, I tell you.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to be standing at slip and have a sharp one come to your right. Oh, that's going to sting.
You just feel like your fingers are going to shatter on you.
Oh.
In the
Tom and Jerry cartoon sort of way.
But that's probably the first blemish I've really seen from the civil service at the moment. and probably put down to a slightly slippery ball.
And
A
now-
bit full now. He's just lost his length here a bit.
He went down onto the pads.
And the keeper's actually chasing this one.
Keeper will get to it, pulls it up inside the boundary, gets the throw back in, and like all keepers, he loves to show the fielders just how good his arm is. Well,
Yeah.
runs for Pembroke, and this over's starting to be a bit more expensive.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit of commentator's curse, but all of a sudden he's just, the last two balls, bowler's just drifting. So maybe it is about, I'd say that the ball's actually getting a little bit slippery maybe. Maybe he's just trying different things and it's just not working for him, but he just needs to concentrate and get back to the line and the channel that he was in before. All of a sudden he's gone from conceding 3 to now conceding 11, made that 12. Good running there.
Well, you can see that these two batsmen are growing in confidence the longer that this stand goes on.
Yeah, it's the ideal start that you'd want for both yourself as a player and also for your team if you're batting. These two players were in form last season, and this would be good to start the season with where they left off last year. I mean, Noah Smith top scored on 121 last year. Fantastic knock. Ethan Clark had a very good season last year. He's got a lot of runs. He made 101 not out. So both Centurions last century. So they'd have high expectations of themselves, and they're very capable. So weather this storm, and I'm sure they'll get reward.
Off-pitch delivery, off-speed delivery from the bowler on that time, just to close out the over. 34 on the board and 8 overs gone. Good start for Pembroke. The weather picking up again, although the next scrawly shower can't be too far away.
No, it's that sort of day, isn't it? It's like you just got to get your hopes up where a bit of sun breaks through and the wind dies down for 3 or 4 minutes, and all of a sudden here it comes again.
Well, a change of bowling now from the St John's end. You'll see it come up on your live score soon enough, and that will be the way that you'll learn this bowler's name, because I haven't a notion. 4 overs for the opener. He eventually has gone for 12 off those 4. 9 of those coming off his 4th over. But Suakumara, good opening spell for him. And Civil Service won't be too upset. They would like to have taken a wicket. I suppose the closest they've come at this stage was that chance behind point, backward point.
Yeah, just carried to the fielder who, it was a difficult low catch. As you say, cold hands, trying to get limber and just didn't quite carry to him, or maybe he just didn't quite grab it. Either way, it was a half chance, maybe you could say, to be generous.
Half chance at best, I think.
Yes. So the batters haven't done anything really rash at this stage. It's still a very tight field.
So Jay Matthew coming on to bowl now from St John's end. And it'll be Ethan Clark who watches that one go down the leg side. And wide signalled. Not quite the start that Matthew would have wanted.
No, I think you generously called that one a loosener.
This stage of the season, I think the first 6 are allowed to be called looseners.
Yeah, I'd say so, especially under these conditions.
It is not warm out there, and these guys are wearing what amount to thin polyester printed tops. It's not the warmest. And even the jumpers aren't really that warm. Whereas I have to say, give me a cable knit white jumper any day of the week.
No, it's definitely Michelin Man sort of weather, isn't it?
Yeah, how many undershirts are you allowed to wear?
Yes.
My record of shirts, tops, jumpers in the one game was 7, and that was Bagnallstown. Stephen Willis's first game, that one. And in fact, Farhan Khan's first game as well.
Bagnallstown, I've always enjoyed playing there, but it is high enough that when it is cold, it's very cold.
Oh, the wind just whips over
Yep.
that hill.
Oh, big slash outside of off stump there.
I seem to remember Connor Dwyer. The Bagnallstown team spent half an hour before the game constructing, because it's first game of the year, constructing the sight screens. And then Connor Dwyer proceeded to hit a 6 that went straight through it.
Yeah, I heard that story too.
Ball-shaped hole in it.
Mm.
Always have a look for that hole. Declan Ryan signalling another wide. Another one goes on to the Pembroke total. For many thanks to Sean Smith, who's doing the scoring today. Sean, who's doing live scoring. Joined obviously by the civil service scorer as well. Well, a bit of a loose shot outside off. But at this stage, I suppose these two lads, they've played themselves in. If they see one a bit loose, there is going to be a tendency to chase after it.
Well, you've got to take your chances, don't you? So, it's been very tight bowling for the first sort of 5 or so overs. So,
This one's sliding across him.
but well called. Wild throw there.
Noah Smith
Obviously-
it is, calls through the bye. Leg bye, no, off the bat. So
Interesting.
another run for Ethan Clark. And now Noah Smith, who does seem to be slightly more fluent at the moment of the two openers. But no harm there either.
No, plenty of time. Just looking at Jinto Matthews, the bowler here. He's looking at his stats. He's a reasonably handy bowler. Last season he got 17 wickets, bowled 63 overs. His best was 5 for 26 versus the Phoenix 3. So he got 1 5-wicket haul, which is always very, very good. Have an average of 17 and a half, and runs per over is 4.75. So his economy is quite good. So if he can get his line right, could create some pressure.
Well, James dipping deep into the stats bank there. Having done a bit of homework on this game. I suppose he's had 7 months.
Yeah. To be fair, I didn't know this team until about half an hour ago. But that's the sort of professional colour painting of the situation that we like to bring to you in the Noel Walsh productions.
Yes. Once again, many thanks to Noel. Noel at the moment up in the bar trying to get the tills working. Personally, I'm quite happy he hasn't been able to so far.
Yes, these free drinks are great, aren't
Yeah. Ooh. Open bar.
they? Ooh, another change of bowling.
Well, no surprise here. New signing for the Civil Service Club, I suspect. Currently kitted out in the blue tracksuit, as opposed to the blue and yellow. Nice shade of canary yellow.
Australian gold, mate. Darmanana Corrie here to bowl.
And that one's gone down the offside, wide enough to be called a wide. And so the openers now will feel that they've done the important work today. They've seen off the opening bowlers, and perhaps the bowlers that come after aren't quite of the same quality.
Well, absolutely. Now, like as you say, they've seen off the highest calibre, so they'll be looking to get some reward here. And
That's
lifted
powered
it.
away behind point. Fielder comes round, uses his shin, stops the second being taken. Well, bit of excitement. It wasn't off the face of the bat, it was off, well, the outside edge, and it flew away. It was in the air for a while, but not to a fielder.
I think they say in most commentary that he split the field well. But
Well placed.
yeah, well placed. Yeah, so it must be difficult also out there batting. It's cold. You're not
Muscles aren't
as fluid as you'd like.
yeah. Especially these two lads, short sleeves and such like. Nice bat and pad together, keeping that one at bay. T. Corrie it is, who's come on at the nursery end.
Yeah, looking at his stats, it looks like he was a bit of a part-time bowler maybe. It's hard to say. He only bowled 28 overs and 28.3 overs last season. got 7 wickets, but his economy rate was quite high. It was, no, different.
This one's flying down towards us and manages to reach just in front of my co-commentator, James Cresswell. It flew away. It bounced in front of the fielder and then fooled him and got past him, and 4 more onto the total. Was it a chance? Not really.
No,
it
I
didn't
don't think
carry
it's a
at
chance.
all, but a bit of excitement.
Yeah, the fielder, I mean, it might have kicked off something there at the last minute, but he just didn't get his body behind it. Anyway, 4 runs to Pembroke. It all looks the same in the scorebook, as we say. But his economy rate was 8.5 last season, so he'd be looking on improving that. Oh, there we go. Big gust of wind.
As you see our camera rocking away there.
Everyone getting seasick.
Wind has definitely picked up again.
Yeah.
That generally means there's going to be a bit more moisture in the air shortly.
Yeah, it's really, really quite solid now. It's drifting down leg side there.
But you will understand that if we do go quiet here, it will be because we're desperately trying to cover up all this electrical equipment before the rain arrives, or we've been blown away with the gazebo across Park Avenue into the frigid sights of Railway Union.
That's a better ball from Gorey.
A very risky action he has. Yeah. But you see his wrist right back and
Yeah.
coming through. He's definitely adding some pace with his wrist, which is the way it should be.
Yeah.
Another few overs? Another few overs?
I'll go at the end of this one.
No, maybe another few. I just realised
No, I'll put him
It's
in
5 o'clock
with
somewhere,
James.
mate.
Oh, brilliant. Because
And then you can come in for James later.
Brilliant, because I'm going to use the bathroom.
Okay.
Thanks for sharing.
That's slightly too much information for
Yeah.
Graham. I went with chocolate, by the way. I have a shed load of chocolate in my
Okay.
bag, but we'll go with your Maryland biscuits first. End of the over then, 44 without loss, and I'll leave you with James, and taking over from me in the box will be Prashant. Prashant.
Wow. I'm just noticing the camera bouncing around because it's...
Yeah. It's a bit seasick sort of footage here, but
You're James.
I'll try and fix that in a minute, now that I've fixed half the rest of the club's problems.
so it's actually been quite a good start there from Pembroke. They're increasing that run rate. Ethan is on 9 now on strike. Noah's moved to 15. Been a nice solid start. As we say, just getting through the opening bowlers, and it's Matthew to continue. Said only conceded 2 runs in his first over, so he's doing the job for his team.
I think there's some slight delay with the side screen, so
Yeah,
Ethan wants it to be corrected before he faces the next ball.
which is the right thing to do. Make sure that everything's set up how you want it to before you face your next ball.
It doesn't happen at our level, but yeah, fair.
No, many grounds we don't have sight screens, but that's it is what it is. Anyway, Pembroke, as Craig said, the end of the over of 44 for the loss of no wicket. That's a good start. The captain will be very happy. Be expecting one of these batsmen to go on, hopefully both of them from a Pembroke perspective, but they're starting to get a good foundation.
That's good take by the keeper. It was travelling quick.
Yeah, it's in these conditions, these bowlers seem to be finding it difficult to actually get the radar right all the time. Maybe it's a combination of the conditions of wind and cold. You know, it's very cold out there. Must be very difficult to control the balls. Probably a bit of moisture as well from the recent rain. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Just whipped off the pads there. It's going to go all the way down to the boundary. It's for 4, just behind square.
So both batsmen moved to double figures.
It's a nice way to do it. That'll give the Ethan confidence. It's always nice when you get the timing right. No need to panic from a civil service point of view, but you'd be concerned about maybe conceding a bit, one or two more extras than you'd hoped. They just need to work hard here. Oh, lovely ball, but played well. Attempted Yorker, and that brings up the 50 for Pembroke.
First game of the season, 50 runs on the board. Good partnership, good start.
Oh, it's a perfect start, isn't it? Yes. So going, in the 11th over, they're going for basically roughly
Almost 5 and over.
Yeah, it's a really good start. Straight back, straight into the stumps, no run. Some half-hearted appeals out there in the field that maybe the bowler could touch that, but not given. Well played. Keep the good ones out.
I think the ball is skidding nicely to the bat. So I think it's time to bring in a spinner now.
Well, they've got to try something, I would think, because they're starting to see it quite well now.
Yeah. I'm sure they're seeing like a football.
Yeah.
That's a wide.
Yes. Struggling with their line at the moment. I mean, it is quite windy. As we say, keep saying it's quite cold. The conditions are not the most ideal, but it is. It's not raining at the moment. So you just sometimes need to adjust your bowling, your line. Oh, wound up one there. They sort of half-hearted the appeal, hoping that he might have got an edge. The umpire's having that. Whoa!
Holy shit bags.
Big gust of wind there. Well, folks, the wind's really picked up all of a sudden. A massive gust. Force 10, it feels like. And another ball bowled in the good line, just played away for no run. Played away on the leg side there. These two are looking good.
I think it's the ideal start for Pembroke. Both batsmen in, got their eye in. They're waiting for the bad balls. They're not playing any risky shots, barring one or two, which is bound to happen. And if I am the opposition captain, I would try to tell my spinners, you're on in next couple of overs. I need you on. Because the ball has started to grip nicely, and if you're a spinner, this is the perfect time to bring them in.
Well, I tend to agree with you there. I think that the pace attack is not working, especially when you've got your part-timers on.
Yeah. I think civil service bowlers have relied a lot on swing, and it didn't swing as much as they would have liked.
Oh, absolutely. But, they've obviously had a plan. But if the plan's not really working, I mean, now that they're 51 without the loss of a wicket, that could easily be 70 and 80 before you know it. And all of a sudden the game starts to slip away from you. So you've got to try some different options. Oh, well, having said that, that is a beautiful ball. Obviously cut back in. Ethan just tried to run that down, I think, to third man, but completely missed it. Ball cannons into the stumps, and that's the breakthrough that civil service needed. So
not the shot for that ball.
No.
But it is what it is. The bowler deserves the credit for it.
No, it was a lovely ball. And, they put a good foundation there. 50-run partnership, 51 runs. So it'd be disappointing for the batsman, but...
And it's Bruce Whaley who's walking out. Expect some fireworks now.
Well, Bruce has the ability to be very exciting, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's always a natural flair for him. He had a pretty good year as well. Last year he top scored with 82. Had an average of about 15.5, which doesn't really tell you the story about how dynamic he can be. But he used to love the big shots, and maybe that was his downfall sometimes, that he'd have a quick fire innings and better get caught or something, because he'd love to go after the bowler.
And I think as a batsman, sometimes all you need is temperament in a 40-over game. You'll always get bad balls where you can score.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially in Division 7.
But no, Civil Service will be delighted with that, the breakthrough that they desperately needed. They'd be hoping one brings 2 or maybe 3. New batsman on strike. What can he do now? Pitches it up, but just too wide there. Missed his line and went too wide, enticing the batsman to try and probably cut it and maybe, get to a slip or, backward point. But happy to just let that one go through.
I have a feeling that Bruce will take him on now because he isn't the quickest. He's bowling one odd ball outside the off stump, so he will look to take him on. And that's the way he plays. That's a good ball.
Well, what I've always liked about Bruce Whaley is the fact that, he's got a good cricket head on him, but he's not afraid to play his shot. So if the ball was there to be hit, he'll go for it.
Yeah.
And
And that's how it should be.
absolutely. And more often than not, he gets the reward. He's prepared to live a little bit dangerously. He's not... There you go. He just defends it off. He's having a look. Just going to get used to the conditions a bit. Keep the good balls out, and then anything that's remotely loose, I think he'll go for it.
I think we have to give credit to Civil Service because they brought the partnership breaker on and he got the job done. It's important that you need to repay the trust of your captain.
No missed call there.
I think it was Noah's call and Bruce wasn't listening to it, which is fair. I think with the wind and everything going around, it's quite possible.
Yeah, there may have been a running that, but
Yeah.
better enough not risk it, so he probably quite wisely sent back. But you're right there, Prashanth. We were saying just before that wicket was done that maybe they should change their plan, but Civil Service stuck to their plan and they finally did get the breakthrough. I thought that was an interesting time in the game there where, do you stick with this plan for another 1 or 2 overs and then bring in spin or something like that? But
I would have still brought in spin. I am going to still bring in spin if I was the captain. It's a new batsman in. Feet are not moving. There's a lot of wind. The ball is nicely gripping. Get the batsman forward. Invite him to take me on.
yeah, and you've probably got less chance of conceding extras like wides and those sorts of things in conditions like this.
Yeah.
And even though it's a new batsman at one end, it's a very set batsman down the other end. So even for that point of view,
It's a gamble and it can
Of course.
work. It can work. Because the moment you bring in a spinner, any batsman, their eyes light up. They're like, okay, this is easy runs. All I have to do is just flick it and trick it down for a couple of runs. But a spinner will bowl a flight ball.
well, it'd be interesting to have spin on one end and pace on the other end maybe or something like that. But
100%.
they've gone with their pace options or medium
Matthew.
fast.
Yeah.
Noah to face. And he's gone for the big hit. Has he got enough on it? I don't think he has. I think this is the catch. Oh, and he's put it down.
The first time I thought they were trying to move it.
And I
Oh.
think that's the captain who's put the catch down.
He had plenty of time there. I thought he was well and truly set. I thought this is an easy one.
I think it's a wind, which made it more difficult for him.
True, but he had a lot of time. I mean,
Yep.
that was stayed up in the air a long time. He looked like he just was getting in the right position, but he wasn't just set. He was still moving. I think that was what undid him. Anyway, that's a life there for Noah because that one seemed to be in slow motion. He didn't really get onto that the way he wanted to.
Surprisingly, the batsman didn't run.
I thought I'd say that they were, they'll be a bit of, wish they had taken the run there, but obviously they were just looking at it thinking this is definitely gone. Anyway, the bowler,
Ooh.
they've appealed. Someone thinks he's nicked it. The umpire's having none of it.
So the bowler Matthew trying to make life difficult for the set batsman Noah.
Yeah, he wants to be sure he doesn't lose his shape by getting frustrated here, the bowler. He's been bowling well. He's created an opportunity there.
I think right now no one needs to know is just relax. It's okay.
Well, I also think the bowler needs to relax because he's obviously good enough and he's been bowling some good lines. It is so frustrating as a bowler, as you and I both are, when something, what you perceive as an easy catch opportunity goes down.
Oh, tell me about it.
You know, if he had been running at full pace and did a dive and it went down, you don't mind that. You know, it's like, but it's so difficult after putting in all the work. And he's bowling very well now. He just needs to keep this.
Yep.
Build the frustration for the batter. This has actually turned out to be a very good over for himself and for civil service.
I think I would still bring the spinner on right now. It's a perfect time. Because right now, Noah looks tentative. Bruce has not scored a run. He's almost played an over. Build more pressure by bringing in a spinner.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, he forced a mistake by the batsman there, but he's not looking, you know, like there's a lot of venom in his bowling. So keep some up his sleeve. Just keep mixing it up.
Yep.
You know, you really hope to get, for civil services point of view, you really want to get another 1 or 2 cheap wickets now.
100%. Like, Pembroke are still in a decent place. They don't need to panic. They don't need to do anything out of the ordinary.
Well, here's the first cliche of the season. Catchers win matches, don't they? So I wonder how expensive that's going to turn out to be for civil service. You know, as a batsman, you want to ride your luck, so you'd be hoping that, drifting their leg again.
It's called a wide.
Yeah.
Rightfully so.
He's tending to just sort of stray a bit, whether he's just putting a little bit too much oomph into his wrist action or his bowling, but his control hasn't quite been there. Obviously, he's got some very good balls, hence the wicket taken, but that's a beautiful Yorker, but obviously probably drifting down. Caught flat-footed there, called through by his partner, gets back in time, but wow.
The run was on. The run was definitely on, but I think Bruce didn't hear his partner.
Well, I think he's also looking at the umpire thinking, was that out or not?
Yeah, fair enough.
You know, bit of a rabbit caught in the headlights sort of approach there, but he got away with it.
I think the umpire gave it leg buys.
He gave it leg buys,
yeah.
So Bruce is still yet to score off the bat. Lovely worked around there on the leg side. No, they were thinking about 2, but quite rightly sent back. No 2 there. But that's all they need to do now, is just work that ball around, take up singles, rotate the strike. All of a sudden, you know, we're up to 55 here. It's been a couple of good over and a bit from civil service.
Yeah.
That's a nice ball.
That's a good shot. I think both batsmen are very excited to run.
Well, you know, the field was quite deep there, but and they probably thought, half chance it might be on, but he just hit it too firmly. But the ball was bowling through his field in that instance. So they want to be careful. Just wait for the loose one. That's a good pitched up delivery and just worked away on the leg side, almost a mirror image of the previous one. They should get 2 here, and they do. Just split the gap nicely.
First runs of the bat for Bruce Whaley, and he starts the season with a couple.
Yeah, that'll make you feel so much better. As a batsman, as you know, it's always the first thing.
100%.
Please don't let me get a duck. It's all a little bit easier after that.
Still pretty windy, and there's a slight change in field. So he's got the square leg slightly deeper.
Oh, nicely played. Just let run off the bat. Good running. Oh, that was very tight,
close,
but wow. Ooh, you know, I would have loved to see that one from side on if they had a hit. But anyway, they're putting pressure back on the fielders. And just, you know, there's a lot more blue skies now around. So a little bit of sun's peeking through.
I think they need to bring the gully fielder slightly closer and stop that single. It's the second time it's just gone there now.
Yeah, he's putting a bit deep. Oh, just let that one go through for another wide. again, he's really struggling to find that line, isn't he? When he does, he's really effective, but he
So
just...
6 runs off the over already, and they haven't even hit him for a boundary. So good going for Pembroke.
Well, 3 of those are extras down wides. I mean, so if he bowls like that, then you're delighted because it's like, well, we just keep scoreboard ticking over without actually any risk.
Ooh.
That was a good ball. Tempted the batsman to go for the big hoik. Didn't get anywhere near it, and it goes through to the keeper for a dot ball. So the score now after, what's that?
14 overs, 61 for 1.
So they slowed down the run rate a little bit there, but they haven't got the quick wicket that they would have hoped. And coming through now, just one of the great batsmen of all time, Peter Pendergast. Great to see him here at the ground.
Build up the pace. James, if you want me to take over any stage.
And at that happy note, I think I'll just pass that over to one of my colleagues, Graham Mooney, who will enlighten you with all sorts of exploits of what's happened on the ground.
And I'm remaining sober.
So Graham, it's a very interesting phase of play as of now. Pembroke have got a good start. Civil Services have picked up a wicket. How do you approach the game as a batsman? Do you start ticking the scoreboard round with singles, or do you look for that one loose ball and go for it?
Again, I just say, Ethan proved me right. Front foot. He just needs to work on that for the early season. Oh, that was really short. Yeah, brilliant shot. That's a poor ball.
Yeah, and Bruce Willie is too good to just let go of such gifts.
No, he's not going to miss out. No, that was just too. That was an August wicket ball.
Oh, let's say that was like, come hit me ball.
Well, it was. There's no pace in the track. There's no lift. It didn't get above. Like, Bruce isn't the tallest. Still a young lad, and that didn't get above his belly. So he had loads of time just to rock back. He had all day really, and he put it away beautifully with only one on the leg side. And it's not what your skipper wants. And you've got the field is set for outside off, full, outside off, full.
So they want them to keep driving.
Yeah, and that'd be fine if they bowl to that. They feel for that. What they don't have is for a long hop on middle stump. Like, if the ball had come on a little bit quicker, you could have seen Bruce maybe hit the first 6 of the season. Need that much time to get on it. But the batting lineup for Pembroke today is so long. Like, you've got Bill coming in at 10.
Yeah.
Who is no mug with the bat. You've Bhushan, highest run scorer last season, coming in at 7. You've Naveen Sahil coming in at 6, Naveen at 7.
Yeah.
There's a huge...
Not to forget Dan
at 5. Phil at 4. You know, there's a lot of runs in that lineup. The most important thing is they all play themselves in. Get used to the pace of the track. You can afford an over or 2 to get yourself in. And once you're in, you get to play shots like that. Beautiful. Won't go for 4, but through the covers on the ground.
It's a flat throw.
Yeah, very good throw. Good backing up. Keeps it to 2. But that's the type of cricket you want from your batsman. Got on his front foot, down, low, kept it on the ground all the way. And like mid-July, that's racing for 4 to the railway tracks. But no, get used to the pace. You know, we've only seen 4 bowlers.
Yeah. Out of which 2 are part-timers.
Yeah. So get yourself in. It's a 40-over game. I wouldn't worry about a thing till the 15 to go.
I think there's a change in bowling. They're bringing in a spinner. Finally.
Yeah. Again, I saw him, I think, warming up in the nets.
Yeah. Looked pretty accurate.
Yeah. Put it nicely outside off. Again, bit of pace off again isn't a bad thing on this track. Yeah. It might force the batsman to over-hit, and then you can lose your shape. And again, if you have your field set right, it'll pop up. Because the ball is still, apart from that beautiful shot from Bruce there, again, have to repeat how good a shot that looked. Most of the shots into the covers have been slightly in the air.
I think it's very important for a spinner, especially coming in right now, to not let the batsman get away. So his role becomes more important. And as a spinner, I can tell you this is the most pressurized situation you can get in, because your opening bowlers have done the job to a certain extent. Now all your captain wants is don't let them get to 8 and over run rate.
Don't bowl it short.
Yeah, don't bowl it short. It's okay if you give a wide. It's okay. We'll cover it up.
A bad a full toss on off. A
Yeah.
low full toss on off is better than a short ball. At least make the batsman drive. You can still miss hit it to one of the fielders in the covers. You bowl it short, it opens up the whole ground.
That's
Good-
quicker
good-
ball
good
as a
start.
spinner.
Good
Yep.
start.
Yep. I think if I was a spinner who was bowling at this time, all I would do is just bowl stump to stump. I don't want turn, I don't want spin. Just don't let them get away with singles.
Oh, he's bowled them. Beautiful. Ashes can't get much
Yeah.
better stump to stump than there.
Yep. Always works.
Yeah.
Always works.
Change in bowling, brought the breakthrough. Now, first slip was standing in my eye line there, so I missed just how much
so
that
the ball
turned.
was just wide outside the off and was there for Noah to drive. Classical off spinner's dismissal.
Yeah. No, beautifully flighted. Good land.
And
And the skipper should say thank you very much. So, 66 for 2. In comes Phil Blackley. Again, slightly. He has been more used to the 3 roll. Now he's moved down to 4. Again, another very capable batsman. He
Yeah.
just needs to get himself in.
And also, I think this is a perfect situation for Phil to get his eye in, wait for the bad ball, and we all know what Phil can do.
Well, we've got 2 guys who can smash the ball when they're in.
And smash it hard.
Yeah.
Long. Far.
But again, every batsman to come has that ability. It's just getting to play the shots that they want. Now, it's never going to be easy. Again, this wind coming right across the square makes it difficult. Just simple little things for a batsman. Like you might have to wrap up a bit more out there, which doesn't make it as easy to play your shots. You know, you'd rather not have that extra layer on
Yeah.
when you're batting. Phil, of course, being the big tough country boy he is, he's got that short sleeves on, no jumper.
And there's a change in field. He's brought a catching mid-on now.
Starts off with just a bit short outside off. Played simply into the covers.
I think what the bowler is doing is very smart. He's asking the batsman a couple of questions now. He's bowled 1 full ball, 1 wicket, and 1 slightly short.
That's a better length.
Yeah.
Well, Phil got out to that very nicely. What you want, bat on ball, get your front foot moving. Oh, that is nippy.
Yeah.
The sun is out. The skies are pretty much clear, and lots of blue in front of us, but the wind cuts through you. Wind chill factor here is Baltic. Oh, short,
Short and
cut.
wide.
Cut in front of point. That's racing. Yeah, that's 4. Very nicely played from Blackley.
Much deserved for Pembroke. There were a
Yes.
couple of quiet overs, and the bowler just decides to bowl wide short. Nightmare delivery for a bowler,
Yeah.
and must say, much deserved.
Well, again, the field has been set. It's a simple thing for the bowler. Like he's putting more in the covers. Out comes slip. But again, he's set a field with a short, fine leg, who for me is in no man's land. He's inside the circle, but he's not at a 45-degree angle. He's more finer than that, so it would be a very strange shot.
I think it's also an indication that he's being asked by his captain to start bowling flights.
No, that's okay, but move the guy wider.
He's bringing the pacer 1 more over.
No, for me, to have a fielder there, basically you're saying your wicketkeeper can't stop the ball down leg side at that angle. The only thing he's getting is the missed catch down leg.
So there's a change in field. Now they are pushing their fielders
Oh,
like
very
a
deep.
Yeah,
Very
deep square
deep.
leg, deep fine leg, and
Nobody,
long off.
yeah, nobody short on the leg
Mid
side.
wicket. No, there's no mid wicket.
Single all day long.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
wide.
what Bruce does.
That's a bit of hockey bottom hand there from Bruce. Would have made the bowler a little interested. Well, you would have liked to see that a bit more on the ground, but
Graham.
he was wide enough.
Yeah, a tenner. Would the captain change the field now?
He's a bad captain if he does. Well, he shouldn't have to feel like this anyway.
Yeah, it was a bad ball.
It wasn't a bad ball, but
No, I don't think it was a great ball because he's bowled some couple of good balls, and that wasn't the most ideal one which you would want. And he does change the field. He's pushed the fielder back.
Yeah, he's right. Again, that was catchable if the mid-on had been wider.
Yeah.
Now, easy one. Could even... No, they're not going to push two there.
No, they won't push two.
You know, obviously Phil would have made it. Bruce, not a chance with his pace.
I think I know what the captain is going to do the next thing. So if Phil takes on the mid-off or the mid-wicket now, he will change his cover.
Yeah, which is a mistake.
Yep.
Again, he set a field for bad bowling.
Yes.
We're still in the first 20. Pembroke have just lost 2 wickets. 2 new batsmen at the crease.
Relatively new, yes.
Yeah, and he's setting the field for bad bowling.
Yes. And also, right now, he's given them an opportunity to knock singles off and get their eye in.
Yeah. And again, that full toss was a better because it was outside off.
Yeah.
Anyway, at the end of the day, the captain's a genius if somebody catches the ball.
Yeah, 100%. Ooh.
That's a good length. That's where you should be bowling. That's your stock.
I think what Phil needs to realize right now is he doesn't need to do anything. Just knock off for 1
Yeah.
or 2s, get your eye in, wait for it. You're going to get the odd bad ball, which they're anyways bowling.
Well, there's five in this over.
Yeah.
Nothing risky needed. Oh, that came back. He's bowled. Clean bowled him through the gates.
And that came back in quite quickly.
It was great length. That's where you need the ball. Up full. That's where magic happens. But it came back. The wind is blowing across. It will bring for the right-handed bowler, it will bring it back in.
So within no time, Civil Services are back in the game.
Yeah.
Got 3 quick wickets.
Relying all on the bowlers here to bowl the batsmen now.
Yeah.
Because...
And you were so right. The pitch will do the job for you.
Be interesting to see if he changes the field once the new batsman comes in, which should be Sahil.
No, I think it's Dan.
It's Dan Murray. Dan Murray. Again, another one of the youths who were in South Africa over the winter. I think he was in a different school to Ethan. Luke and Dan both went. So he's been used to some hard, fast tracks down in South Africa. So hopefully he realises it's a little bit different here today.
From Centurion to Pembroke.
Well, not quite. Well, the setups that they have in the schools is just like test match level. Some of the setups they have for indoor, outdoor, the training they put their kids through, they're excellent at these private schools. But yeah, the track is certainly not going to be the same. No matter how much good work Dale can do, he ain't Paul Daniels. He ain't that much of a magician.
And he's brought the field in now.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, he should never have changed it. But again, like the only ball that was hit to the leg side boundary was from a
was a come hit me ball.
It was a short long hop. You know, this is the field that should be set if the batsmen aren't on top. Now he could, with the pace of the outfield, he could that fielder mid wicket could maybe be 10 yards back walking in hard and still save a 1.
Nicely defended under his eye.
So he could give himself a little bit of protection by just dropping a little bit to the ring.
Yeah.
Not quite on the ring, maybe 5 inside the ring. And still he will save the 1 on the leg side. But yeah, there's no need for somebody deep on the leg side.
So that's end of 17 overs. Pembroke are 76 for 3, and there's a change in commentary. Replacing me is Craig Senior.
Is replacing the right word? We will let the viewers decide. We need to start setting a poll up on this channel. Who was your favourite commentator today?
Unanimous decision for...
Because we're being spoiled. We have 4 commentators. It's quite spoiled. It won't be all season long.
Yes, but can you do it on a cold Tuesday?
Well, I'll be out in the
In
middle on
Sydney
the cold.
Parade.
I will be in the middle on the cold Tuesday, so that's why I won't be umpiring or won't be commentating.
That one just flying past the outside edge. Pembroke 3 wickets down now, 76 on the board. They've got what I would consider a good foundation in here.
Definitely.
Early April game, I'm just amazed at how few wickets Civil Service have taken so far.
Well, obviously the drop catch hurt them. The bowlers have done well to come back with the clean bowls. Take the pressure off the fielding to do it.
Is that a Murray that's gone out and joined Whaley?
Dan. Luke obviously will be probably 9, I would say.
Yes.
Bill 10, Arian 11. We've Bouchan at 7.
It's not a bad order when you got Bouchan at 7, but good to see him playing up on the thirds.
Yeah.
He put in the effort and the runs last year on the 5s and the 4s, and he's been rewarded for what was a most excellent season. Top run scorer in Leinster cricket, I believe.
Well, he actually scored, funnily enough, he scored more runs on the 3s than the 4s. Now, most of his runs came on the 5s, but he actually scored more runs for the 3s than the 4s. So it was just an all-round great season. God,
Well,
you hate batsmen like that.
Plenty of blue sky out there now. Still this howling gale. It really is. It's turned our gazebo into what resembles a parachute, a Leonardo da Vinci parachute at times.
We need the indoor setup.
But as
Oh, we missed out there.
keeper has, well, the batsman may have missed out, but I also think the keeper has put down a chance there. I think there was the slightest of touches. It flew through to the keeper. His teammates, well, they didn't know whether to appeal or celebrate, and in the end, they really did neither.
Yeah, could have played on even with the little downward glance, but he lashed onto the short ball quick. He rocked back so quickly there, opened up that leg side, because there's no real protections. There's one deep, but a very cow, so a good pull shot, and it was a racing away for 4. Now, better onto the front. Oh, lovely, through the covers.
Well, that's nice. Good to see early season. Nice timed push through the covers. Results in 2.
Placement. All about the placement.
Well, not all about the placement. Timing as well. Just pushed at it. There was no real great swing of the bat at it.
No. He didn't overhit or try to overhit. It's good to see. Good head on young shoulders.
Well, cricketing pedigree, certainly.
Yeah, that his mother, just all that talent he's gotten from Risa.
Well, as they said earlier, the wind is blowing these clouds through quite quickly. So any showers we have been having have been short.
Yeah, we should be good, I think, for the rest of the day.
Well, let's hope so.
We'll definitely if it goes 80 overs, we should definitely get in the 80 overs. Now, so again, Civil Service, even though there's 2 newish batsmen at the crease, persisting with this field on the leg side.
Driving at that one on the outside, but not really getting his foot across, and as a result, down the wrong line.
So we've, again, easy runs in the leg side if there's any bat on it whatsoever.
Yes, very much so. 3 fielders on the leg side, and they're all
Outside the
very
ring.
much, well, I think that mid-on here is meant to be inside the ring.
There's a catch at the field, simple mid-wicket catch.
Well, there is nobody there at mid-wicket, as we were saying. The fielders very much set up tight on the offside, loose on the leg side.
No, that mid-on is definitely filling outside the ring. Whether he's meant to be inside it or not is another question. Mid-off is also at the edge of the ring. He's not getting inside the ring by the time the ball is bowled. There's the hit from
Nice
Bruce.
shot. He's gone for the gap between the 2 fielders in the deep, and it's reached the rope. Poor footwork there by Vicky, number 88.
He's not getting on a soccer team with footwork like that. A good slide and tackle would have saved.
He just overran that one, attempted to put his foot between the ball and the rope, and actually ended up missing. Now the bowler has decided that he wants him closer to that cowl corner. He feels that Whaley's going to try again. He's trying to close that gap between those 2.
Yeah, mid-on moving wider, but again, that's just poor fielding. as a bowler, that kills you. Like it was.
Goes big again, and this time he's been put down. That is the simplest of catches, and that's the second what I would call regulation catches that Civil Service have put down today. And, well,
poor bowler. It's
you can see a few teapots and a few folded arms out there in the field now.
If you're going to field a point, that's the catch you got to take.
That's really chance put down.
Well watched.
Well, you always knew the bowler was going to put a little bit extra into that delivery. Frustration boiling over. Not really has the pace to drop it short, but did his best to push that one through with all of his might.
But again, going back to the fielding, that was just a simple, just bend your knee and you saved the 2 runs. Oh, in the
Played
air
away again. It's in the air, but this time finds the gap in the circle, and they'll just take the single as the fielder. He moved at speed to get that.
He's been fielding very well today. He's been lively in the covers.
Running into the wind there as well. Certainly very breezy day. You can see from the trees of Willfield Road and beyond just how windy it is here today in Pembroke.
I honestly don't know how some of those guys are out there in short sleeves. This is a 3-jumper day in the field.
It's a t-shirt, rugby shirt, quarter tracksuit top, hoodie, coat sort of day for me, sitting in the commentary box.
And a bit of deep heat just to finish off the full whack. No, it is not a day for sitting in the shade. The sun that is out would give you a bit of relief, but when we're here under covers and in the shade, all you're getting is the wind and the chill. Shorts didn't go for the pull that time, just to play back. We're definitely earning our pay today.
Well, yes. Prasad into his 3rd over. 9 runs taken, and just the 1 wicket picked up so far.
Yeah, good start. When he bowls the ball full just on that off-stump lie, he's certainly troubling the batsman. It's just it's a nice battle here between these 2 young batsmen out there and this bowler. Just who blinks first. Short, rock back, and just pulled into the leg side. Should just, depending on, they've come back for the 2s. Very good running from Pembroke. They saw a little hesitation from the fielder in the deep there and were able to come back for the 2nd.
Clouds starting to amass over the Liffey Valley at the moment.
Ooh.
That's the 2 geological or 2 weather features that affect here at Pembroke are it either goes down the river or it goes over the mountains, and what we get is the onshore breeze through Dublin Bay, and that's what gives us that microclimate and protects us from an awful lot of the rain coming in from the west.
Nice push to the leg side for a single. It's good batting. Looking for 2. Yeah, good.
Looking for 2.
It's good. Keep them on their toes.
Murray doing exactly the right thing, although if he had run that second one a bit quicker and been on the same page as Bruce, but there was, as it turned out, there wasn't a 3rd there, or even a 2nd. So the right call was made in the end. It's the end of the over, 91 for 3, and I do believe
drinks.
They're taking drinks.
Strange.
Drinks. Is it drinks or is it soup?
Well, it depends on what drink you're having. Yeah. A nice cognac and coffee to warm up the blood.
Coffee and Baileys. Certainly be my preference.
Well, that is 20 overs gone. It is the halfway point.
And of the 2 sides, I think Pembroke will be delighted with the way it's gone so far. Yeah, 3 wickets down, but only 3 wickets down in 20 overs.
Put into bats. When you lose the toss and they stick you in, first.
And especially as Pembroke have sort of thrown the youth in right at the top there.
We're what's
the average age of the people who have batted
over?
Take Phil Blackley out of it.
Well, but that's it entirely. And the fact that Well, Noah's in his 20s now. Ethan is transition year. Bruce is third year. Dan is transition year. And like that, we're talking about seasoned players going in after them. Like Sahil
Yep.
going in after.
Yeah, well,
Excellent back.
Boucham's coming in at 7.
Yeah,
I mean,
Naveen.
Yep.
So they're being given their chance. And this is the type of game they should be given their chance because it isn't a T20. There is that opportunity to get your eye in.
When you've got Bill Whaley as your captain, you
Yeah,
know it's going to
yeah.
be progressive.
Yes.
And not just progressive for progression's sake, but he believes that these kids are good enough, and he believes in giving them the opportunity to show it.
Yeah.
And that's great to see from a captain.
Yeah, and I'm sure later on with the bowling, young Arian will be getting a few overs. Just to, like I said, it'll be a new step up from at this level, but he'll be given a chance.
So how did your winter go, Graham?
Ooh, I think very well. Like that, everyone's healthy, happy. So that's all you ever can ask for. And we're in a junior cert cycle. So pressure.
Yeah, it's a junior search.
Yeah.
I'd say
It's not coming from me, the pressure.
I was going to say it's the one exam that parents shouldn't really get too
No.
uptight about the results.
No.
It's about learning the method.
Yeah.
It's about if my parents are watching this now, they are pissing themselves laughing. But it's about learning to focus for that end goal of the exam, and learning how to take exams, and learning how to study for exams. And that's what the junior cycle
your
seems
time
to be
management.
about.
Yeah.
And then after that,
Yeah.
you get given transition year,
Yeah.
which is yahoo!
Oh yeah.
And then suddenly it's like, right, now you got to remember that stuff you did the year before.
Remember it all.
We need that
Yeah.
again.
Yes.
So
It's a ski trip in transition year.
it's the gap year.
Yeah.
In England now,
It's at the end of
you
school.
find the kids who have done their A levels and left school at 18 then
Yeah.
have this gap year where
Yeah.
they go and find themselves.
It's a great idea.
And by all means, go and experience the world and see what's out there and widen your horizons.
Don't be miserable, Elf.
and that would be a good thing.
There's
in
There's
Ireland
40
we-
years ahead of you of pain and misery.
In Ireland, we seem to put the gap year right in the middle of a school year.
Yeah. And when they can't fully enjoy it, legally, officially.
Well, it depends where they
It
go on their
depends.
gap year, to be
Well,
honest
yeah,
with
well,
you. I was looking
Yes.
at drinking ages across the world.
yeah.
Portugal, I think it's 15 or 14.
Greece would be very young as well. Spain
yeah.
is, yeah. I've like,
But then
well,
again, the Mediterranean countries,
Yeah.
you
they don't drink as much.
Well, they don't binge drink.
No.
They just have their glass of wine with dinner and a drink in the evening or whatever. You know, it's
Cook with it,
it's
yeah.
a totally different
Yeah, yeah.
culture and whereas the northern
That's because it's cold.
Europeans
Yeah, we're
tend to
inside.
take more solace from the
We need a hefty stout.
yes.
Oh, look, I've experienced like the various age limits around the world, but definitely for transition year, most things should be you're not legal for. But yes,
Well, Pete Prendergast, he's striding on regardless.
lap
of
2 or
the
3.
weather.
Yeah,
He's certainly going to get those steps in this season. Dan Murray and Bruce Whaley, the two young Pembroke guns,
yes.
will return to the middle. They must be keen because they've got there ahead of the umpires.
Well, drinks seem
the
to be
first-
going longer and longer.
First seagull of the season, just on the edge of the square, just out of sight.
Pushing up, yeah. He's tied on. He's tied on the one.
I
He's
hadn't
pushing
seen
in there.
Sammy for a while last season, and I do fear for. I don't know what the lifespan of a seagull is.
Oh, I've seen seagulls eat some weird stuff, so I couldn't imagine it to be long. I once witnessed a seagull swallow a whole chicken leg bone in a hole. I don't know how they did it, just opening up the neck and just, oh.
Well, we're just waiting now for civil service to re-emerge onto the pitch. They're just having a huddle in front of the clubhouse. I'm sure technically they're talking tactics and talking about how the game's going and what they want to achieve in the next 20 overs. But to me, it just looks like they're trying to stay warm.
Yeah, Bag's Eye in the middle.
Yeah.
Everyone stand around me and I'll tell you the story. Yeah. At what stage did you want to get on with it? Come on.
So Bruce Whaley, he's moved on to 25. He's faced 31 deliveries. And that's the sort of strike rate you'd expect from him on a quiet day.
Yeah, that's That's a starting point for Bruce. Now, again, he needs to
Do you know
switch
he's
on.
going to be one of those players that people say, "Will I go down to Pembroke today?" Bruce Whaley's playing. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him bat.
Yeah.
And I think
Dan
he could
is
go
also
onto that.
Dan will also be in that kind of category.
Dan reminds me more of, and some of the club's older members now may give out to me, but Breen O'Rourke.
Oh, okay.
It's the height thing.
Yeah,
They're
very similar. Yeah.
similar heights and just.
But again, and I'd also. But this is the great thing about this little generation coming through. I'd include Ethan in that for a different reason.
Go on.
For just pure joy, for the type of shots, the beauty of the shots. I still think there's joy in a lovely cover drive on the ground.
Less electrical equipment down there for me to. So the end of drinks, Ashi or Abby Sukumaran appears to be going to bowl from the St John's end. Pembroke 91 for 3 from that opening 20 overs, 5.5, 4.5 and over.
Yeah.
They'll be looking to expand that now in this second half. These two will feel that they've seen enough bowling to move it up a snitch.
Bruce looked like he was getting the tree iron out there in warm up, you know. But again, when you've got again, we just going back.
Jesus. Well, no. Turn it upside down. And get Niall.
Yeah.
Coming down.
Yeah, with paper towels maybe.
Somebody needs to go up and get some paper towels in the clubhouse. And that's why I put my drink down there. Point spilt as the ball flashes past the outside edge of Murray's bat.
This is why I'm staying alcohol free.
And tell Niall what happened there. And tell Niall who did it.
I wouldn't be laughing.
Well, pints of water. That'll have to be a rule here now.
Yeah.
Nothing on the tables.
Not when this amount of equipment is around. Should be okay though with the key. If it's just keyboard.
Well, we'll wait and see anyway.
Are you grounded?
Glad I'm not sitting next to it anyway.
Yeah. So if there's any break in commentary or picture,
This one's on the full. It's
Yeah.
driven out to Long On, who, as we stated before, isn't really fielding inside the circle. Whether he's required to or not, I'm not sure. No, he's gone for the wired one.
okay. If Niall's not too worried, we're okay. So no, nice single. Keep those ticking along. Again, though they're persisting with this deep leg side field.
Big swing at the bat on this occasion. A bit of a half appeal from a couple of players.
No interest from the umpire except to signal how many deliveries have gone.
Courtesy of Nigel.
That's amazing.
Nigel.
The one keyboard he managed to spill his pint over is waterproof. You are
Oh.
No, it's Coke. That's the end of it. Nothing is Coke proof.
Yeah, they use actually is that true about Coke that that state troopers in America keep Coke in their boots for cleaning up blood off the road?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Yes.
No, yeah,
It is amazingly corrosive.
yeah, and you're putting that in your stomach.
That wind is still.
It's getting worse. It's blustery.
It is picking up again.
Bales coming out there. I'm sure they have the heavy bales on,
Now-
but still.
Coming more from the northwest. It has definitely moved around a quadrant.
Speaking of the northwest,
Leading it. Oh, they was very
Oh.
definitely back on that, sir. I could hear that from here.
and a little high, nearly cut them in half. Very interesting about the northwest postponing their season due to weather
Just-
conditions.
Well,
yeah.
deferring. Just
Deferring.
by a week.
Well, yeah. Putting it back.
I did. I did see. Rick Francis whipping in with a comment there. I'm sure Bill Whaley will have a look at these later. But yeah, you're probably right as well. But then again,
What was the comment?
Bill's still
I
bowling.
can't see it.
That Bruce is a far more comfortable batsman than his father.
Yeah, but again, you back Bill's bowling over Bruce's.
Great to see.
And in fact, I take Susie's bowling over Bruce's.
Great to see we have viewers that far away tuned in today. It was either this or the Chinese Festival of Kite Flying. Still might be the case with this gazebo today.
Cool.
This one down the leg side is clipped away nicely by
Should
Murray.
should be two. With
It's definitely going to be two. The fielder gets down to it. The fielder,
Who's wearing a woolly hat, I see.
well, as I'm wearing exactly the same, I do not blame him at all.
No, it's
It's-
better than baseball cap today.
Plenty of layers and as warm as you can.
One of the funniest early season things I ever saw was a pro from the West Indies arrive in Dublin to play for Phoenix, and his first game was like around this time, and it was like even colder than today. The poor lad had borrowed every jumper in the team.
That's a lovely delivery. Just looking for the outside edge, almost getting to it. Yes, some pros have come over here and got an awful shock when they're asked to play in April. As I say, this is the earliest I remember. I've played on April the 17th, but that one, another one just drifting onto the leg side, square leg put in there to stop that single. I may have played later on April the 17th, but it was in Railway.
Yeah.
So you can imagine how cold that was.
Again, yeah. I played an early April game there. Still.
Another one
short.
pulled away on the leg side. It will just be a single. The batsman finding the fielder, but finding the gap comfortably through.
That looked like the toe of Dan's bat there.
It certainly wasn't the middle.
No.
It took its time getting out
Just-
to the fielder, but
but
still
again-
only a single.
Yeah, it was the pitch again. It just died a little. It was short, but just dipped on him. Oh, good batting. Bottom hand. That you do see that hockey bottom hand there. Top hand combination.
Yeah, the playing of hockey, if nothing else, keeping the eye-hand coordination right in place. And Bruce Whaley taking another single, and that's the end of the over. The score 95 for 3. And Graham has just stepped out of the box. And welcome back to commentary, James Cresswell.
Welcome back, all. Well, the sun's out at least. It's still quite challenging conditions, but it's now quite sunny here in Pembroke. And Bruce Whaley is cementing his innings. He's looking very good out there at the moment. Dan Murray's starting to find a little bit of contact with the ball on a regular basis, and then they're rotating the strike nicely. So if these guys can build another partnership for Pembroke, who knows what the score might be at 40 overs.
Well, Civil Service again going with the 3 on the leg side, all of them deep, long on, mid wicket, and well, short third man. He's in that no man land position. We always say in Pembroke, you're either in, he's not going to stop a single, and he's not going to stop a boundary where he is. He'd be better off on the fence or in on the single.
Well, considering pretty much nothing's gone down to him all day, I would actually bring him up either into the, taking off one.
I think he's inside the circle, and I think he's trying to field on the edge of the circle. But I also think that he'd be better off coming in a bit tighter or being a player who goes outside. Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Well, the first ball of the over does go out on the leg side. Just before we'd finished discussing that short third man, they have in fact brought another man inside the circle on the leg side. So back to a more sort of orthodox 5-4 field.
Yeah, that man at sort of third man position, I'd almost be tempted to take him out completely and, you know, entice the batsman to play a shot that's not there to try and get the ball around the corner and hopefully get a leading edge or some, you know, mistime the ball or anything, or just get bowled.
Well, you can hear the gusting wind. Really is tight today. Played away very late. Whaley just playing that one away on the offside. Cagey. It's an interesting stage of the game. I mean, I say that now because it's first game of the year, and I'm sure by the time we see our 80th game of the year, we won't find it quite as intoxicating. Oh, that was a big attempted blow from Whaley. It was almost a lack of patience, premeditated, big swing. He was looking for the first 6 of the season. We've already seen the first run. We've already seen the first
4.
boundary.
Yeah, he really took his eye off the ball there, in anticipation that was going to clear the...
Yeah, he was almost looking to see where it had gone. Leg spinner went outside off stump, well left alone. Umpire signals him wide, signals to his colleague. More and more blue sky again, but again the flag is almost rigid on its flagpole today. This time...
Oh, what a shot.
And there it is, you see umpire Declan Ryan signalling the first 6 of the season in Sydney Parade on a Saturday, and I'm glad I don't have a lisp.
Chambrain Charlie. Wow, that was a beautiful shot, just almost like...
his hands came off the bat as well.
Yeah.
It came off the handle.
It's like
But by that stage, he'd almost completed the shot, and it just flew away.
just timed it beautifully.
And he's made a change in the field already. Square leg now going back on the fence, and that means that the player on the offside, who was sweeping, has now come inside, and there's 3 on the fence on the leg side. Dan using his feet well on that occasion. And that is the end of the over. And Pembroke, now having reached 3 figures, are on 106 for 3. I'm not sure of the regs at this stage. It will take me a few weeks to read them all. My insomnia at the moment, not too bad. Haven't felt the need to dive into the Cricket Leinster regs for Division 7. As a captain, I used to carry them around with me.
I still do.
The
I think they're the
Leinster
ones that you
handbooks.
gave me.
Yeah.
Mm.
They've probably changed a bit
Yeah,
since then.
yeah.
You know, there's now 3 stumps. The bat isn't curved anymore.
That's right.
Well, Ravid Prasad, he continues from the nursery end. He's felt unfortunate there. He thought he'd either bowled him or had him caught behind, and as it turned out, nothing.
But he is troubling the batsman on that line. He's obviously got a good ball there. If he gets it right, just a bit too full for him.
Well, Bruce also made it a fuller ball by stepping down the track towards the delivery, and then had the freedom of the leg side in which to pick where he wanted to take his single, really.
Yeah, it's an interesting field here. I think there's too many deep players.
Very defensive, isn't it?
It is very defensive, and I think that on the offside, okay, fine. But why don't you bring someone else on the leg side just to, okay, if you want to get some runs here, you have to go over me. You have to loft it up and create maybe a catching opportunity. He's bowling on the good line for those last couple of balls. But I also think maybe the civil service captain is slightly too reactive to anything that's punished.
Yeah, a ball gets hit somewhere, suddenly a fielder pops up there.
Yeah, it's like, well, stick to your plan and
Stop setting fields for bad bowling.
exactly. But it is what it is. That's a better over there. Just cramping the batsman for room so he can't get his arms free and connect. Just needs to do that sort of line and build pressure on the batsman. But it's a good opportunity for these 2 young players to put a partnership on, get some confidence, get some good time out there in the middle at the start of the season. I think Civil Service haven't had the worst of days, but they've put down some really key catches. There's been at least 3 drops that should have, in my opinion, been held at this level. Time will tell how costly that's going to be.
There's the Pembroke card. We'll return to that at the end of the over.
Way too short there and punished. Oh, but it's picked up. But he's using his feet for his fielding. He's not getting down to his hands. And he's... I'm a bit surprised why he's there. He's dropped 2 catches in that sort of area. I would have thought they would have put anyone else in there, because when you're not having a good day in a particular area, just, Oh, they're pushing him out anyway, that fielder. Going to a deep point.
Sort of sweeping out on the offside.
Mm.
But again, still 3 out on the leg side.
Oh,
That's
lovely.
nicely played away.
Yeah.
And that's why that sweeper is there. He's going to save a lot of runs, I suspect, from this bowler. It's cow corner that's open all the way. If you're going to go big that direction.
Well, there you go. Just an easy single there.
That's
But-
well run, well called.
Mm.
And both batsmen on the same wavelength, which is always half the battle.
Yeah, they seem to be used to playing together, and they're switched on. There's no hesitation, so just get on with it. He's got a fly, deep. What, that 45 fly slip almost there.
That was too short. Murray certainly saw it early, but it didn't get up at all, did it?
No, I think.
Early season wicket, I thought.
Yeah, absolutely. I think later on in the season, you would have thought that would have been dispatched to the boundary, either a 4 or a 6. But he had to kind of adjust his stroke a little bit there. And when Ben goes...
He's gone big, but there is a fielder there. He throws a hand despairingly at it. And then he stops it just inside the line. Well, an outstretched hand at that pace, he was never really going to get there, was he, James?
No, I mean, it looked a little bit like I was going to say lost it in the sun, but, there's not a lot of sun really. But, a bit of glare, because that wasn't the most intense effort.
That's a better shot this time.
And
It could split the field. Both of them get there, they collide into each other,
that's
and
not
that is
good.
unfortunate. James, you might just turn the camera there and show the two boys on the ground, because they have come together in a bad way.
Nasty head shots.
There's going to be a delay in the game now. Unfortunately, we didn't have coverage of the two of them colliding. They came from different sides of the ground.
No communication, unfortunately, or they didn't hear each other, and they just head-butted each other there. It was a horrible clash of heads. One player is still down in a fair bit of trouble there. We might just take the camera off that.
I don't think anybody is too seriously hurt, but it's still not quite ideal, is it? I mean, neither one of them was moving particularly quickly, as we don't at our ages now, but the combined momentum.
Yeah, they just absolutely met at the exact same place at the same time without looking.
And almost straight into each other, where there was no sort of hit and glide past. It was a full frontal collision. And the two boys, well, one of them popped up quickly enough, but the other one is going to take a moment, I suspect, and I suspect he may be taking some Panadol.
Well, let's hope they're okay and there's nothing serious happening there. I think it's more like probably just, that impact, thank goodness. But it was a horrible sound when they collided. No, they're both up now. I think, get some sort of paracetamol into him. And but, that's...
On a good news side, one has to say, the two batsmen have stopped running. 15, they got off that one delivery. They're both knackered now.
Yeah.
Oh, very much. I mean, it was a bad collision between the two of them. The umpire's now talking to the player. I think they're going to send him off for a HIA, James.
I think he'd have to after that knock. And what's that going to be called? 1, 2, 4, not 4?
Well,
that's going to be an interesting...
I like to think that the umpires are checking with his health.
Yes,
but they may be checking as to how many runs were scored.
Well, no, at least he's upright, and he's talking to them. I'd say that you should be sending him off after a head collision like that. But this is amateur sport. But even the protocol should apply. But we'll leave that up to the umpires. I'm sure who know what to do.
The umpires are fully investigating his welfare. Certainly top of the priorities. And they're explaining to the captain that after an injury like that, he can't continue. He can't continue on the pitch, and he's going to have to go off for a while we check him out. And that indeed is what's happening.
Yes, and the right call. Anyway,
now they're checking with the second player involved in the collision. He was the one who was much quicker back to his feet, and he's okay, and he's going to go on. I think it was his elbow or something must have.
No, it was head on head. It was definitely head on head.
Absolutely.
But he obviously had his head turned to the side.
Not on camera.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
So, Civil Service now just with 10 on the field. Although,
And
I think a spectator has taken up the role. He's on in his black tracksuit. You okay?
okay, that's good.
Just checking one of the parties involved in that collision. Well, he's fielding right in front of us, and he's going to feel a bit stiff in the morning, one thinks.
But you know, while we're talking all about that, I forgot to say it's actually quite a good shot there by Bruce. It was nice. It was a great shot.
He got over the top of it. That's what I liked.
Kept it on the carpet the whole way.
As opposed to the previous shot, which kept the fielder interested.
Yeah.
And we've now seen that fielder off, of course. But this time he got over the top of the ball, played it out on the leg side, and they took their runs. And now play will resume.
Yeah, it's not the start of the season you want to have with that fielder by getting.
It's the Kieran Volker approach to the game.
Yeah.
If you don't get injured at indoor nets, then certainly make it the first game of the season.
If you don't want to play, just say so. You know, you don't have to go through this. You know.
I remember one year he bowled 2 balls in the nets, and on the third one he broke his finger.
Yeah, he was bowling to me that time. I saw him come through and he just smashed it into the stump at the other end, the bowling end. It was like, oh.
Then there was the time Stephen Willis broke his wrist. Oh, he was dreadful for injuries at the start.
Anyway, the game continues.
Just played into the leg side, square leg. There's a hesitation between the fielders, but the fielder didn't pick up the ball cleanly. And what could have been a very dangerous single ends up being the simplest of the day.
Yeah, it was a bold call. Ball hit straight to the fielder, but he muffed it, so they got away with it. And surprising Bruce didn't run on that. But
well, you can see what Bruce is trying to do, though. He sees how much space there is on the leg side. He's more than happy to take him just for 6 and over. 6 singles. Thank you very much.
I think Bruce is doing a bang
this
up
one a bit loose
here.
up.
Yep.
Offside sweeper. Back to the keeper. Keeps it to a single.
What I really like about Bruce Whaley's batting here is that he plays his natural game all the time. Like if it's there to be hit, he doesn't muck around. He hits it for good or for bad, and he's capable of just rotating the strike when need to as well. So he's that would have been suicidal. And I like that about him, that he's got that aggressive mindset. So anything that's remotely got some width on it, I'm going to go for.
Yeah, certainly not fearful, that's for sure.
No, it's great.
This one pushed him to into the wicket by the bowler, but nicely played away by Murray. At the end of this over, I'll be leaving the commentary box again and bringing Prasanth back in. There, see, just drop it on the leg side, take a single, maybe even 2 if they fluff the throw. They don't on this occasion, and it's just a single. You get a single like that every ball, just push it out there on the leg side, 6 and over, and that would be more than sufficient. So with the score having moved on to 120 for 3 after 25 overs, I bid you bon voyage and welcome Prasanth back to the box. Thank you, James.
Thanks, Craig. Yeah, and a very eventful over. Hopefully we don't see anything quite like that again. But yeah, these two are now putting on a good partnership together. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure what that is, but it must be in the 20s or the 30s. It's, as Craig said, there's 120 runs on the board for the loss of 3 wickets.
After 26 overs.
After 26 overs, they're rotating the strike nicely, taking advantage of shots that or any ball that's loose. Now, if these two can stay in for another, 10 overs, this could be quite a big score.
I think there's a change in bowler. So Matthew comes back. So they've taken the leggy off and they've brought in a quick.
Yeah, just adjusting the field at the moment. We've still got cow corner wide open. Oh no, he's got a fielder moving down into there at the moment. So deep long on has moved into sort of cow cornerish, more position.
So the plan is simple. Bowl wicket to wicket, outside off. They don't want any loose balls on the leg side because it's quite open.
Yeah, there's a single there every day though, but obviously there's something going on there. Dan's not happy with something. He's backed away twice now. I think actually the wind is blowing the bales off the stumps. So
Yep.
that is actually just picked up again in the last sort of 30 seconds. It's really got some gusting wind happening. And it's got a little bit darker. Oh, well played, that's it. There's no one there. Everyone's deep.
I think,
Easy single.
yeah, I think Civil Services captain needs to realize that these two will be very happy with 6 singles and over. And he has to get his leg side fielder inside the circle and not give them easy singles. See, that's exactly what these two are doing. 6 singles and over. Keep the strike rate rotating. Keep the strikers rotating. So yeah.
Yeah, I think his offside field's a bit better than the onside field. The offside field, okay, I can understand why there's a sweeper out there. Okay, it's going to be a single every time. It'll stop down a bit. I can just do that. Drop the ball at their feet, basically, at the leg side. And this is going to be cheeky. Picking up two runs from what should have been, at best, a single.
At what best should be 0.
I don't understand.
If you've got a fine leg, if you've got a deep square leg, a mid wicket, and somewhere not a cow corner, right? So you are basically asking the batsman, go on, take on a single. That's fine by me.
Yeah, we've been talking about the fine leg fieldsman that is here that really is not involved in the action at all. I would personally take him out and bring him in to cut off the single.
I would take the cow corner off actually, and then put him inside the single and move the square leg to a deep mid wicket position. Because I'm asking the batsman, you know what, if you're good, take on.
Yeah, you've got to create that
opportunity for yourself now. Because
well, yeah, exactly right. It's like, if you're going to go, you've got to go over the top.
Yeah. And with this wind, they will miscue it.
Yeah, but I just think that's a wasted fieldsman down there. No, they haven't played a shot down there, I think, the whole game. Oh, he just didn't quite pick that up. It was a tough chance. He got forward, gave himself every opportunity, but it was just very low. Unfortunately, another drop catch there for Silver Service.
And it's dropped by Ankit. He's probably been the best fielder today.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably, you could say that was almost a half chance. He did get forward. He did everything right. That was very low. So they've been easier catches dropped, but again, it's still enough drop catch from the dangerous batsman. Just works the ball out there now to the sweep on the offside and gets the one.
So it's 6 off the over, and after 27, Pembroke are 126 for 3.
Yeah.
I think it's quite a nice platform for the next batsman coming up right now, and I think you have batsmen like Bhushan, Sahil, Naveen, who can really tonk the ball. And they won't need any second invitation to tonk it.
Well, it gives them so much freedom if you get in there and there's only sort of 5 or 6 overs left. If they can survive the next, 10 overs and put a really good partnership together, it gives so much freedom for the other guys to come out there and just do some, blasting cameos.
Yeah, so it's 13 overs left, which is what, 78 balls, and you're looking at easily 100 runs.
Yeah, you want to at least get 100 off that. So,
and with these two in strike, it could be 120.
Well, exactly. So you'd be eyeing up, 230, 240 at the moment, maybe even optimistically 250?
Yep. I would still say 230. Well, 230 is a very good score.
Well, if these two can stay in it and Bill, obviously Bruce is in good form and he's seen it well. Every ball down, he's seen the ball better and better.
Yeah.
And he's very capable. He scored 100 last year as well. So both these, if they take their chances here, unfortunately, commentator's curse. Bruce just got bowled, went to cut a ball that wasn't really there to be cut. Obviously came in and he's got himself out. But it was a great innings.
And wicket right at the time which Pembroke didn't want. And
no.
And then walks Sahil, I think. Yes, it is Sahil.
Well, Sahil, again, he's another quality batsman.
Yeah. And it's a good decision by the threes, actually. So they had Bhushan, Naveen and Sahil left, and they sent Sahil in because this is the kind of time where you would want experience of Sahil coming in picture.
Yeah, I mean, so has cemented his place on the Pembroke fourth team, but he does play thirds when needed. So it will be challenging for him to a point, but he's well and truly capable. He has a great technique. If he keeps his head.
Now you have two batsmen,
Yeah.
one who likes pace and the other one who likes spin. So
Yeah.
as an opposition captain, you are like, okay, what do I bring on now?
Well, absolutely. But again, you'd be hoping to get a cheap wicket now.
Yeah.
And this bowler, he's obviously got some good turn happening when he gets it right.
It's a bounce which is troubling batsmen right now.
Yeah.
The odd one which rises up, Bruce went for the same, so
Yeah.
did Noah.
Well defended there, just playing it back to the bowler, having a look. It's plenty of time. And another partnership would do wonders for the score for Pembroke's point of view. Civil service will be... Oh, that's beautifully played. Look at that. Just picked it up early, just lifted across the 30 in the air past the... well, it wasn't really even any fielders on the 30-yard mark, and just helped it on its way to the boundary. Great way to get off the mark.
100%, and this is what the spinner tried to do. He tried to bowl the quicker one for the new batsman, and it turned out to be a rake shot turner. And
Yeah.
all Sahil did was, you know what, thank you very much. I'll get off for my first runs of the season.
Yeah, it probably wasn't the worst idea. Yeah, just trying to dart one in fast, but he just lost control a bit there and just made it a half tracker. Oh, got some movement on that, obviously, in inside edge that squirts away on the leg side as opposed to the offside where he's hoping to hit it. But he gets away with it, rotates a strike, another run to the total. So he's obviously, got some interesting turn happening for this bowler.
It's the guile in which he recognizes his ball. He's trying to bowl the quicker one to the new batsman all the time. There's the quicker one again.
Yeah, lovely work there. Just dropped it down again for a single. Scamper through for a quick one, but the only person who could possibly field that was the bowler.
Yep.
So a good rotation of the straight there. It's a good over for Pembroke actually, apart from Bruce spreading out. So Civil Service did well there. They got a good breakthrough, broke that partnership that was looking very dangerous, but there was runs to be made there.
That's the scorecard as of now. So it's 28 overs gone, 132 for 4 for Pembroke, running at almost 5 runs an over. Top score of 39 by Bruce, who played a brilliant innings. And I think they're set for a big finish right now. And this is how the bowling scorecard looks for Civil Services.
Yeah, what would be a bit worrying there from a Civil Service point of view is how many extras. I didn't quite catch the full number there, but now they seem to be bowling less of those as the innings goes on, which you'd hope would be the case. But they have conceded a fair few under difficult conditions, I admit. But
It's 31 extras, including leg buys.
Yeah, there's an extra batsman. So you're basically giving Pembroke an extra batter. Anyway,
Matthew to bowl his last over.
just pitches it up and it's played nicely off to the offside there. There's a sweeper in the deep and they just pick up the single, but this is good rotation of the strike.
And it's an interesting battle. So Matthew has been the pick of the bowlers for them. He's given 34 runs in 7 overs, took a wicket, and he's going to bowl to probably one of the best players of pace at Pembroke, which is Sahil. He likes the ball nicely coming onto the bat. And if he bowls anything short or wide, it's gone.
Yeah, this bowler has been impressive. He's really come back and created trouble for the batsman. He's had some loose overs at the start, but now he's bowling really good tight lines. He's bowling to his field. He's actually bringing
The mid-on in.
which I think is a good move. Make it a bit more of an aggressive field. Encourage the batsman. He has to go over the top if you want to get skin runs.
Oh, that was a wild flick. It wasn't there to be flicked, but I think Sahil has decided that, you know what, there is so much space on the leg side, I might just try a cheeky single now.
Yeah, it probably wasn't the line to really play down, but it was wide enough where there wasn't really any risk there, thank goodness. But again, just good lines from the bowler. Just needs to keep doing this. Just dry up those runs for Pembroke. Oh yeah, and that's why he brought in that. Oh no, there's going to be overthrows here.
And it's overthrows.
And it's 4
5.
over, and that
four for Sahil,
Oh,
actually, since it's
yeah.
overthrows.
that's his first boundary, which is almost got himself caught, but it ended up by being a boundary. So cricket's a funny game.
That's heartbreak for the bowler, actually.
Oh, that is. I thought the bowler
did brilliantly there. That's the wicket keeper.
I think I think that he did the right thing by throwing that ball and having a shot at the stumps. I think the bowler now has brought in that fielder even closer, which I think is a great move.
Oh, that's a good shot, actually. And well fielded by Ankit, who's had a difficult day on the field. 3 drop catches.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. He went with his feet again instead of fielding the ball. Shocking back.
Yeah, the fielding has been a bit sloppy with some players, but the guy at mid-on here, he's been sharp, very sharp. Look, that's a bit slow, and that's probably a tough one to get to. They only concede 1, thank goodness, from a civil service point of view.
That's 7 of the over. After 29 overs,
Yeah.
Pembroke are 139 for 4.
There's half chance there. Not backing up.
Yep. So we are reaching that interesting phase of the game where it's only 11 overs left, and Pembroke have got 6 wickets in the shed, and they've got probably 2 of the most attacking batsmen out there. So it'll be interesting to see what civil services do. Will they go for the gamble of bringing in a spinner after this over? Because remember, this is the last over for the spinner Ravi Prasad, and after that they have. So if you look at the bowling card,
Yep.
so they would have to bring their pace bowlers back. Both of them who've got 4 overs left, which again leaves them short by 2 overs, which means they will want to make sure that one of the quicks start delivering.
Yeah, it's an interesting poise part of the game. If these guys can survive this bowl here, and maybe just play for the conservative game, or just the right game for the next 4 overs, but then maybe in the last 6 everyone just starts to create some fireworks. Anything could happen. I'd say that one of them needs to actually say, okay, I'm going to be there at the end.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just
Wait my
rotate the
time,
strike.
rotate strike, and then one says, you know what, you rotate strike, I'll take on now.
Yeah. Interesting to see.
So Ravi Prasad has actually bowled. His bowling is 8th over, has given just 28 runs and picked two batsmen, which is Noah and Bruce, 2 important wickets for Pembroke.
Yeah, no, he's bowled quite well. I've been impressed with the last couple of overs that he's done. There's a big sweep there by Sahil. There's a man out there in the deep sweeping to cut it to 1, but I would think this would be if Sahil another over maybe, and then say, well, you got
10
3
overs to
licenses,
go.
because he has a lot of shots, and he's
And they're going to bring back paces, which means it's game on.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good ball. A Yorker from a spinner.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Thanks to T20.
But yeah, played well there by Dan, kept it out. No run, dot ball.
No, Dan, that's not the shot. Not a reverse sweep right
I think
now.
maybe he's just putting doubt in the spinner's mind. But oh no, he just went around the shot too quick.
That's a close call, actually.
But obviously from the way he played that shot, it's almost like it was drifting down leg anyway. So I think that might have saved him.
And I think what the bowler is trying to do, so that's end of a very impressive spell by Ravi Prasad. So he's bowled 8 overs, 29 for 2, and after 30 overs, Pembroke are 141 for 4, running at a rate of 4.7 runs an over. I think his captain will be pretty happy that he's given 8 overs. So yes, and they have gone back to their part-timer, which I think the captain has asked him to warm up for the next spell. And this is the exact time what James just said. Time for Sahil to say, you know what, Dan, relax a bit. Now my time to go for it.
Yeah, it has been a good spell of bowling. He's done that very well for his team. He's moved back into that sort of backward point position. He's already dropped 2 catches in there, though. And it's not his day in that position. I would be putting him anywhere else, just for the fact that today is obviously not working from a fielding's point of view. Or in my mind, the reason why he's dropped the 2 catches in that position, he's too deep. He needs to come forward another, 10 yards. Give himself half a chance to be able to pick it up above the knees.
100%. And you see the captain has gone back to his strike bowler and he's asked him to come on, get me a wicket, another one. And it's Jain back in the attack.
Oh, lovely shot. It's going to be...
Single.
Yeah, the sweeper out there on the offside is getting a fair bit of work. But, rotate the strike. Have a look at this guy. Dan's the set batsman, so it's good to have him on strike. Full toss. Didn't get to that anywhere near like he'd like, but he still picks up the single.
I think it's the wind that makes the ball slower.
Yeah.
So even more difficult for Dan to whack it across.
He timed it well. At least he waited for it.
Yeah.
So, he did a practice shot just after that where he really went through with his hands and put a lot of power in it. This one he just sort of dabbed across, which is probably the smart move actually, until you see this guy for a bit. There's a slower ball. Just played out there, the offside there. Cover fieldsman cuts it off, no run. Yeah, he's not bowling with very much venom. He's obviously trying to get some swing and the wind has really picked up again, so it's going to be a little bit more challenging for the batsman. Oh, full toss. Goes straight off the batsman's basically thighs. I think it's going to be
leg byes.
Leg byes would think, was it? Or did he get something on it?
No, he said leg byes.
Did he think? Did he? Okay.
He signaled the thighs.
Yeah, it was a bit of loose ball, that one. There's 2 full tosses in this over.
Oh, sorry, he signaled bat.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Sorry. Just needs to get his radar right here. He's got an interesting run-up. Sort of...
That's a good
better
ball.
Yeah. He's got a slow sort of looping run-up, It's... looks like it's a lot... almost like ambling up to the wicket there. He's got a reasonably long run up, but he's not like coming in at full pace. But maybe he's getting good move. Oh, it's well played. Just drifting down on the legs on his pads, and Dan is happy to play that any day of the week. So it wasn't a bad over so far. He's just conceding singles, but again, the 2 batsmen are rotating the strike nicely.
So it's 31 overs gone, 145 for 4. So Dan Murray moves to 26 of 38 and Sahil moves to 13 of 12.
Yeah, another good partnership forming. And this is what we keep talking about every year. Partnerships are what establish a really good score that gives you something for your bowlers to defend. Again, if these guys can just keep playing their game for the next 3 or 4 overs, and then you've got wickets in the shed that you can start to do some risky shots and getting some fireworks happening. Yeah, anything could happen.
I think this is the over which I would target. So they've got their part-time bowler on, and the captain is basically asking his fielders to spread. So he realizes that this over can go wrong here or there, and you see the changes he's making in the field. He's put in a mid wicket. He's got a cow corner, a deep square leg, a fine leg. And he's basically asked the batsman, you know what, I'm not sure what will happen with the ball, but yeah, I'm just trying to keep my side protected.
Yeah, it looks like he's willing to concede singles than concede boundaries, which is a bit of logic in that. Anyway, change of bowling. They're just adjusting the field here.
I'm back.
They've got a fine leg. He's up on the circle. Looks like they've got third man on the circle.
Was it? I think at this level they only have to worry about 4 inside the circle.
Yeah, I just wonder why it looks like almost they're hoping for bad bowling because
Oh,
sent back.
Well,
Thought about going for the run, the bye.
I think it just the wicketkeeper hasn't shone today so far.
Yeah,
There's been a few through him.
Yeah, but I think there's been some quite erratic bowling, to be fair to him.
But I'm just talking about the general field and the ball being thrown into him that went through for 4. You know, there's been a couple of.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. Just played off his legs and to the
should be
onside. Thought about 2, but quite rightly didn't go for it.
You could just see the bowler dragging his arm down. It followed the body, and that's why he just went down leg side there.
Do you think that the civil service captain would be happy for them just to have, even get
6
a run
and
at
over.
6 and over, keep them under 200, or
well, if they'll hit 200,
210 as opposed to 250 or something like that, And,
well, I said at the start of today, I was like 150, 160. How's that? Is that okay?
Halfway between that. It was
how's
really
that?
off a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Echo. I was saying 150, 160 on a green top. It's the first game of the season. You'd want that at a minimum. 220, I think, is a high. Another non-catch.
I just think these guys are a bit too deep.
Yeah, I know. It's they're not forcing them to go over the top.
No, I think it's. I mentioned before there was a guy in the previous when they bowled from the other end when he's in like a deep point. He should be in about 10 feet or 10 yards. That guy should step forward about another 5 yards, and it's just too easy.
Well, civil service seems to be treading water here.
Yeah,
they're waiting for us. Well, I know at this 10 hours ago, you're conscious of, especially with wickets in hand, the hits. But
the thing is,
I don't see a plan. The bowlers certainly aren't bowling to a plan.
Well, they're almost 150 now. 180 is going to be a good score to defend here.
180, I would have been delighted. 180, 190 par.
Yeah.
Well, you could even say 160 is par. He sold Sahil there.
Oh, he's so lucky. He should have held the ball. Should have held the ball and run into it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sahil gets away with that, and more so Dan, because he'd want to be in the dressing room at the end.
Yeah.
So Dan, just come over here to just like a quiet word with you, please.
Well,
let's talk about that one where you called yes, no.
In some ways, it's Are
you over 18 yet?
Well, there's at least there's wickets in the shed that can be explosive. There's good batsmen that come as well.
Yeah,
so,
like you said, we've explosive Naveen, Dushan. We've got the ever-green, ever-young Bill.
Yeah, he's handy with the bat as well. So
Arian isn't afraid to play a shot, and
he'll back himself.
Yeah.
So I think the way it's been going, I think Pembroke could be disappointed if they don't get 210, 220.
Well, the minimum as Bill will be asking for them is a run of ball. Every time there's not 6 and over, they will be kicking themselves at this stage.
Well, you'd have to think that'd be a win for civil service.
We've only got 8 and a bit overs to go here.
Yeah, so you know.
But that should be 40. We'll say 50 runs.
Yeah, so at least 210 minimum. That's a lovely play shot. Just worked off his pads just to the onside. Deep field, so easy single. Now, what's interesting for me for these two batsmen is that they are really playing within themselves. They're not really doing anything at all risky at the moment, and I think that's good.
Both like the long handle, and like playing through. So and there was a big, didn't quite get under it, but you could see the intent from down there. No, none of the batsmen to come from Pembroke are afraid of playing shots. They all are capable of hitting the long ball. They're all capable of scoring fast. So that is why if they keep the singles going, that was a bad slower ball, just a little too inviting. Put away nicely by Sahil. He is very good at the sweep. He loves those sweep shots. So it was full, and at the pace it was bowled, just let him get down on one knee and just kept his eye. Didn't try to overhit. Easy 4.
He's got very fast hands, and when he picks up the ball, he's very quick at picking up the ball, and he's lethal like that.
Well, like that. Obviously, since we only got the one camera and can see, like that was played just behind square to the bar door, really. So just put away nicely in between two fielders. It comes down the track, quickly called through by Dan. Is it he gets home, leg by? Very good calling from Dan. That's what they should be looking for at a minimum. With the fielders deep everywhere. Anytime a little drop, just go. Trust the call.
What I'm a little bit concerned about from a civil service perspective is that, like you said before, the last couple of overs just seem to be a bit pedestrian. There doesn't seem to be any venom in the attack here.
No.
They're happy to just let them rotate the strike. I can't see how they're going to...
Oh, there we go. First 6 of the year.
No, we already had one.
Oh, did we? Sorry, I missed it.
Second 6. But what a shot. I mean, you know...
That's into the garden. It's a lost ball because the fence is down a little there. So we've had a bit of wind on that fence.
That's a beautiful shot there.
Straight over mid wickets. Picked it up beautifully.
Lovely shot. I mean, that was just such graceful timing.
Through the line. It was never in doubt where that was going. That was 10 rows back.
Yeah, that was an absolutely dream to watch. And again, to me, civil service just don't seem to have any venom in this attack. I mean,
well, to be fair, they do have a one pace attack. There's no extra speed. There is no extra speed in this attack.
No,
they are, line and length bowling, medium pace with some spin, but unfortunately, they dug themselves into a hole with the drop catches earlier.
I think that's been a big problem. Absolutely. I wouldn't see that ball there. If I was the captain, that's the least one that will worry me because that's just a great shot of a full length. He was in the slot,
picked it up.
It's all the singles they're conceding, which is what would worry me. And
you're never going to stop that ball going for 6, no matter what the field is.
So you've got to take some risks sometimes and say, okay. There's a few players there that aren't really in the mix a lot. So even if the ball goes down there, so what? Okay, but that hasn't happened a lot. So let's bring one or two fielders into attacking positions and say, if you want to get runs, you've got to go over the top. So we'll either get edges that hopefully we might be taking as catches, or we get caught in the deep, or whatever. But you've got to try something. At the moment, these guys are going to hit 200 plus just by rotating the strike and the singles. Yeah. With the odd hitch like that, odd 6, odd 4.
Well,
but that's too short, way too short. You've got away with it, but
just. I would say it won't be the odd shot like that if these two stay there.
Well, that's the trouble.
Dan is capable of going 2 or 3 of those and then over quite easily soon enough.
Well, that's the trouble. As I was alluding to, is the fact that the more time that they have in the middle, the more comfortable they get. Yeah, so all of a sudden they can load up for the last 5 overs.
The hardest thing on that track, batting out there today, because again Dale's done a great job. Its bounce has been fairly even. There hasn't been any shooters staying too low. The hardest thing out there for the batsman is getting used to the pace of the ball coming off the track. So, for the timing of your drives to keep, so you're not looping the ball up for easy catches in the covers, etc. So the more time the batsmen are out there and getting used to the pace, the happier they're going to be playing through the line and hitting shots like Dan just hit for 6.
Yeah. But there's a guy here. I'm looking at this offside, which looks fine, but on the onside, there's a guy here at sort of, a deep...
medium cow?
Well,
deep square. Deep backward square, yeah.
Deep backward square. I would bring him in one, in more of a...
good calling. Excellent running there from Pembroke.
But, bring him across and put him in the circle in front of the batsman to say, okay, you're going to have to really rotate the strike, swing the ball around as to get it behind me, or you're going to have to go above me. These two guys in the back here, there's one at deep square and there's one at third man, aren't doing anything.
But again, I've said it from over one. Civil service have been playing with a fine leg, whose job it seems, it's like old school Irish cricket where you used to always have a guy behind the wicketkeeper because anything down leg side was probably going for boys.
Yeah.
Because we're not one day wides then, but because the wicketkeeper wouldn't get across, but you're setting a field for bad bowling. Well bowled, good length.
That's a better
ball.
Out, yeah, that's nice.
On the stumps, that's again the pitch will do so much for you. In a way, bowlers overthink it and overtry. You get a on certain days, especially it's one-day cricket now. It's not about, well, if you keep the runs down, you give your batters a chance. So sometimes just bowl your 4 or 5 really good stock balls. Sometimes you'll have to accept you're not the bowler who's going to get the 4 or 5 wickets today. But your economy rate can help the team more so.
Well, he's got some good balls, this guy. His season last year was like
Hello, doctor.
His economy rate was a bit, it was over 8 if I'm thinking about the right guy. But just looking at that, I know it's difficult to
see,
that's a lovely
glorious shot from Murray.
Just pitched it up a bit too
Oh,
much.
sorry, Sahil. I do him as disservice. He just put an extra bit of oomph in the ball, and Sahil latched onto that length. Yeah, that's glorious to see a ball travel across the grass like that, especially at this time of year. There was it was always getting to the boundary. Glorious for. Back of a length, played well.
See,
Will they push the 2? Not yet. It's that they're looking. That's going to be a run for 2 at some stage.
But, these two guys now have been there enough where they've seen it very well. They've missed the opportunity to get the cheap breakthrough.
Well, like that. Sahil is 24 off 22.
Yeah, I know.
That's just pushing in now. He's at the right moment in his innings. If he pushes on, Dan 36 off 47 now. Obviously, a little bit slower, but again, I would argue it's about getting yourself in, and you'll get to reap the rewards, because he can hit a very big 6. So 3-4 deliveries that changes that strike rate completely.
On that happy note, I think I will hand off to another commentator. So thanks, folks, for listening and putting up with me.
All complaints on a postcard.
Yep.
Just don't put any stamps on it. So another change of bowling.
Just peaked a bit too early there. I think I'll hang around for at least another over. Enjoying it so much. Look, I think in some ways, okay, I think the civil services field is probably a fraction too deep. But the only thing they've really done wrong is drop
the
4
ball.
catches. I mean, if they had to get those catches, then you would have been
the pressure would have been completely different.
7 for 120 now, 130 maybe. And they'd be looking like we can contain this under 150, and we're in a great position.
So the opening bowler.
Oh, way too short.
That's just 6.
6.
Just over the top of a leaping fielder. He was 3 to 5 yards in from the line. He gave it the full whack, and to be fair, he's the best fielder of the day.
Oh, for sure.
He easily been the best fielder of the day, leaping.
He was unlucky.
Nureyev-esque.
He was unlucky not to drag that one down.
And the ball just over his head.
But look at this shot.
Yeah, beautiful cut.
Beautiful cut. Is it going all the way?
No, dragged in. That's a long way down there.
It is.
Down the hill. But that's 6. It hit the base of the fence. So it was just over the boundary.
Yeah.
The fielder's still disappointed with himself. It just shows you how good of a fielder he's been. He really, really feels as if he should have taken that.
He's probably saying to himself, if I was 1 foot back, I would have got that.
Yeah. But like I said, he wasn't far off the boundary.
No, it was inches.
It was whatever the angle was. It was short again though. This is very strange. This is the opening bowler who bowls so well at the start. Like before the start of this over, he'd only gone off 5 overs. He'd only gone for 13 runs.
Yeah, now he's just gone for 9 already in this over.
Yeah, and we're only 3-4 deliveries in. It just shows you some bowlers are one spell bowlers.
Yeah. Just get a bit distorted, that's all right. Oh, that's a good comeback.
That's more to the length he was bowling in the first spell.
Yeah, he just lost his rhythm there the first couple of balls, but that was what you expect of him.
Well, his first spell was so good.
Oh, he was fantastic. He was
apart
devastating.
Apart from wides, nobody scored off him.
Yeah, but the thing was, talk about the most difficult position or conditions to come in and bowl. I mean, and so
you did the hard work at the start.
Yeah.
Nobody contained in the middle. Now come back at the end and contain them.
Yeah.
So it's law.
He's got an opportunity to be.
Full.
That's nice, but it's a bit. Oh, it's a bit. I hit the edge of the mat there.
But there'll always be a 1 there.
Yeah, I'm impressed by this fielder here. He's been absolutely outstandingly a cut above everyone else. He is amazing. He's agile, he's fast, he's really energetic. You know, he's a good inspiration for the rest of the guys. Don't know his name, but
Full.
nicely played.
Yeah.
Just out there. No single.
Good over
Yeah, he covered well
for
at the end.
Pembroke.
Well, you know, even for civil service there, the last 2 balls
Yeah, brought it back.
brought it back, and that's what he needs to bowl for the rest of his line, and it'll make it very tough for Pembroke to score. But no, that's good. Pembroke would be delighted with that over.
Actually, I would argue, I'm just looking now. He's bowled 6 overs, and that is 35 overs gone. So we've actually had a bit of some poor match management by the skipper. He's going to be left with, or is it 8 overs a bowler? Sorry, I was thinking
It's
it's
8 overs.
It's 8 overs a bowler. So okay, so he'll be bowled 37, 39. So yeah, that's his 8 overs.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking.
Yeah,
I was
45
thinking
or
10.
something.
I was thinking
Okay.
10 overs a bowler for a second.
Anyway, the score now is 178 for a loss of 4.
Change of wicketkeeper
Um,
at this late stage. I don't know whoever the new wicketkeeper is. They're taking, by the looks of it, their best fielder is going to go into wicketkeeper.
it's an interesting change.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd be sharing the box or not.
Well, I don't know what the logic about this is. I
Yeah,
mean,
unless he's hurt himself.
well,
and
are
he's
they
gonna
going to put him in
bowl.
this? You know,
Is he going to bowl?
well, unless they put him in the silly mid-off position. But
The only reason to change it, he's holding his hand. Maybe he's hurt himself there. Yeah, I think he's holding his hand.
okay,
Yeah.
because he was, you know, a dynamo in the field, so it's unfortunate for civil service point of view that they have to take him out of the field.
Yeah, I think we've got a finger injury by the looks of it. He's holding his left hand. He may even have some. Did he? Yeah.
Well, let's have a look at this field though that they're setting now. So you've got the guy down in deep, long on.
But
Guy
again,
down in basically not cow corner, but almost like a what's that position?
they're taking fine leg out.
Yep.
No, but they're in no man's land. You've got a guy who's say 10 behind it, 10 yards behind the umpire at square leg. So he's not on the boundary. He's not saving 1. He could certainly save 2 if he was another 10 yards back, which would give him better cover for saving the boundary.
You've got about 90 metres there
Yeah.
between, or you know,
Oh, mid-on
70
and-
metres
yeah.
between mid-on and
Yeah, it's a huge area there.
Now it's fine if you're not going to bowl in that area, but get anything in that
Okay.
direction and you're going to get a single.
Yeah.
Okay, they pick up a single there.
Yeah. This is not a natural wicket keeper, I'm going to argue, just judging by his first interaction there.
Yeah, maybe they. Yeah, look, you know, obviously he's.
Yeah, he's injured himself
Yeah, it's
badly
a
on his
shame.
fingers.
It's a shame from their point of view
Yeah.
because they needed him out there in the catching
Yeah.
position. Anyway,
So we've got 1 deep extra cover. We got backward point gully
just
on the circle edge. We've got cover inside the circle, deep mid on, deep mid off. That's well bowled in the block hole, dot ball. We've got cow corner on the boundary. We've got a mid wicket square leg-ish.
Yeah.
It's kind of in between boats, just at the. I would say on the circle, yeah. The umpire, I've just noticed the umpire has walked back to the edge of the circle. Square leg. I think he's giving himself a view of the civil service fielders here to make sure that they are all inside the circle. He's just gone back just to have a little look.
But I think these two guys, you know, deep third man and you know, deep backward point, whatever. One of them's wasted there.
Yeah.
You're just basically saying, well, we think you're going to bowl wide, bad balls. One of them should be up, I think, there, cut off a circle on the leg side, cut off a single.
Oh,
See?
that's going to be out.
No, it's going to fall
scared.
safe.
Yeah, it was well up. Oh, jeez, and he misses that. Lucky he's backed up. Just the 1. He got away there. He rocked back. He was a little bit short, maybe a bit too full for that pull shot. But anyway, it's.
Well, he's obviously looking at saying, okay, there's only 5 to
Yeah,
go.
yeah, no.
We've got wickets in the shed. We've got to go for a swing here.
Yeah, we don't. We don't wish to give our most successful batsman of 2023 a go. Yeah.
No.
Actually, Leinster's top scoring batsman of 2023, and he pushes that wide.
He got promoted from the 5ths up to the 3rds as a result of that successful season last year.
Was he any good? Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What,
I thought it was a lot of hype.
century and what,
Yeah.
6 or 7 half centuries?
Yeah, a lot of hype.
If he applied himself, he would have been all
Yeah,
right.
he'd a
yeah.
good publicist, I would say.
I think it was about 960 runs or something. Yeah.
Yeah. but were they any
See
good?
there, single every
Yeah.
day of the week. There, it's probably even going to
Looking
get
for
two.
looking for two.
Then
Yeah,
they'll
they're
get it.
running it. They're running it. Ooh, brilliant dive at the end from Sahil. Get the black sturdy.
Just trying to get his laundry sponsorship
Yeah.
hat there. Nice going there. That's a great bit of running.
That's what they're going to be looking at with the fielder that deep. Yeah, you should be looking for two, especially if you're on the trees. You should be young and fit. And
Well, I'll be squeezed out on the offside.
It's when you drop to the fourth, you get to claim you're too old to run. It's at that as you drop there. But if you're on the trees, you should be able to run.
Yeah, it's not the fifth. Yeah.
I was thinking we should be bringing in golf buggies for singles.
Yeah. That guy there. Sorry. So wait till
Well bowled. Top ball.
The guy there at point,
Yes.
or backward point,
Yeah.
who's dropped us two. I'm sorry to be on his case the whole time.
But he
if you
has
haven't
dropped
listened
to a point.
I
Yeah.
would put him back here in the deep. If you're going to put the other guy there, it's someone like that. You've got to.
Well, again, your point. That's the Jonty Rhodes position. That's.
You want a good fielder.
That is one of your best fielding. Your best fielders go in that type of position.
Yeah.
And look, everyone has a bad day and everyone drops catches. It is the first game of the season. Who doesn't drop a catch? But I would argue he doesn't look a point fielder.
Well,
So
even
far.
if you're normally there, when you're having a bad day, I would just go to my captain and say, "Listen, mate, can I just be anywhere else just for a bit?" It's just
It's following me.
Yeah. I can't catch a cold today, so.
Oh, no, you do well if you don't catch a cold today.
Yeah. I know. So what are we down there?
184 for 4.
How many left to go?
4 overs.
Okay, so we should expect to see.
Well, 30 runs. 30. Well, minimum 30. So we're saying 215. 215 at a minimum. $215, not 210. Short.
that's-
He got away with that. If that had been anywhere towards middle stump, I think Dan would have been putting that into the houses. He got away with it because it was far enough outside off. He could not pull on it.
In his mind, he'd be devastated.
Yeah.
Anyway, going to say goodbye, and
Okay.
I'll hand this over to our next commentator.
Our senior commentator, our pro, our ringer, our Craig. Hey up, lads. Hey's our Craig.
Afternoon, Graham.
It's been very enjoyable despite the freezing.
We're very much at the business end of this innings now.
Oi!
The bats are swinging. The runs are being snook. And what sort of total are we looking at? Have we had that discussion already?
Yeah, I've said minimum 215. It's 30 deliveries, 30 runs, minimum 215. It depends on whether they knock any boundaries off, to how many they knock in there.
Yeah, well,
Bill will be very disappointed if it's not 215.
3 and a bit
Here we
overs
go.
now. Already
There's
filled.
nobody here. Will he get across? Oh, well fielded. Diving efforts. Great. That's great to see at this stage of the innings to be still willing to put in the dives. Saves 4 runs. Or
Four
well,
runs,
saves
4 runs definitely saved
Yep.
right in front of us.
sorry, 2 to Pembroke. So 2 runs saved, but he stopped the boundary.
Well, no sign of this gale abating, that's for sure.
And the chocolate sweets just went.
Oh well.
Chocolate raisins, sorry, are gone. That's the most harrowing news of the day. Biff Fuller played into the off. Got to be looking to take those risky ones now.
Well,
Opportunity is for Sahil to call through one there.
the risk return on singles definitely changes towards the end of an innings, and we're seeing that now.
Now, granted, there's an advantage to having your batsman. Oh, he's gone LBW. So the opening bowler is finally rewarded in his 7th over. He has been one of the best today. So finally, not a bowled. That's the first wicket that hasn't been bowled.
Indeed. 188 for 5. Last 3 overs, 3 and a bit overs.
very fine 44.
Enjoy the Leinster game, Mr. Ryan. Honorary sack heading off to the Aviva with Son in tow.
The much taller son.
Well, Matthew thinks he's 5'8" now. He certainly has shot up, and he's certainly a good couple of inches above that of his father.
So a fine 44 from Daniel Murray for first knock years of the season. You got to be happy with that, off just 56.
Well, in the
Couple of
IPL,
sixes.
they'd be talking about the orange cap leader now at this stage, and that probably...
I don't watch the IPL, so I've no idea what that means. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, not an IPL fan.
Recognition of the leading run scorer in the tournament. Cricket Leinster run a sort of similar scheme.
I missed the Fantasy League you ran.
Oh, big hoik across the line. It wasn't to be for Sahil, and he departs. He got 36, I think.
Yep. 36 off 32.
And that's a 6-wicket to fall, and suddenly
Team hat-trick.
the Pembroke collapse that Niall Walsh predicted earlier on perhaps is coming into play now as they chase these extra runs with just these last few 20-odd deliveries to go.
Yeah, so we're on a team hat-trick now. That's 2 wickets and 2 deliveries. It was just a little bit full for that shot. It didn't quite get up as much as Sahil was hoping it was for the shot. So he played over the top of the ball, snuck in through the gate again for our 5th bowled of the day.
Well, no surprise that Sahil was looking to cow corner. It wasn't to be on this occasion. He's done a good job for his team. Quick 36. And there are the bowling figures for you. And Graham, you might take us through that because the screen's much closer to you.
So Hashid Jan, 6 overs, 0 for 37. It was a fine opening spell. A few wides he wouldn't have been happy with in there. Definitely the bowler of the day so far for me. The other opening bowler, Sir Kerman, he's just picked up a wicket. Apart from one bad over, really, he's been on the ball all day. Again, mostly just extras off him, apart from that one over that went for a 6. Matthew, 1 for 41. Not bad. Like no bowler's gone over 6, so nobody's gone really, really bad. But I suppose there's never been any full pressure put on Pembroke. Again, unfortunately, the bowlers would argue if they'd been backed up by their fielders, would have made it a little bit easier.
Six drop catches and a
Yeah.
run-out chance missed.
At
Perhaps
least
later in the season they'd be hoping to take.
Yeah, at least one run out. I'd say 1.5, maybe 2 with a bit more fun. A few balls going under people's feet for 4. A few collisions. You know, it's you would say there's stuff to work on.
It certainly would seem that way.
For whatever night they train on, definitely maybe a bit more fielding training. But of course, with the way the weather has been, there's not many people who's been able to go out in the field to train.
Look, my hands certainly wouldn't like the thought of a big lump of leather coming towards it at great speed at the moment. Catches would be like you were catching eggs.
Yeah. So the skipper facing the team hat-trick.
Plays it away on the offside, will easily take the single.
And that's Bill off the mark. That brings Bouchan on to face his first delivery of 2024.
Bouchan, the leading scorer in the club last year.
We're putting the complete...
Between walking with the wind and against the wind.
Oh, I'd say so.
we probably put them on. Oh, he's come out with the reverse sweep first ball. The confidence.
Well, there's a man who feels he's in form. Straight into the reverse. First run of the season for him.
He can't do anything simple, this man.
Well, that's certainly something you don't see every day.
He nearly got it all the way to fly slip. Would have been interesting if it had been caught. Again, push for 1, smart, intelligent batting from the skipper.
Again.
Years of experience there.
But again, it's the different styles.
Yes.
Bill looking to push through the covers, and
Bouchan with
well, he's just looking to get back on ball.
Okay, so the wagon wheel, where will it go now? Anyone's guess. Here we go, reverse.
He gets it this time.
Oh, it's gonna
cleared
go.
the fielder and it runs away for 4. Well, it's unorthodox, but it's working for him at the moment.
How do you set a field to that?
How do you solve
That's
a problem
brilliant.
like
That's the second volley he's faced. That is just pure belief in yourself. I wouldn't try that if I'd faced 100 overs. Or
certainly a shot that you need to be fully protected from, wearing a helmet. If you don't wear a helmet, you just don't play those shots, that's for sure.
unless you're Viv Richards. Here we go again.
He tries it again. This time the keeper misses it and runs away for another boundary, and
it's
this
wide.
proving to be a very expensive over.
Oh no, he's given no. Oh no,
4
boys.
buys, keeper misses it, it runs away, and this really is pushing the score on for Pembroke, and it's just
Yeah.
what they needed. With
10 off 3 deliveries there. I think Bill will be definitely just looking to push the one, get Bouchon on strike.
196 for 6.
195.
200 up now.
200 up. Sorry. Live score and the scoreboard are slightly different.
A slight disagreement amongst the statisticians, but the truth of the matter is that
Yeah, they're clapping the 200. Yeah,
Pembroke.
and it's down at the scorecard.
on the brink of, or having just got to 200, will be delighted with that as a first outing of the season, especially in these conditions. Now, they have been helped greatly by the civil service fielding. There's no doubt that that has been a factor in this innings.
Yeah, you can't paper over those cracks. But it's still,
it's good to see batsmen in touch and getting time in the middle so early in the season, especially as they're playing at home again tomorrow.
yeah. Well, the other great thing is, like, obviously, top score so far today, Dan Murray with 44, but all the batsmen got starts. Everyone got into the double figures.
Well, that's been the case so far. Let's see if that continues now. Captain Bill Whaley. Pembroke's very
Down
own
the track.
Dorian Gray again playing straight into the V.
Bouchon's not running two there, Bill.
Now
Bouchon wants the face.
it's on to your local bookmaker to see what are the odds of another reverse being played here.
Oh no, he's like, no, it's the shorter boundary on the leg side. He's looking mid-wicket cow because they don't have anyone at cow. He's in on the circle at cow. There we go. Went for it.
Goes very fine. The fielder down there with a fancy piece of footwork bounces up to his hand, and they can't prevent the leg by. And the Pembroke total now is almost certainly 200 at least.
I think. Yeah, Bouchon is going to. He's aiming for the wall when he's down at the facing, or he's batting at the nursery end.
Both ends, he's sort of playing with the wind.
Yes, it's smart batting if you have that ability. He doesn't want to hit into the wind. That's going to be a one. Very well, good calling.
Bouchon very quick with the running, keen to get back down to the striker's end.
Yeah, I think if now this is the time, if I was civil service, I would have everyone on the boundary on the leg side. They've actually changed the field from earlier in the day where they had 3 on the boundary on the leg side, and now they've actually brought somebody into the circle on the leg side. Oh, warning. We're looking at. Is there penalty runs at this level, or because
There must be, otherwise they wouldn't have mentioned it.
no? I know at the higher levels now they've changed the rules on how many fielders you have to have in the circle and outside the circle instead of penalty runs.
Has to be a sanction.
Yeah, there's some sort of sanction.
Oh,
He didn't get under it.
Goes to go
Bill's
big.
going to run 2, the famous 2.
Well, Whaley making that comfortably on this occasion. 2 more to Pembroke.
Shades of his famous 2 in Marion with Andrew Leonard.
The league winning 2, that was.
I still reckon maybe Lenny ran 1 short.
That one available, I think, on the Marion website. They
Yes.
streamed that game.
Yeah, I was watching it. I wasn't at the game, unfortunately. I was travelling, so I watched it live.
This one short outside the off stump. Keeper well alert to the fact that they've thought about taking the bye to him.
No, it's good keeping.
Not to be on this occasion.
Bouchon is only thinking in boundaries at this stage.
He's looking for that one that's just on his hip.
They're down the track.
He's gone big and it's out in the offside. There's a fielder there, and on this
Oh,
occasion,
first-
finally a catch is taken. It's a good catch, and Bouchan, he departs, and another wicket falls as Pembroke chase these extra runs at the end of the innings. Fine catch, Graham.
That's an excellent catch. Not easy in these conditions. It's a swirling wind. Kept his eye on it. He was lucky. He was actually 10 yards off the boundary rope, and if he'd been on the boundary rope, it wouldn't have got to him. So he positioned himself well. He was lucky, even though it sliced off the bat. It came directly to him. He didn't have to move much.
No, footwork wasn't the vital one on that
No.
occasion.
Kept his eye on it though. Hands in. Very, very well taken. So it's the other of the Maurice, Luke.
Bouchan departing for 7 off 7 balls faced. That's exactly what his side would have wanted for him to get on with it, and that's certainly what he attempted to do with those reverse shots. First ball, second ball.
Yes. So we're I think it's safe to say we're into the Pembroke tail. But
Well,
I think
Luke Murray might disagree.
well,
with you there.
I've just saw his career figures. No, I've just seen no. After seeing his career figures, he's no argument. Not with the bat anyway. With the ball, he's been excellent. But no, I think a couple of singles, just bat on ball and don't try to overhit the ball looking for big boundaries.
Good length ball,
Oh,
but
but
it's
he
put
put
away
away
beautifully. Once again, Bill Whaley playing through the V, and it's a boundary to his name, and what a beautiful boundary it was. Shot of the day.
Oh, that's it, just perfect placement.
Just leant into it
Yeah.
and punched it away.
He knows
Flew away to the boundary.
knows where the field was. He knew like the only person even close to it was inside the rope or inside the circle, so he was safe in lofting it. Yeah. Hopefully he's just telling Luke, if you face, get a single off, get me on strike.
Well, Bill, of course, has opened many an innings for Pembroke teams over the years. Primarily a bowler, of course. And what a bowler he's been.
I have a feeling he would enjoy bowling in these conditions. Over the years, these would suit him. Down the
This
track
one on the full.
That's going to be
It's cut away.
just short of the boundary rope. That nearly was an extra cover 6.
Well, Ashley Bell-Burney with grandson. There was the definite movement away from wherever that was going to land.
A bit disappointing in Dale's fielding out there myself.
Well, another boundary Pembroke, and the score is moving on.
Well, the 215 I think is going to be shattered.
Bill Whaley really, dare one say, making hay while the sun shines.
Well,
It hasn't stopped the wind blowing, but the sun
Yeah.
is shining.
To be all he's doing is leaning into the ball. He's not doing anything crazy. That's a better length. The previous 2 deliveries, I'd say the bowler wasn't happy with his length.
Well, on that occasion, you could see that the bowler followed Whaley. He tried to make room for himself. Cramped him up there. That one went straight through to the keeper. Whaley's bound to do the same thing again here now. Opens out the front leg, goes big. There is a fielder underneath it, but he's not going to do anything about it, and it's
6.
gone all the way, and that's a lovely 6. And again, hit through the V. Classic batsman. You can see why they used him as an opener on occasions.
Yeah. Again, that actually landed inches over the rope. A chance of a catch, but the fielder had come in from that position. He was off the rope, and it just landed over his head.
Bill making the most of the wind across the ground,
Oh,
and this time he's
cuts.
cut it away down towards the commentary box. The fielder is there.
Gets
He
down,
goes to ground.
saves 3.
Just the single, and Whaley gets himself down the other end.
Perfect batting. No, this over has been excellent from Pembroke. I'd suggest Bill is 2-4-6 here, Luke. I'm staying on strike.
This is the last over.
Oh, sorry. I thought we'd want to go. Sorry. My apologies.
Good way for Pembroke to finish anyway.
Yeah, bat on
Played
ball.
away on the leg side. He takes his single. Everybody on the civil service side prays for peace and quiet. Over is called, and that's the end of the Pembroke innings. And the score on your screen is 219, 220. matches the scoreboard again. So we'll go with Pembroke scored
220.
220, which is a fine score on an opening day on the 13th of April.
Well, from the very start of the day, we said 220 was the high end of what we'd be looking at. We were like between 150 to 220. So
it's a good score from Pembroke. They'll be
yeah.
pleased with that. Civil Service, well, they'll be pleased that the 40 overs are over.
Yeah.
It's not the greatest day for that.
19 off just the 9 deliveries for Bill Whaley.
Oh, that's just what the Pembroke needed at the end. A little kick through to take them through to that 220.
But trade to innings, apart from Phil and Bouchan, everyone double figures.
Yep. Well, it's a good card for Pembroke. Everybody getting in, everybody getting some time in the middle, and that's mainly the priority at this stage of the season, is to get people time in the middle.
Yeah.
What they do with it is up to them.
I would say the most disappointing team from a civil service point of view, because again, nobody bowled terribly. Like there was a couple of runs there at the end, but I think the most disappointing aspect for civil service would be the number of extras, 39. Because obviously,
I'm going to disagree with you wholeheartedly.
Okay, the drop catches.
The drop catches.
Yeah.
Six dropped catches.
Okay, we'll go with the drop catches. But again, 39 extras means an extra, 6 overs that they bowled.
An extra 6 overs. They spent time in the middle.
Yeah.
I see one of the Pembroke players there, definitely out of uniform. He seems to be wearing the jumper, but it's short sleeve jumper, sleeveless jumper, and a blue shirt.
That's actually Gordy Clark there.
Yes.
He's not actually. No matter how much he wants to play today, no, Gordy Clark is not playing. I don't know what they're doing out there. Are they looking at a track for future?
Well, I do not know. Well, we're at the innings break.
Yeah,
There'll be a
take a
10-minute
little
break
break,
now, and we shall talk to you for the start of the second innings. And many thanks to those of you who have tuned in, and you can go and enjoy the Leinster game for 10 minutes anyway before sticking us back on your laptop in front of your 58-inch screen.
That's my fountain pen.
Well, welcome back, and many thanks to the 14 of you who have hung around during this break between innings. Pembroke having put up a total of 227 for 7. Well, that's some over that final over turned out to be. Bill Whaley, well, he went a little bit nuts there, I think.
Well, that was exciting, wasn't it? What a great opportunity for a captain to go in there with a few balls to face and throw the willow at it and get some good result, and just put that little total maybe a bit out of reach, you'd think, for civil service. Maybe not, but it's going to be a tough follow through from civil service. I think that initially, would you have thought 180 would have been a hard one to get to, but they got there.
Absolutely. It's 13th of April, this cold. Anything over 120 and 40 overs was going to be tough. Now, 227. Even so, it's at a run rate of 5.7.
Yeah, this is going to be...
it's not runner ball, it's not IPL totals, but it's a good, solid total. And you feel that if Pembroke can bowl full and straight, they could benefit from civil service perhaps being too keen to get on with it.
Well, that is the key, isn't it? It's going to be good tight bowling. The extras, I think, for civil service are in excess of 30. So there's an extra good batsman that you've actually put in there, or two, mediocre batsmen. But either way, you've actually put in a lot of extra runs that, will that come back to haunt them and damage their result? Well, time will tell. But also holding catches. There was at least 3 that you would call regulation catches to be that should have been taken today, that weren't, and what impact that could have had, well, we'll never know, but that may have kept them under 150.
Yeah, I think civil service will feel that they let Pembroke get away a bit. I mean, at the halfway stage, Pembroke was sort of 89, 90 at 20 overs.
Yeah.
But it's wickets in hand that, as usual, makes a big difference there.
Well, it also inspires that, if you hold your catches, it inspires the rest of the team and gives everyone a lift, and you feel like you're competitive. You're right in there. The top 3 or 4 batsmen are gone. And now you just got to get 1 or 2 more wickets, and then you're down into the bowlers. But when you get, you're 90 for 1, and you've got so much work ahead of you, it's really hard. And then you get guys set and they're building partnerships, and before you know it, it just feels like it's slipping out of your hand. And I thought some of the decisions, at the times it was quite pedestrian there from civil service. They were happy just to concede singles, 6 or 7 singles, with the odd boundary here and there sort of thing. And before you know it, there's another 30, 40 runs on the board without any venom from the attack.
Yeah, it was something that Prasanth mentioned in that first innings was just how defensive he felt that the civil service captain had been and was being. And that's, I think, went a long way towards, as you say, Pembroke accumulating 227, 5.7 and over, and it certainly accelerated in that second half.
Yeah.
And certainly the last 5 overs brought, a heap of runs for Pembroke, and it was just civil service's inability to stem the tide, and that really came down to wickets in hand from a solid start from the top order.
Well, that's, as we're saying, if you let it drift and you can go into the last sort of 6 or 7, 5 maybe overs, with 6 wickets in the, even if you lose a wicket every over, but you concede 10 or so per over.
Yeah.
It gives you that freedom to do anything you like.
Then you can play reverse shots like Brushan did.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if I just get 1 or 2 of them, if I can go out there and face 6 balls, but I can put 12 or 15 runs on the board. Well,
if we'd been 45 for 5 and he'd played those shots, people would have been going, "What are you doing?"
Absolutely.
But because the base was in there and the score was moving along, it was, oh my goodness, he wants to get on with it quickly.
And to be fair, I mean, we don't know the civil service setup or whatever, and maybe there were some new players that the captain hadn't really seen in the middle today. and you're just starting to gel as a team. It's the first game of the season.
The introductions in the car park.
That sort of
that
thing.
was the traditional one.
We've all been there before.
And who are you?
Yeah. What do? Do you bat and bowl? That sort of stuff. So,
I bat. Oh, in that case, you're going in 5.
But what worries me, and this, we spoke ad nauseum about this last season and other seasons as well, is that in my opinion, a lot of these teams, when they set their fields or captains, they're too deep, and it can just be like an extra 5 or 6 yards in. Just creates pressure, and if the ball gets past you, okay, fine, it gets past you.
It's the sitting on the circle thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's conceding the runs, and make the guys work for their singles, and if they want to go to the top, fine. Some of them are going to go for 6, and some are going to go for 4s, but you'll catch more people out.
For those of you who got fielders sitting on the circle on your bingo card, you can cross that one off now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the catches win matches one, I did that earlier, that's ticked off.
There's a few going down.
But I was impressed by the Pembroke batting, even though the guys who didn't perform to their ability they would have liked, no one got a duck. Everyone contributed something.
And everyone spent some time in the middle.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to get out there and just have a run around at this stage. It's the whole reason for it. It's the season. Get out there, and if you only get a few, you only get a few. But at least you've had you know what it's like again. And that first game is always the trickiest one, I suppose, especially for us, James, and our bodies.
Well, absolutely.
But it's going to hurt.
Too right. But these players out here today are a little bit younger than us, so you would hope that they haven't quite got the injuries we have and the baggage. But what I would be thinking if I was their captain, and then the team talk out there in the dressing room before you go out, is that for the first 10 overs or so, Pembroke were only really cruising on about 3.5 and over. So I would be so disappointed if you go out there and you open a start to try and play T20 IPL sort of style. Be like, guys, just get those singles, and the boundaries will come when the loose ball, inevitable loose balls come. But if they can get to 80, halfway and still be between 80 and 100 with, only 1 or 2 down, then you feel like, okay, we can chase this down. So to me, the mindset has to be to go out there and just play the ball on its merits. Don't worry about it. The first 10, you're just seeing off the best bowlers, and then the second 10 hopefully will be easier. And if you survive that, like the Pembroke batsman done, then all of a sudden it looks bigger, it's easier. You're finding gaps more. That you've got the flow of how the ball was coming off the pitch onto the bat, all those sorts of things, and all the cliches. And then you can start having a good time, and hopefully, one of you kicks on to get a half century or maybe even a century and anchors the innings, and all of a sudden 220 is not so formidable.
No, very true there, James. Very true. Well, Pembroke out now, trying to warm up the fingers, warm up the hands, warm up the muscles. It's going to be a tough one. There is a big black cloud over the top of us. I'm hoping that this wind will blow any rain away and do so quite quickly.
Yeah, looking at the weather at the moment, there is a lot of thin cloud and maybe even some blue trying to poke its way through once that cloud goes by. The wind is still quite strong, so maybe that will go through quicker than...
Is that Bill Whaley with the keeper's gloves on today?
You'd certainly hope not.
Just in front of the pavilion there, doing that.
No, that's got to be Noah. That's got to be Noah.
Actually, now you say it.
I'd be questioning that decision if Bill decided.
Yeah, well, you could hear the surprise in my voice, that's for sure. This wind, as the big black cloud, just reduces the temperature by 1 or 2 degrees here in Sydney Parade on this Saturday, the 13th of April. Join us for this Cricket Leinster Division 7 clash opener between Pembroke thirds and Civil Service.
Someone?
I presume seconds, but I may be wrong on that.
Hang on. No, civil service 3.
Oh, there you go. Civil Service 3.
Well, I assume they're going to start the.
The umpires now are entering the field of play. Declan Ryan, as I say, affiliated with the Greystones Club. Greystones, in fact, are the guests here for the thirds tomorrow. And Pembroke now going into a huddle just as the batsmen also cross the line to rapturous applause from none of their teammates. And the people sitting in the Michael Sharp, Cyril Irwin corner, well, they're more interested in catching up with old friends they haven't seen since last season. And Simon Heaney's there too.
Oh, it's been magnificent to see Simon down at the start of the season. It's not quite the same when he's not there. It's a bit like when they used to have, what's that dolphin out in...
Fungi.
Fungi, yeah.
Fungi.
He's our version of Fungi. You know it's going to be a good season when you see Simon down, and it's always great to see him down here at the club. So, yeah, the batsmen are out. Umpires are out. Just doing a bit of gardening out there, the batsmen, and just waiting for the Pembroke team talk. An inspirational words by
Winston Whaley.
Yeah.
Telling his side exactly what he expects.
I think it might be along the lines of, I'll only ever say this once.
Luke Murray, it looks, will be
it's not
taking...
okay. It's not okay to lose.
It looks like Luke Murray will be opening up from the nursery end. And there's somebody else warming up quite vigorously there, so I'm expecting that that's either who will be opening up from the other end, which looks like it might be Dan as well. So it could be a Murray double.
I think you might be right there. I think Dan will be opening up from the St John's end, or as we,
But it
the
will be
real
Luke,
name,
Luke from the nursery end.
yeah, or as we like to, we know it's the Amanda Dunlop, and at the far end there, which is used to be the nursery end, will be the Karen Volker end. Once those grandstand, planning the approval's just taking a long time. But once it does come through and you can get that stadium built, it's
do you know this is the week that the anniversary of Niall opening up this Pembroke Live YouTube channel. He opened it up on the 10th of April 2019, so that's now 5 years.
Can you believe it's 5 years?
5 years that you've had to listen to us. Bouchan giving everybody a wave there online.
One of the
There we go.
great batsmen.
Nice reverses.
So sensational shots there. And you're right in the middle of the screen there, thanks.
Just operating the one camera today due to this gale force wind we have had all day. Nobody thought it was worthwhile putting a camera onto the sight screens because those have been wobbling all day.
That
and would have induced more mal de mer than anything else.
That would have been horrible. Anyway, the chase is about to start.
228 then, civil service require from 40 overs, and here comes Luke Murray.
Oh, just drifting off there a bit.
Okay, at least one to start with. It's not quite a Steve Harmison bowl to second slip opener for the season, but not ideal. But he's looking for pace, and that's what he's looking for more than anything else just right now is outright pace and find the length.
Yeah, so civil service opened their account with the wide. That's a bit
much better. It's another run, but there's cover in the field. It will just be a single. That one running off the outside of the bat. But you sense there's a bit of intent amongst these civil service batsmen.
Well, yeah, there's no need to panic, but you need to get on with it. There's that fine line between, we just want to keep rotating the strike. That's what if I was civil service, that's what I'd be thinking. That's a better ball.
I mean, they won't mind letting the run rate go up 6, 7, 8 if they can produce the same back end assault as Pembroke managed.
No, if these guys are here after 15,
Then
anything could happen.
Yep. Then you know that they're going to be there or thereabouts.
What I like about this too is there's a left-hand, right-hand combination opening the batting for civil service. I think that's great because always hard to readjust your line every time they get a single.
Yep.
So if these guys play well and play smart, and almost like for the first 10 overs, forget about the scoreboard, just get in, and it'll come. You know, build it, they will come. So Pembroke have got a pretty attacking field here. Oh,
Just going past the outside edge, and that's the best ball that Luke Murray's produced so far.
lovely.
Much better, that one.
Maybe just a bit of movement off the seam there or something. It was just enticed the batsman into the shot, but very lucky to miss it.
Well, Bill Whaley's seen enough to know he wants a second slip, and he wants to be it. Pushes everyone else a little bit wider, but he senses there's a chance here.
2 slips in the gully. Come on.
That's another good ball, good length. He's looking for the edge. The batsman, though, you can see he wants to be positive.
He does. At the same time, Luke has really adjusted his radar very quickly and bowling very tight and difficult lines. No room there to get runs. So it's a good battle already between batter and bowler.
Bill Whaley being very positive as captain, very proactive. This one's cut away, beautifully stopped in the gully. That's the end of the over, and that's a dot ball where the batsman was thinking certainly of getting down the other end, if nothing else.
Sharp bit of fielding there. I think that was Ethan Clark. It was really, really powerful hit, actually, but he got down quick enough. Great being young, I suppose. And, yeah, what is that? Only 2 runs considered the over? 3.
The thing is, James, we can all get down quickly. It's the getting up again that is the big difference these days.
Yeah, it's one or the other now, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, again, I'm liking this positivity by Pembroke. You know, really aggressive attacking fields, quite close in, slips. You know, the fielding, you know, the bowling's tight. The batsman's going to have to take some serious risk here sometimes to actually get some runs. We've got first slip in a gully, quite tight gully there. There's Dan Murray.
This one, batsman quite wisely decides just to have a look. Left it on length, I think. He knew it was going to bounce up. Just let that one fly through to the keeper.
Yeah, not having any of that at this early stage of the game. Let that go by. Yeah, a bit of glove on that goes through to the keeper or first slip.
Too early in the season to be taking it on. This one's short and wide. And the wide is recognised by umpire Ryan. And again, one gets the feeling that young Murray is striving for pace above everything else at the moment. Opening the attack for the thirds with his brother.
Oh, that was a bit better ball.
Must be a tough one, of course. Which one do you give with the wind, which one against the wind? Now, on this occasion, Dan it is who's going to get help with his in-swinger with the wind.
Yeah, he's getting really good lift there, isn't he? Great bounce. Nothing there to drive.
Trying to cut that one away. But again, his first movement as batsman was actually backwards, which meant then that he couldn't then close the gap to the ball, and his shot was never going to catch anything except fresh air.
Yeah, just again, you know, the batsmen just need to almost not play within themselves, but just be conservative. Have a look, see what these bowlers can do, what the pitch is playing like.
This is first over.
Yeah, just
Don't have
that's
to
it.
take
That's
him on
better.
too
That's
much.
better actually. Just leave it if it's looks dangerous. Don't hit it at this stage.
No, keep an eye, see how much it bounces, see how wide it needs to be. It could be that later on in a couple of overs' time you feel good enough that you can then step across and crash it square on the offside. But at the moment, you just want to measure it and see what is coming down. This one he has a flash at, and that's why he's got those 2 slips in there.
You know, it's one of those things that for all openers on any level, you know, your first job is to basically survive and get to shine off the ball and hopefully get through to the first change of bowling. So
no need to throw the bat at everything, even at this early stage.
Especially when you see the fielding that's set for it. You've got slips and you've got, you know, a close gully. They're dying for you to nick it. So don't give them the opportunity. Just let it go through.
Well, Dan Murray's first over, just conceding that one wide. So 4 without loss after 2. And many thanks to the 23 of you who are still with us, watching here live this Saturday afternoon in Sydney Parade as the third 11 entertained Civil Service in a Division 7 clash. A 40 over game. Pembroke batted first and scored 227 for 7. Dan Murray was the top scorer with 44, but everyone sort of chipped in. And now Civil Service's reply is underway. And then we're into the 3rd over.
And the first boundary there for Civil Service. Just got past the fielder there. Made a valiant effort to dive for it, but just got out of fingertips, and that will give them a bit more confidence. That obviously would feel great off the bat. It was a bit too, the pitch was too full, and just lent into a nice little drive.
Nice to have your first boundary underway. 13th of April. Oh, he's gone big on that. That was all wrists. It flies down where Dan Murray does the fielding, keeps it to a single, but you can see the murderous intent of the batsman to go after that one. He really is looking to go big, and that could be to the bowler's advantage.
Possibly, but I must admit that was a good shot. Just obviously drifting on the pads, and he just worked that around, just twisted his wrists, worked that down to...
Oh, that
There's
one
another one
flies
again.
away.
That's well, the
That
inside
was
edge, wasn't it?
not where he wanted that one to go, that was for sure. And
That's
another run goes on to the total. And it's signalled as a no ball.
Do we have free hits in this level?
Well, we're about to find out. The umpire goes over. I think he knocked off the bail.
Oh,
With his, it's the Stephen Finn no ball,
right.
where he's knocked off the bail at the standing umpire's end with his bowling action. Well, I suppose you can't get much more stump to stump than that.
Yeah.
So Luke Murray comes in.
Oh, it's
Another big swing at the bat.
This is not... I know that if you think it's there to be hit, that's hit it, but... It's
Well, in
only
that case,
a third
hit it.
Yeah, it's only a third over. You're not seeing it well enough. To me, it sounds risky if you're an opener. You know, you want to be there after the first 10 at least. So, okay. Start of the season and all that's fishing against outside off.
That was one that certainly should have been left anyway, and he seemed to. It was that. It's that one you know you can't reach, but you stick your bum out, and ironically it moves you further away, but you think you're getting closer as a result. Counterbalance and all that sort of thing.
Well, you could argue the point that it's been unlucky that Luke Murray hasn't got an edge and, you know, catches me.
Well, this one just played out on the leg side. They will take a single, and it goes down as a leg bite. More an exchange of ends for the batsman than anything else.
Yeah, well, I'm a bit concerned from a civil service point of view that he's been a bit loose with his shots. It's not T20. You're the opening batsman.
You're setting the example for your team, if nothing else.
You're doing everything you can to get low. Oh.
This is the other batsman, and he's also decided that the best way is live by the sword, die by the sword. And,
Some rash shots there.
Well, one feels that will give Pembroke a chance, but you get the feeling also this is the way that Civil Service are going to play. It's going to be all or nothing. This game is not going to go 40 overs.
No, you wouldn't think so.
Either the wickets are going to tumble or the runs are going to disappear. That's the way it's going to go. This is not going to be played out for a draw at the end of 40 overs.
Now, to be fair to Civil Service, like, if it's there to be hit, okay, fine, go for it. But when you know that you've got some bowlers bowling good lines, there's slips and there's gully, and you're trying to do cut shots this early on, and you're not even getting close to it. All you're going to do is edge that ball to one of those options.
The best result that can happen for you is you get a top edge that clears the keeper.
Yeah,
that's about the best result you could hope for. Hell of a shot if you can do it deliberately, but most of us can't.
Well, one could say that if you're good at doing that shot, you'd probably be in their firsts, not on their thirds.
Well, yeah.
So you're giving them more chances than what they deserve. If you've got a batter, you're giving the attacking side, the bowling side, more opportunities to get a nick or to get caught by towing it out to the guy at point or something.
I feel there's a big difference between scoring quickly and hitting a lot of boundaries, and you get the feeling.
See there? Oh, he's so lucky.
You get the feeling that Civil Service feel that they need to hit boundaries, and I'd be far more of the view of, well, even if you, rather than trying to take that one on and plant it in the gardens for 6, why not bring it out here towards Cow and run 2 or 3? Accumulate your runs, but do it off every ball instead of swinging and only connecting with 1 in 3 that might go for a boundary.
Well, he was very lucky there that he didn't get caught. Anything, 1% more than that would have gone to the keeper maybe, after it popped up in the air. But you're right, absolutely.
That's well taken by Noah Smith going down the leg side, collecting that wide. But yes, the ball before was a super delivery, and got the batsman in all sorts of trouble that he really shouldn't have put himself into.
I mean, as we said at the start of the game, Pembroke were only cruising 3.5 and over for the first 10 to 15. So just run 3-4 singles.
Yeah.
Get in.
It took ages for Pembroke to find the fence, but once they started finding it, they started finding it with far more frequency. And that enabled them, as I say, after 20 overs, they were only at about 4.5 and over, but by the end of it, they'd moved that up to 5.7.
Yep.
In leaving Civil Service a total of 228 for victory at 5.7 and over.
Oh, sprayed that one down leg.
This one slips away, even past the despairing dive of Noah Smith. The fielder comes around, and he can't stop it, and it runs over the boundary, and that's 4 byes.
Well, 5 wides, isn't it?
I didn't see the signal, to be honest.
I think he called wide.
He probably should have, because it
5
did
wides.
go well down the leg side. There's no doubt about that.
See, I mean, that's the thing, Is the bowler now getting frustrated because he expected to get a wicket in the first 1 or 2 overs? So, you're going to get the loose ball that comes, and all of a sudden that's all they need for this over.
That's much better. Onto the leg side, onto the offside this time. Sahil, who with a diving stop prevents any more than a single being taken. And the umpire says that's 3 in the over gone and 3 to go.
Yep, and already 6 scored off it.
You see, there's no great rush here for Civil Service at this stage, but they seem to feel maybe they sense rain.
That's better.
That's the most technical shot we've seen so far, I think.
Yeah, just get the good ball out, Yeah, to be fair, look, it doesn't matter what level you are. First game of the season or first game of a series or whatever like that, you're nervous as a batsman going out there, especially if you're chasing.
Oh, yeah.
So, your decision-making ability can sometimes, not be as strong as it will be later on. Oh, that's well left. So now he's just making the bowler create errors. Dan just needs to sort of get that line of length right.
Dan Murray, 10 having come from his first 10 deliveries. but it's got to be tough as well, bowling in this wind. It's coming right across the pitch from the west. And it's pretty cool as well. And this one goes down the leg side. It's another wide. One feels that Bill Whaley may make a change at this end. This
Captain's going to speak to his bowler now. Just
out of those 10 runs, one of them has come off the bat.
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Oh, another 2 wides on that occasion. Still 2 balls to go. And there's another wide, and he's lost it. It's almost like the yips. He just needs to stop thinking.
Yeah. Go back to
His
keep it
body
simple.
his body knows how to bowl. His brain knows how to bowl. Just get out of the way.
Yeah. Keep it very. He's shorten his run up now. That's better. Just get the line. Don't be disheartened. Just keep it simple.
He's slightly disappointed. You can see it in his stance, but he's done the sensible thing. He's gone back to keeping it simple. Just looking line and length, and that one nearly getting through. And in fact, that's probably the best ball he's bowled all spell.
It's amazing line and length. Doesn't matter about speed, but you get line and length, a little bit of movement. Every batsman suffers. You know, it's really difficult to get away. So I'd take encouragement if I was him from that last 2 balls. Just got to, and this is the test of character. You just got to keep your mojo together and say, okay, well, bring it back to a very, very basic technique and just bowl on the line. Don't overdo it. Exuberance of youth.
Luke Murray to continue. He'll be going into his 3rd over now.
It's actually looked a bit, quite dangerous, Luke. Oh, there he goes again, the big slash.
Another wide, and this could be the bane of Pembroke's afternoon.
Yeah.
They gained 38 runs from extras in their innings. They certainly don't want to just hand them straight back again. That really wouldn't be ideal.
Absolutely not. That would be a bit of a sin.
Oh, this one going through to the keeper. That's a much
better.
better delivery. Good length, not letting the batsman. Tamil Mani.
Having a bit of a chat in the middle there, asking about his wife's health, and probably quite smartly saying, don't chase that rubbish. Just play the ball that you have to play.
One ball
That's
at
better.
a time. Just played out on the offside.
Oh.
This time the fielder again. Ethan Clark in the gully, proving his worth in the field. Perfect example. What his captain's looking for.
That's right. Throw your body on the line, create that sort of great wall of China there, and nothing's getting through, or not much is going to get through. Support your bowler. Oh, yes!
That's it. He's broken through the defences of Tamil Mani, and he takes the first wicket for Pembroke of the 2024 season. Beautiful delivery, angled in, full length, Yorker on middle stump, James. Not much defence for that one.
No, and the classic that you see everywhere, it's like the big hoik across the line, thinking it's going to be a half volley. Plays over the top of it, plays across the line as well. Bang, ball smashes through the stumps. Awful shot. And we're all guilty of it. And that's a lapse in concentration from the batter, but what a good ball from the bowler. Obviously the in-swing in Yorker. Take that. And that's a great breakthrough from Pembroke's point of view. They've been a little bit loose in their bowling the last over and a bit, but that'll give them great confidence now with that breakthrough. They can all reset, and now the pressure's well and truly back on civil service.
Well, 25 the score with the fall of that first wicket. I'm sure our live scoring app will catch up with the live action, and there you have it. It has. You wouldn't just push the arm of the camera away slightly and we might get a little... No, the other way. The other way. Yeah, I think that's better. think that might be today's preferred angle.
I'll be interested to see how this new batsman, whose name eludes me at the moment, plays.
Again,
Ooh.
well, my word. Did that answer the question you didn't get out?
Well, I was going to say he's their best fielder today. He looked like he got a bit injured. That's why he took over from the keeping at the very last, couple of overs. But he was amazing in the field today. He was agile and whatever. That was just crazy shot first up.
Well, maybe he was all action in the field, and maybe he's all action with the willow in his hand. In his hands. That's a nice shot on the offside. It's beautifully put away.
That's a shot. Yeah, don't do a wild slash. Do controlled.
The only movements you saw from the fielders were to turn around to see where it was going to hit the fence, and that's a beautiful way to get your innings underway. And Gussain is underway 4 from his second ball faced.
That was a beautiful shot. That's probably shot of the day, actually, from the civil service innings. Just lent on that and let the ball do the work.
This one goes through, and it's taken by Phil Blackley at first sip. A fine catch to his right. He goes down taking it, and that's another wicket. And after a glorious fall, the batsman falls for the oldest trick in the book.
Oh, what a great grab there by first slip.
Hey,
Phil Blackley.
Do you fancy a go?
Fantastic. Safe pair of hands.
Oh.
Ball was moving away. Phil had to dive low, and he got there, and it was absolutely superb. Great support for the bowler. Another quick wicket for Pembroke. 1 brings 2. Will it bring 3? And Pembroke are delighted with the start. Civil service just been a bit rash with following that ball and going for those cut shots outside of the off stump, and it's cost them 2 wickets. They the first one was playing across the line on a Yorker, but they've been dabbing outside of that off stump the whole innings. And obviously they finally got the edge. Pembroke got the edge and got one of them out. So that, this is going to be a bit of a challenge for these 2 guys. They need to set this partnership. They need to get a platform in place. These guys need to be here at drinks if civil service, in my opinion, won't have any chance of running down this total. Charlie, welcome.
Good afternoon, James. Good afternoon, everyone. Delighted to be alongside you and Ireland's voice of summer.
Absolutely.
Craig Sr. here at famous historical Sydney Parade.
Interesting game.
Looks like I picked a good time to sit down.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a few wobbles there from civil service. They've lost 2 wickets quite cheaply. It's now 2 for 29.
The new bowler here, the captain.
Oh,
That
my
swung
goodness.
Popped up behind the batter. It's going to run. It's going to run. The fielder will cut it off, and it'll only be 1 for civil service. So that's a good opening delivery for the captain, Bill Whaley. Change of bowling, first change.
Yeah, you won't be disappointed with that. That was a silly shot. I mean, after losing 2 wickets, why would you play a shot like that? That was full of risk. But I suppose if you're going to slash, you slash hard, and he got away with it. So, I guess last laugh to the batsman. But, wow, risky.
Whaley's got ball in hand at the top of his mark, taking the measure of the man opposite him. Starts his run up, and in he comes. Whaley deals. That swung on and hit straight back to him. Oh, great stop in the inner ring here by the fielder. Great defensive effort. Saved a few runs there.
The Bouchan? Yeah.
So far, so good for Whaley at the top of his mark.
Yeah,
Here he comes in again. That swung on. Just dabbled right back to the same fielder. Bouchan easily fielded. No run.
See, Bill's not the quickest bowler in the world, but it just shows that pace isn't everything. He's a very experienced bowler, and he knows he's got a couple of really interesting variations that he can employ. And he's making it very difficult for the batsman. He's given them no width, bowling a really good line, and frustrating the batsman here. So this is a good call to bring himself on.
And the crafty veteran right-hander steams in again for his 4th delivery. Here it comes. That's dabbed. Oh, dabbed. It was wide down the leg side.
Yeah, just trying to, sometimes the experiments don't come off as what you want, then needs to be careful now not to drift into too many wides. But he has lots of experience, as I said.
Again, that swung on.
Oh,
Passed.
unlucky. Created a good opportunity, well, sort of a fraction of a chance there.
In and out of the left hand of the diving Murray.
Oh, direct hit.
Direct hit. No call from Blue. These looks like he's safely home.
It's a good throw. So good cricket all around, really. If you had been 2 or 3 feet in a different area, maybe you would have got to him, but I think it was a good effort. It was a great throw to return. That will put that in the mind of the batsman. It's like, well, this guy's got a good arm, so, don't take too many chances against his fielding.
Whaley's 5th delivery.
Oh, down leg again. I wonder if that wind is just, it was played havoc a bit with civil service. Of course, that they conceded more extras than what they probably normally would. And Pembroke has sort of fallen into that trap again. You have to think this wind is just making it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, by the flag here, it's left to right on your screen.
Oh, good shot. Got away with that one. Squirted through, and it's run across the carpet down into the onside of the boundary for 4 runs. Don't think Bill will be too disappointed with that. Again, a big rash hoik of a shot. It was there to be hit, and they got away with it. But already in this over, they've already created sort of a possible chance opportunity.
5 legal deliveries and 2 extras so far in this over for Whaley as he steams in for his 6th. He delivers. Past the diving Whaley, stopped by Murray, and no run.
Yeah, good finish to the over. Interesting there. I'm wondering if civil service are just going to play their natural game regardless of what the situation of the game is. Play your shots, but again, there was some risk in that. They don't want to lose another batsman at this stage, so to me it was a bit risky that over, but they got away with it. And sometimes you've got to be bold, but it's encouraging signs for Pembroke as well. There's already 2 batsmen down.
So Luke Murray continues from his end. Steams in, first delivery. Swing and a miss. No run.
It's just a matter of time. You'd think that an edge is going to come there. It's good bowling there by Luke. I think he's really got some good lines. He's enticing the batsman.
Murray takes his time,
Yep.
gets to the top of his run-up, and here he comes in again. Murray steams and deals. Batter steps forward, just taps it off the edge, and that's no run again.
Good pressure. It's a good bowling. Yeah. I'm liking this from Luke Murray. I think he's actually really found his rhythm and his line here. I think he's been very impressive. He's tempting that batsman to go on, throw the bat out wide, hopefully get an edge or play onto the stumps or something. He's already got a wicket.
Here comes Murray again, delivers
Nice.
through the
but
batter
just-
again, but wide on the leg side.
Yeah, just drifting down leg, unfortunately, but it was good pace. I know he's just trying to sort of get that in-swinger, I think, happening there. Let's get those extras out of the equation, and all of a sudden, you've got some good figures happening here, but he's troubling the batsman.
The wind is a factor as Murray comes in for his 4th delivery.
Oh,
That's tapped off to the offside. Easily cleaned up by Sahil. No run.
good back in there by Boucham in the deep, making sure that there's no opportunity that's ever going to get to the, if it gets through the ring, it's not going to get to the boundary. Building a bit of frustration here, I think, for the batsman.
Yeah. There's some pep in the step of the Pembroke fielders as Murray runs in for his next delivery. And Murray deals. Batter steps forward, hits that, drives that over the head of the fielder, and that's going to run away to the boundary on the offside.
That's good from a civil service point of view. It releases a bit of pressure there. The batsman probably felt like he was getting a bit tied down there, but the half volley came along and he was able to lift it over the field. and get a well-needed boundary. So take heart by that. Just see off the good balls. Wait for the loose one or the half volley. It's a good battle.
In comes Murray again. That one's blocked right back to him, and he snatches it with some enthusiasm.
Great comeback. It's good by the young bowler. I think he's bowling with great intent, some good venom. He's getting some good pace, and he's getting some good movement here. Don't be phased by getting a boundary off your bowling. You want your batsman to play your shots, sort of, and maybe. Oh, that's good. Nice cheeky single.
And that'll conclude Murray's over, his fourth.
And
So just the boundary off it, but yeah, and a wide.
Single, yep.
Yeah, and a single.
But at this stage, I'm going to hand it over to Graham Mooney. He will drive us through until probably drinks, maybe. We'll see how we go.
The wind continues to blow at Pembroke, although the sun is shining. It's chilly, a nip in the air. Welcome, Graham.
I'm cold.
Graham is cold.
I'm cold.
Good to see you.
Very welcome to 2024, Charlie.
As Whaley resumes, that's a
Ooh,
big
another
cut
one in the air.
over the head of the offside fielder. That's going to run, but it's cut off by the boundary rider.
Oh, hesitation in the field. Comes back for two. Yeah, it was good to see Bill bring himself on for a bit of control, and unfortunately, extras in the first, 6-7 overs will be very disappointing. Hopefully, the bowlers pick up on that for the rest of the season. But yeah, too many wides so far.
Delivery from Whaley, just blocked, tapped right back to him harmlessly by the batter.
Yeah, look, it's never easy bowling in these conditions. The wind is definitely bowling across the crease here.
Whaley's next delivery, that's
Up in the
popped up in the air, over the head of Bhushan. It's going to run right back here to the CJK broadcast booth. And that's 4 runs.
Another lofted shots. Civil Service aren't afraid to throw the bat here and lofted, Pembroke are, continuing with the same fields. I would say who blinks first here. And I know, we've got plenty in the off and leg side for any catching. Here we go again.
Another
He's no
big
hanging
shot.
around. That's going to be
That's
6.
in the air,
Yeah.
and that's gone for 6. That's onto the tarmac path on the other side of the brown picket
Cyril,
fence. at
Cyril's
Sydney
way.
Parade.
Yeah, Cyril's way. Peppered along the wall. We're looking for new balls, please.
So Civil Service opening it up here in the,
I don't
is
think
that the 8th over? No, we're in
Yeah.
the 7th over.
Yeah. Oh no. 8. Well,
Yeah.
you call it the 8th. 7 point something, so 8 over.
Okay.
I think Civil Service look to be only playing one way. Well, these two batters anyway, and it's just see ball, hit ball, and they're not worried about looking at 40 overs.
Well, there's more than one way to score runs, and
Yeah.
we've seen a few different ways so far
Yeah.
today. Civil Service is going aerial and hitting hard as 2 Pembroke fielders
Yeah.
are searching for the ball along the wall. Maybe they have their eyes on it. They seem to be quite intently focused. Oh, our camera seems to have been blown. There we go. There we go. That looks about right to me. Thanks for spending a bit of time with us here on this Saturday afternoon. Lucky number 13th of April, and the opening day of the 2024 season.
Maybe there's some very lucky punters out there. Now, why did Bill do that? The batsmen don't get to say a thing about the ball. That's up to the umpire. You don't need to show the batsman the ball. It's nothing to do with them.
Just to show them that it's the same ball, or that the ball's not
It's-
marred, or
It doesn't matter. That's the umpire's job. Don't ever give the batsman the ball. Nothing to do with them.
2 of our friends from the Cricket Leinster Umpiring Association here, our friends in blue on hand as Whaley starts on the top of his mark and steams in. He delivers. Another big smash straight down the ground, but stopped this time by Murray.
No run. They didn't take the single.
Murray's been a bit busy there at mid-off.
Well, Civil Service would want to be a little bit careful here. You still need to take your ones and your twos. And there was definitely one out there.
Murray's final delivery of the over. That swung on, popped up into the air.
It's going to be safe.
Murray gives chase. Now, it doesn't get a forward roll, so it holds up in the grass. Murray catches it, throws it in.
Throw.
Right into the hands of his captain, Whaley, covering the bowler's stumps, but safely run for 2. Now, that was a bit of luck, maybe a bit of backspin on the ball, kept it from rolling.
Plugged, as we call it.
Plugged, like a golf shot.
Yes.
Oh.
Sorry about the camera work. It's just gotten so windy here. Our one camera does every so often blow away.
You know what we should do is do what they do on, like a weather channel when they send a reporter out to a hurricane.
Yeah.
And they stick them in front of the camera to show how hard the wind's blowing.
Yeah.
And it's always the same line. As you can see behind me, it's very windy.
But unfortunately, if one of us were to stand in front of the camera, it would literally be a horror show. We're not that scared of punters.
Murray continues for his 5th over as he steams in and the right-hander deals.
Good length.
That's tapped just past him onto mid-off for no run.
Yeah, it's gone all over the place.
Our director, Niall, has arrived to hopefully help us sort out the camera here. Yeah, as Murray steams in for his 2nd delivery, which comes now. And that's
shouts.
Big shout from the fielder.
I would argue no shot played.
That's called a leg by our friends in blue. Now I'm delighted with the change to colored uniforms to have umpires in blue.
Okay.
Because in baseball, that's what you call an umpire. You call them blue.
Right.
As in like, come on blue, or blank this blue, or whatever.
I've been watching a lot of baseball clips lately, just catching on, and basically it's just all these ones coming through, and it's given out about the umpires. One in particular.
Yeah, Hernandez.
Yeah. He is awful.
Yeah, well,
how is he professional and getting paid for 30 years? He is so bad.
Yeah, well, more on that in a moment as Murray steams in and deals. That's slapped right past him, but just safely to mid-off for no run.
And this thing where baseball, they can eject anybody. I saw one clip where they ejected the organist at the ground because he started playing Three Blind Mice. So he stopped the game and ejected the organist.
Well, I mean, how is that different than better go to Specsavers ref kind of a thing?
Yeah, but still, this thing where they can eject people and nobody can, there's no comeback on them for pretty awful officiating.
Now, I would say that with the recent technological changes in baseball, if anybody's cast their eye to a baseball broadcast in the last 5 years, you see that kind of vertical rectangle strike zone, and it's much easier to evaluate which umpires are more consistent and which umpires are less consistent as Murray steams in for his next delivery and deals. Batter takes a step forward, slaps it back towards him.
Shot.
Pass mid-off, who gives chase. He's running. Will he get there? He taps it in, gets an assist from his fellow fielder who throws it back. How many runs was that? I was watching
that was
the
fielder.
2 runs.
They're not running well. Again, they're trying to just deal in boundaries. You need to build the innings. Now, look, they're racing away 63 or 62.
Yeah, there's real intent here from Civil Service at this point.
Yeah, look, their run rate is excellent.
That one's past him as Murray throws his head to his hands, wishing the outcome had been slightly different, but good delivery nonetheless. So, how do I put this? Okay, so when you look at an umpire like Angel Hernandez, when I watched a clip of some of his calls, and I actually watched it this morning, interestingly enough, it gives you a good sense of the importance of the catcher in terms of a technique that is called framing. Framing is the ability for a catcher to make a ball look like it's a strike, even though it isn't.
Yeah.
And I was taught that as a young catcher at the age of 10 or 11. And there's certain tricks you do. You turn your glove to the side to make it look more vertical and make it look like a pitch caught the corner. Now with the wickets, we don't get the luxury of that. You know, it either hits or it doesn't. As
Yes.
Whaley returns for his third over.
I get the framing, etc., but just some of his stuff is just so poor.
Now
For
sometimes
a 30-year veteran.
Yeah, sometimes
team.
what happens is if the pitcher doesn't hit the glove,
Hmm.
even if it's a strike on the other side of the plate, the umpires will look poorly on it, thinking, well, if you were really accurate, you would have hit the glove, as Whaley delivers, and that
Okay.
slapped right past him, but stopped. A good diving stop by the bowler there. Good reaction time from the captain.
No. Like that. Anyone can watch a few clips of it, and just the way he acts as well, though. It is very make it about me. You're not meant to make it about you when you're an official in a game.
Whaley's next delivery is just tapped right back to him for no run. Yeah, I mean, but there is a certain demeanor that any game official has to carry themselves with, you know, like a confidence where they don't get challenged too much.
No, that's fine. Speaking as somebody who has been an official.
Sure.
Yeah. In many, I still do games.
Whaley's third delivery, and that one's tapped right back for another no run to mid-on, who runs up to get it, Phil Blackley.
However, you still don't. I'm just not a big fan. I often think some of these teams, especially at the pro level, and considering how many baseball games there are in the season, what is it, 160 odd? There's a chopping over again into the covers. This should be an easy 2. You could possibly just an he plugs again to civil service. I would like to see one of these baseball teams walk off and go fine, just to teach the umpires a lesson. If you want to act like that.
Well,
Jesus, I've given plenty myself.
yeah, I mean,
It's not just about the bad decisions, but it's about how they act when the players are questioning some of these decisions.
well, some of the over-exaggerated umpire arguing is a tradition of the game,
Oh, I know.
like
Kicking,
fighting in
yeah,
hockey.
Yeah.
You know, and in some regards, it's an opportunity for the manager to show his team that he has their back as Whaley steams in for his 6th delivery. That one's down the leg side. That's tapped around.
Given wide, so obviously hit nothing.
I heard a little noise, but I guess not.
yeah, mustn't. No, yeah, he's
Yeah,
given wide,
given
so
wide now.
yeah, nothing.
But essentially what happens in a Major League Baseball broadcast is there's real-time DRS on every pitch.
Yeah.
You know, which is a different scenario than cricket, where DRS is only employed at certain times as Whaley steams in and deals. That one's tapped to
Phil here,
mid-on,
deep
deep
mid-on.
mid-on. He steps forward and
Just the
run.
one. I think, yeah, one of Bill's little... he needs to set him up here. He's got Phil now on the boundary at deep mid-on, so one of his slower deliveries.
So will we see a bowling change here? Murray's done 5 out of his 8.
Yes.
So we'll see who Whaley dials up
We're
here.
bringing on Bouchan. By the
Bouchan.
looks- or is it Sahil?
No, let's
Hold on.
take a look. Or it could be Naveen.
We are going with spin.
Yes. As we wait to confirm the new bowler, we can assure you that it will be spin. And now spin in the wind. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, it will affect control, because like that when you're in your spin bowler, obviously the flight of the ball is very important, and the wind will not make it easy to judge where you're trying to land and how much air you're giving it. So, and especially with the wind blowing across the pitch as well. Like if it was just directly behind, it might add a bit of pace. Or if he was bowling into it, it'd hold up the ball. But with it bowling across, it's hard, depending on pace. Because for me, a spin bowler needs to vary. You don't want a spin bowler who just bowls quick spin. A slow turner is often very good.
No, not now. I'm okay. Yeah, thanks. Naveen's first delivery is past the batter for a dot. Good clapping and support from the Pembroke field for their new bowler. Off to a auspicious start. Naveen's short run-up, hop, and a spin. Now that
Yeah,
one's a
that's
bit
quicker,
flatter, bit
yeah,
quicker,
Yeah,
but still the same result.
Mhm.
That's a tap down to
just backward square there.
back square. Thank you.
Well, like that, the fieldy has said he's got deep square leg, somebody just that backwards. Again, it's not like the first inning. Civil Service employing a fine leg. The position that Ethan, I think that is Ethan at backward square, is the angle I would much prefer as a skipper, because we've got Noah's a very good wicket keeper, so not much will get by him. So there's no need to waste a player then at fine leg. He's got somebody defending and attacking at the same time. So we've got deep mid on. Mid off is being brought up into the ring, and one a deep extra cover on the boundary. Everyone else is in the ring.
Naveen's fourth delivery is a full toss.
Full
That's
toss.
popped high over mid off.
Just after you've moved the man from there, would have been a catch.
Some good fielding might make it a chance here, down for
outs,
two, but it
big
bobbles out of Naveen's hands. But I don't think there was probably much of a chance there anyway.
No. Poor delivery from Naveen there. Full toss never good. Now, if Phil hadn't have been brought into the ring, it would have been a belly catch.
And Naveen steadies himself for his fifth delivery.
Quicker, flatter.
Tap right back to
I
him.
think the main thing for Pembroke now, especially the next 10 overs, is to get a bit more control. Cut down on the extras. Too many extras were given in this first 10 overs. A little bit wider, cut away. Should just be one. Yeah, fielders directly to Sahil on the boundary. Just the single.
So
a few overs with no wides and ones and twos. That's
well, you got your wish. So there was
Yeah.
no wides in that over for
Yeah.
Naveen, and 4 runs, 2 singles, and 1 double.
yeah. But it's the lack of control in the first 10 overs that has hurt Pembroke the most, because, again, ahead of that 70 runs, well, I don't know, I'll look up the figures, but it's at least 20 extras.
Now, are these? I missed the first 2 wickets. So are these both new batters, or was one of these two still one of the openers?
Okay, 1 second.
I'm just looking at the number of deliveries. It doesn't seem like it would have been. Biwande, who's on strike now, is 18 for 29, where Ravis Prad is faster with a strike rate of over 1 as Whaley continues and deals.
No, both openers are out. And
That's in the air, and
oh,
it's
that's
caught.
Brilliantly taken.
Taken at mid-off.
And that was always on the cards. If you live by the sword, you couldn't die by the sword.
So an aggressive swing
Yes.
brings an aerial shot to mid-off. Dan Murray moves slightly to his right and down to one knee and takes the catch pretty cleanly. Strong hands right next to his head. So
Okay.
it
Oh,
was,
sorry, little mistake by me. It was one opener who had been out, and the number 3 was the batsman who followed him quickly back to the hutch.
Sure. So
So-
this gentleman who was just caught, was he the opener? I
He
think
was.
it was
He was.
Biwande, who
Yes.
was 18 off 29. So
Yes.
so Ravis Parad, who was the number 4 batter,
Yes.
is that right? Who's
Yeah.
24 for 21.
So it's- yeah.
striking quickly.
So
He's going to
it's-
have a new partner here at the
Yeah.
crease, and we'll see if this aggressive approach from civil service will continue and find success.
I would suspect it will continue. So yeah, looking at we Pembroke have bowled 1 no ball and 20 wide so far. So that's
Well, already here, just in in the 12th over,
Yeah.
20 extras, and there were 31 in the entire first innings, and that was a
39.
That was a 39.
39.
39. Yeah. So that was a talking point during the
Mm.
innings break, around the number of extras that were
Yeah.
given, and now here, Pembroke is well on their way to doing the same.
Racing. Yes.
Now, do you think that is a function of early season lack of crispness?
Unfortunately, no, because it was the same last year.
Is it the wind?
No, unfortunately it's a continuation from last year. It's control. It's learning your art, and look, they're young lads, so it is a process.
Great.
Stepping up to 1 day wides is always difficult, but just learning that body kind of repetition, where you just know where your 3-4 balls are going to land in a row. Now look, younger generations want to see stumps fly, and it's T20, bash, bash, bash. So a lot of them push the limits.
New batter Sheik in at 5, taps his first delivery off down the leg side for 1 run. So very quickly gets his first run, gets himself off strike, and is working to get himself settled in. We'll take a look at his approach, but so far, 1 off of 1. Whaley gets the ball back. Good start to this over for him with a wicket, and now just 1 run as he faces the more senior, more tenured member of this partnership, Ravis Parad. Whaley deals.
And again,
Big swing.
Yeah, he's not. It's not letting. He's not worried by just losing a wicket in the over. He's still going to go at him.
Looked like it was kind of off the toe of the bat as the swing had come through.
Yeah, definitely hike across the line. But it's worked for him so far.
Whaley deals his 4th.
Oh,
And that's similar enough. Fielder moves to his left and diving stop
excellent
for a dot.
fielding.
Good solid fielding inside the ring for Pembroke so far. Pembroke fielding's been good.
See, I think this is one area where Pembroke should excel better than civil service today is the general fielding. And we've already seen 2 very good catches compared to the 6 drops from civil service.
That one's hit straight back past a diving Whaley, but cleaned up by the deep mid-on Blackley.
Yeah. So overall, very good in the field as a unit, as a team, and generally hold their catches. Youthful, so can get around, not afraid to dive and get their body behind the ball. So they should excel on that part of the game.
Whaley's final delivery is tucked around the corner neatly by Sheik for his 2nd run. Good over from Whaley, 3 runs and 1 wicket, setting the tone. Continuing what Naveen started. So he went for 4 in the last over, 3 in this over and a wicket. So maybe the run rate can continue to come down.
Yeah. Again, the main thing for Pembroke is it's about extras. It's about stop bowling so many wides. And hopefully Naveen will help increase the over rate as well. Like in the first innings, civil service gave up 6 penalty runs for slow over rates.
Well, so Naveen does work quickly,
yeah.
as does Whaley. So, we're ticking along here. Let's see if there's a bit of momentum to be had as Naveen jumps in.
Nice.
First delivery is past the bowler, no swing, dot ball.
That's a good length. Just tossed up outside off, a little inviting. He's got, he's got a good cover field set, so inviting.
Naveen's 2nd delivery. That was past the batter down the leg side. Waiting for a signal. Yep. Leg by is called.
Yeah, he just drifted it down to the leg stump a little there, so the batsman just turned it around the corner off the body, so easy enough. One with the angle.
Do you think early season spinners would have an advantage because people don't necessarily get a lot of time to practice on grass?
Certain grass wickets wouldn't suit them for turning if there's too much grass on it. And nothing to kind of grip. And the only other thing at this time of year, especially if you're a finger spinner, trying to grip the ball in this temperature.
Naveen's 3rd delivery invited a very wristy, kind of awkward last-minute change swing from Ravis Parad. Indicates maybe he was a bit confused by that one. As Naveen lines up his 4th. Short hop, skip, and a jump. Here he comes.
Good length. Pushed away nicely. Another easy one. Now the main thing for a finger spinner is getting your finger around the ball and being able to flick it out. So obviously if your fingers are cold and the ball is extra hard, because it always feels like it's a 2-ton ball at this time of year, it does make life difficult.
Oh, that one's a wild delivery down the leg side. That's running, that looks like it's going to be 5 wides.
Yeah,
signaled.
Again, that's just trying too much. He's in his 2nd over, and he tried to bowl a fast one for some reason down, and I've just squirted down leg side. No chance for the wicket keeper, and 5 added to the total. Just need to pile a bit of pressure on here. They need to build some, but if they give those freebies, that's another bad delivery.
And that one's signaled wide as well by our friend in blue, and also called no ball by the leg side umpire.
No.
Okay.
No.
That was dragged down by Naveen.
Yeah.
Another wide, but on the other side.
Overcompensating. This is the thing when you fall behind in an over because you pushed it, you sometimes you're overcompensating. And you could see that there. He just dragged that to the offside.
So time to settle in and reset.
That's better.
Better delivery, blocked right back to him by the batter.
Yeah, like if you're Bill, you just want to see 6 of those in and over. Especially there's a new batsman at the crease. You know, you get him facing as many dot balls as possible.
Yeah, this new batter's having plenty of time to take a look at things, and that's another wide down the leg side.
You want to get through the overs nice and quick. Dot ball, dot ball. And drags. Yeah.
Dragged down and pulled down to the leg side. A fielder is, I mean, it was slow enough. Fielder's there. It's come in just for one.
Yeah. So, yeah, disappointing over from Naveen. Just too many freebies, as they say.
84 for 3 after the 13th over.
Yeah, 85. Yeah, look, he's
85, yeah.
eight wides in the over. It just makes it easy for civil service. They didn't have to do anything there, and they got 11 runs in an over without actually having to throw the bat at the ball, really.
So Whaley returns. I think this is his 4th over. We'll find out in a second once we get the scoreboard here updated on our screens. The wicket taker in the last over. So let's see if he can keep that going. Facing the new batter in at 5, Sheik.
Yeah, this is Bill's 4th over. Very good. Good length, just outside that line.
Bit of an appeal. Sounded like a wood sound to me.
Very much so, and plus the batsman got across his stumps there. Even so, I think it would have been just outside the line. It was only half-hearted though. We'll definitely know if Bill's putting in a full appeal.
Blackley here in front of us, clapping his hands, trying to get the focus and attention of his fellow fielders, trying to stop a bit of focus drift from happening here as Whaley deals his 2nd.
Oh, well bowled, unlucky.
Well bowled, but through the keeper, and that'll be 1.
Yeah. Well, it kept low there, and unfortunately, with the keeper standing up to the stumps, it's catch-22. You either have them up to the stumps to keep the batsman in his crease, or he stands back to take the catch. Unfortunately, you can't do everything.
I guess there was a bit of bat involved there, so that's 1. Field adjustment as Ravis Parad comes back on strike. We've got a deep mid-off here in front of us. That one's cut. Yeah, slapped
slower.
off to the offside.
Just drifted it outside off. He was inviting him, trying to take him on. He pushed it a bit wider outside off just to make him have to drag it more to the leg side. Hopefully he would have lost control, but the batsman was smart and just played it into the off.
Field change for the new batter who's in. Things tighten up, and that one's pulled around the corner, around the corner again on the leg side, and just dragged around that way. Now that's his 3rd kind of single in that direction.
Yeah, so obviously he's shown he can play off his legs.
He really seems to like that that little whip around the corner.
But it's easy runs. It's not making him work hard. Good ball. Just a tempter.
Yeah. Whaley's 5th delivery is a stop at a diving fielder who's kind of pulled around to the opposite side, and a diving leg side fielder there for just 1 run. So the extras have been eliminated so far, and mostly singles. This is Whaley's final delivery of the over. Is swung on, and for no run there, wicketkeeper was able to block it, but didn't necessarily hang on to it.
No, Noah's got good hands on him.
Well, it is hard to stand up to a pace bowler.
No, you're a lot of the time you're just hoping it sticks, and your hand is in the right place. You don't have much reaction or time to even move a half an inch. So a lot of the time you're just hoping it's a small edge and your hands are there and it sticks.
It wouldn't be on my list of my favorite things to do. No thanks.
Oh, please. It's a lot harder to stand in front of the batsman under the lid.
Naveen returns for his 3rd over. Stares down Shake from the other side. Oh, that's pulled to the leg side.
That's a little bit full for a spinner. It's not asking the batsman to pull himself forward and give the ball to turn. You just can push it easily out into the onside. Needs to just drag it back a little bit here, force the batsman to come forward.
That's called wide down the offside. So I don't know. I wonder about wind. I mean, I know you tell me it doesn't necessarily play in as Naveen's third delivery
It's
is just
much
tapped
better
right
length.
back to him. Yeah.
Much better length. Oh no, it does. It will for the flights. But Naveen, the way he's bowling, he bowls it a lot flatter and faster. It won't. It's nearly like he's a seam bowler with the way he just bowls at that pace, not giving it a lot of chance to turn.
Quick single opportunity is successful. As Ravis Prad really seems to want to get back on strike. He ran through the wicket like a baseball player running through first base and slowed himself down and seems to be excited to face Naveen as he taps his bat and stares him down. And that's tapped right back to him. So yeah, a sense of the drift, sense of the bit of the doldrums, bit
At
of the
the
energy
moment,
being
yeah.
brought out. You know, you're looking for something to bring a bit of pep back to the fielder step.
Oh,
That full
too
toss is
full. Got away with it.
got away with it. Yeah, that's just kind of dribbled off to the offside to the
skipper,
covers, to the
yeah.
skipper. Yeah, that could have been way worse. Naveen deals.
Oh, too full
Another
again.
full toss, but this time on the leg side is tapped down that way. Fielder giving chase, just one run.
Yeah, the way Naveen bowls the ball, because he's going for that flat pace here, there's no real flight in it. So it's
So
more
if
like
it doesn't come off.
he's darting it into the batsman rather than going for a bit of air spin. And I hope there's guile in spin, so you're hoping the batsman to drag him forward. You know, he mishits, lofted drive, something of that nature. Well, at the moment, the way he's darting it in, it's just about putting the bat on the ball and tapping it around.
So Sheikh and Ravis Prad are getting more settled, but the big run scorer of this partnership so far has been the extras.
Yo, most definitely.
Whaley returns, steams in for his first delivery and deals. That one's driven off down
Nicely,
to the offside,
yeah.
driven nicely. Fielder's there just for one run.
Well, as civil service come up towards the 100 mark, like we're only in the, only 15 hours gone, so it's an excellent run rate. We've had 30 bowling extras. So it is the top scorer at the moment.
Whaley steams in and delivers.
That's
Big
a
appeal.
child.
Shake of the head.
Little high, maybe.
Very quick shake of the head from the umpire.
It cut back nicely. He just got a little bit of nip off the surface there.
So you think it was on line, but just high?
I would suspect it was height.
Height.
Yes, yeah. He was on his back foot, and it did hit him just above the knee roll, top of the pads, kind of thing. So I think that's probably what saved him.
After the shout comes the third delivery, and that's driven to the offside.
Chance here.
Chance here is bobbled by the fielder,
Yeah.
so they're safely through. That's one of those ones where maybe you've realized you have a chance and you get excited and you start
You're
thinking about throwing
yeah,
it before you
you
fully have it.
yeah.
Yeah. That's happened to a lot of us.
Yeah, that's happened to anyone who's played any sport like this. Your brain is thinking of one thing and your body's doing the other, so it doesn't do what you want it to do.
Ravis Parad, the big hitter back on strike, faces Whaley's fourth. That one's driven into the offside. Another chance here. It was cleanly picked up by in the covers, but didn't make it quite back to stop the run.
I think, yeah, Bruce realised if he wanted pocket money this week, he better get that.
Tighter fielding, tighter bowling in the last few overs as Whaley delivers. And that one's chopped onto the leg side for no run.
Yeah, just lots more nice, simple delivery on the stumps, wicket to wicket.
So what's the way out of the drift? What's the way out of the doldrums? It's to take a wicket, is it?
There's some teams.
Is it to speed up the pace or go fast?
Well, the main thing is to get through your overs with good deliveries. The extras kill you, because you could be having a great over, and then boom, 5 wides. It just kills you. Now, some teams have different ways to do it. Like the great Australian sides often would use a fight to get themselves going.
Go on.
Well, as in just a bit of aggro.
Really?
Yeah, just if the game is drifting and nothing's happening, like it's one of those, the ball's not doing much. Sometimes they, a little aggro with the opposition.
Little like a fight in hockey.
Yeah.
Okay.
But without the physical.
So
verbal.
basically, what we talked about earlier about baseball managers, making a big show to fire
Yeah.
up their team.
Yeah, sometimes teams try that. Sometimes that fires them up, like getting your team feel like they're aggrieved somehow.
So
I'm not saying that's a good way of doing it.
we have a bowling change here.
Yeah.
Is that the St. John's Road end or the nursery end?
Nursery.
That's the nursery end.
We're the same.
We're St. John's Road.
Yeah.
These names are very confusing to me. Looks like the new bowler is
Is
Bruce
Bruce.
Whaley,
Yeah.
another B. Whaley, the younger one. His first delivery,
Good length.
good length, and barely dug out by
Yep.
Mr. Ravis Parad.
That's more flight than dart.
Yeah, you can really see the difference between Whaley's brand of spin and Naveen's brand of finger spin.
Yeah.
A bit more flight on it there as Whaley approaches and deals his second. Another flighted ball hit right back to him.
Little full, but hopefully he'll drag it. It is only a second delivery, but the main thing is he's trying to get the batter on the front foot, get him driving.
Whaley also making quick work of his overs. He's into his third delivery already. That one's down the leg side. It's through the fielder. The fielder's running back and tracking back after it. He does have a bit of backup. Well, they don't attempt the second run. Both batters decide to give up on it.
That's a little poor. That's just a simple little put your long barrier, something behind it. Don't leave the gaping tunnel behind your hands.
Well, it was through the legs of the close infielder, but fortunately he had a bit of cover behind him on the boundary, so not too much given up as Whaley delivers his fourth. That one's driven down on the offside through the infield and cleaned up by the boundary rider. Just one run. So tidy so far from Bruce Whaley, the new orthodox spinner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the new orthodox spinner with the more flighted ball up into the wind as he approaches for his fifth. That one's lower and faster.
Big shouts. No.
Big shout, no interest from our friend in blue. Bit more pressure, bit more pep in the step, maybe coming out from the bowling change here as Bruce Whaley prepares for his sixth delivery. Ooh, that was down the leg side, took a big swing at it, called a wide, and missed by the batter. The wind is picking up here a little bit as Whaley deals
Bit flatter, but good length.
and just tapped harmlessly away. So good start from Whaley, just
Yeah.
one extra, 2 runs earned. So let's see if Captain Bill Whaley will resume.
He is.
Yeah. So this will be his 5th over. Again, with all the runs and that big over we had with all those wides, that
Yeah.
5
Well,
wide. the
unfortunately,
leg
we've
by.
had multiple overs like that.
Yeah, no, but with the last one in the past
Yeah.
5 overs, things seem to be a little bit tighter here for
Yeah.
Pembroke in the last 3. They're trying to pick up the pace and get through this. If you look at the batter's score lines, it doesn't seem like there's been a lot going on, but
No.
there have been runs moving as Whaley runs in to start his 5th over.
Again,
And that was
good
blocked back
start.
to him by the batter. Good delivery.
No, at this level, a lot of the time, the difference between two teams are the bowling extras because it is like your 12th batsman for a lot of teams. Unfortunately, last season, Pembroke Trees lost too many games because of the bowling extras. It was the difference in games. You could see they teams chased down scores because they just made it a little bit too easy for them with lightening the pressure with extras here, there, and everywhere.
And the steady hand of the captain has been keeping them in check as he's off to a good start in this, the 18th over. You can see shadows starting to creep in here as the sun is lowering as Whaley delivers.
A very good ball.
The Yorker dug out there by Sheik.
That's it. Just nice and simple cricket.
He's attacking the stumps and just looking to get those dots and keep them driving.
Mhm.
Much tighter lines from Bill Whaley here. As he steams in for his 4th delivery, he deals shorter ball.
Cut.
That's cut away down on the offside. Deep boundary rider is there to collect it. They're running for 2. In comes the throw. He's safely home.
No, but again, I wouldn't be too worried about that. It was a little bit short, but you know, the main thing is only the 2 off it.
In comes Whaley,
Very good.
and that's called a wide.
That's okay. Obviously can't see from here, but that looked to be.
You think it was close? You want to check the strike zone on that, umpire Hernandez?
It looked in the channel.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, it's not like. Well, anyway, like I said, I can't see the lines from here.
Called a ball by our umpire here as Whaley steams in again. That one's more on down the leg side. Either clipped off, sounded like pad.
Oh, it's going to be leg by, yeah.
Yeah, all right, yeah. Umpire signals leg by.
Oh, no,
Just
he's
one
not.
run.
No.
Oh, okay. It sounded paddish.
Yes.
Didn't sound woodish. Well, either way, the result's the same. And that brings Ravis Parad back on strike, whose total is creeping up
So
as his strike rate descends.
that's, 100 up for civil service, yeah. Well, the electronic and the crick club scores have caught up with the scores.
That was driven.
That's going to be down for
Blakely's,
Blackley, yeah.
Blackley's
Should be
down.
2.
Yes, good stop. Good strong throw in. Oh,
No.
it was accurate,
Yeah,
but
brilliant, right over the top of the stumps.
But the run was safely home. So that's 2 runs there at the end of the over. 5 off it.
Yeah.
At the end of the 18th, civil service is 105 for 3. And ticking along. Ticking along.
Well, civil service would be very happy. We haven't even reached drinks yet, and they're halfway there. So the onus is pushing towards Pembroke to get breakthroughs and take wickets, because it's unlikely Pembroke could bowl 40 overs and defend because of now the first half of this game. Very unlikely they could bowl 40 overs.
Bruce Whaley returns for his first delivery.
Oh, that's a good lance. Very, very good lance. Yeah, so it will be a question of, can civil service score 122 runs or 23 runs, or can Pembroke take 7 wickets?
Whaley second is a
that looked
sound.
pad first, and he's gone. Yes, yeah. There was no bat there. He totally missed the ball. He went with pad bats, but he forgot to use the bats.
The breakthrough achieved by Bill Whaley.
Bruce
Whaley, excuse me,
Bruce,
with the batter Sheik called out LBW. As he walks away, we'll look to see who comes in next. In at 6 for civil service. Pembroke has their breakthrough now, but the more established batter, Ravis Parad, still hanging around.
Yeah, no, he did dangerous. Obviously sitting on 35. That will be one Pembroke will definitely have a big celebration if they can manage to get him out in the next 3 to 4 overs.
Yeah, the wind is picking up even more here, gusting. So at this point,
yeah, it's gusting more than just constant. Yeah.
The flag, the flag next to the pavilion has been, horizontal, north to south for quite a while, and now the flag pole itself is actually moving.
Yeah. Well, there we go. There's the flag in full flight.
New batter walks in, taps bats, crashes gloves, as Ravis Parad welcomes his new partner.
No, but that was another excellent length from Bruce. That's the main thing. Again,
he was painting a good picture for the umpire the last 3 overs.
Beautifully put.
He was attacking the stumps.
Yes.
He was in and around.
Yeah.
And you get that. You do that work, you get that reward.
Yeah. The batsman didn't get far enough forward, missed the ball, and hit his pad.
The new batter, Mr. Jogi.
Lefty. I think this is our first left-hander of the day. No left-handers in Pembroke's lineup. Who came out to bat anyway?
In comes the southpaw, so Bruce Whaley looks to move around the wicket.
Obviously, this brings in the slightly shorter boundary along the wall for this batter, especially with the wind bringing the ball that direction.
Things are happening here in the 19th over. Whaley 1 wicket off 1 delivery. We'll see how things shape up here before drinks. Another wicket would be outstanding to give civil service something to think about. Well, let's see what civil service can do before the drinks break. Father and son have a bit of a chat, move a few more fielders. Bhushan moves over to the offside.
you think he listens to him as much at home?
Yes.
Clean your room. Wait, no, there's no reason. I want the batter there. I want the...
All right, final adjustments are being made as the captain runs back into
Yeah.
his fielding position.
So we've only one outside the ring, really, at Cow, deep mid wickets. Everyone else is attacking here, and which is good with a new batter at the crease. No, we shouldn't be. No easy singles. And again, a very good length from Bruce.
Jogi taps that one back, wants to take a look, see a few more deliveries. The third or the fourth from Whaley.
Oh, nice. Good, well played. And no run. Hesitation from the batters. No good calling out there at the moment between the civil service batters at any stage, really.
Well, the
You got to
dots,
trust your partner at some stage.
the dots keep coming in this over along with the wicket as Whaley delivers his fifth.
Good length.
That one's tapped out to the offside again, but the fielder's there
Yeah,
and no
well,
run.
Yeah, well in from Arian. Cuts out the one. And this is good pressure. He's attacking the stumps, trying to drag the batsman forward. Not giving him any freebies so far. Oh, bit
And
of
that one's
turn.
through. Big cry up from the field.
Just enough little turn.
Great over from Bruce Whaley. That's a wicket maiden for him. Just what the doctor ordered here
Yes.
at the 19th, right before drinks.
Yes, very much so. It was needed, that breakthrough. As you said, Pembroke had been drifting.
So since that one over that went for those 9 extras,
Yes.
we've seen much tighter bowling from Pembroke.
Yeah.
And this
Well,
is what you were saying about trying to eliminate those mistakes.
Well, the main difference for me between Bruce's couple of overs and Naveen before him, Bruce isn't attacking the stumps. And for a spinner, Naveen was like literally trying to, it seemed like a seam bowler, bowl the batsman with a Yorker or bowl the batsman like a seamer would.
Bill Whaley's going to finish out here. This first delivery is full, and it's driven down to mid-on, cleaned up by Phil, who throws it back in 1 run.
Whereas Bruce is using the flight and guile of a spinner while still attacking. So I think that's why he's taking a little bit of pace off the ball, so less chance of an error.
Fielding adjustments here as the southpaw Jogi faces Whaley for the first time. Fielder's drifting in a little bit here. Okay, things look pretty set as Whaley starts his run-up and deals.
Oh, well ball, very unlucky, there's no slip.
He caught the edge there.
No,
Well,
he's given a bye. That got through everything.
interesting.
That must have hit, that looked like it hit something.
It looked like it hit wood,
Yeah.
but I didn't hear
Yeah.
a crack.
And went right across, obviously went just right across. We'll give Bill the benefit and say it took, hit the seam and went nuts.
Whaley in again.
Oh,
that was
good.
driven right back to him, diving, stops it with his big right hand. Ooh, ask, was that caught?
No,
I don't think it carried.
No way. Straight into the ground.
Either
Yes.
well, a great stop by the captain.
Yeah, Dorian Gray keeps going and going.
That one's stuck in the generously sized mitts of Bill Whaley as he steams in for his fourth and deals. Short and just tapped harmlessly back to the offs on the onside.
I'd say he got away with one there. Especially
Well,
since
you know what it was? It was short, but it was crampy.
yeah.
It was short, but it was in on him. You couldn't extend your hands and kind of take advantage of that.
It hurried on to him, but it's just
Yeah.
this has been the more attacking batsman of the day. I would say lashed on the one.
That one's whipped. There was maybe a chance in the field, but it would have been quite low. It still passed him, but
Yeah.
not too much harm done because there's backup behind him. Just
Yeah.
one run.
No. That's the advantage of having some people in the ring. It was a chance.
The southpaw Jogi back on strike. Still waiting to get off the mark. Seen 6 deliveries with nothing to show for it from the wood in his hands as Whaley steams in and delivers. That one's kind of crisscrossed at and blocked down onto the offside. And that'll bring an end as the umpire calls over, and that'll bring us to drinks. We thank you for second screening us along with the rugby today. And you can just pay attention to the rugby now because
big
we're
error.
taking the
Yeah.
drinks break here.
Yeah, big error just from Leinster there. Damn it.
Well, welcome back to what is the final quarter of this game between Pembroke thirds and Civil Service thirds. Division 7 in the Leinster Leagues. And at the moment, it's quite evenly poised. Civil Service have reached 108 for 4 at drinks. Pembroke having been 89 for 1 at drinks.
No.
So, comparison between the two.
I thought they were 94, but anyway.
It's tight enough. You feel that Pembroke, They'll be looking to take the 6 wickets outstanding. Civil Service obviously looking for the runs, but we'll see how we go.
Yeah, the options of bringing captain bringing himself on and the 2 spinners have sort of tightened up that run rate, haven't they? They've really pulled it back. And the important thing here, from a Pembroke point of view, is that there's 3 extra wickets down compared to what they were at this time.
120 required from 120 deliveries, James.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game.
Poised.
If Civil Service play their cards right and build a good partnership or two, don't do anything silly and just rotate that strike.
Bruce Whaley it is who will open the bowling from the nursery end as we go into the last 20 overs of this, the opening game of the 2024 season here in Sydney Parade. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. The 15 of you who have stuck with us. And Bruce Whaley now, second ball of this, the 21st over. Flicked away to leg. There'll be a single there. They may look for 2. They'd be foolish if they did, considering the pace they ran the first one. And it's a runner ball or there or thereabouts at this stage. That Civil Service require to win this game. Left-hand, right-hand combination. That'd be of assistance to them.
Nice ball there, just drilled into the left-hander.
He had to dig that one out and did well to do so. Bruce Whaley around the wicket to the left-hander, firing it in at his feet.
Oh, go for the big swipe there. Wasn't there to be hit, but he's considered a wide.
Yet another wide, and there's been plenty of them in this game. Young Dan Murray suffered a little bit from the yips earlier on. That's a good ball by Whaley.
Well taken by Noah. Good bit of bounce there.
Smith it is behind the sticks holding the gloves, and he did a super job there. But it's making the batsman change his mind halfway through his shot that caused it for Whaley. And again, getting the bounce and just getting it over the edge. Smith is very close to getting a catch here.
Pretty unlucky not to get it then. That was a really good ball, actually. Really leapt up. And Noah Smith was able to take it. Unlucky from their point of view that there wasn't a bit of bat on that.
Well, this is a lovely tight over from Whaley. And that's doing a super job for his side, for his father, the captain.
Just 2 from it. Anyway, yep, something like that.
110 for 4 then, off 22. Going along at 5 and over. Civil Service will be quite happy with that. They know that if they keep the wickets in hand, then the chase at the back end will be far easier for them.
Well, that is the secret, isn't it? They really need to keep those wickets in hands. These 2 guys need to take the responsibility, build the innings. There's a change of bowling now. Arian has come on, the youngster. He's showing great promise. Made his debut in the thirds as a part-timer last year. Good opportunity for him now to see what he can do.
Bill Whaley, never afraid of throwing youth into the mix. He leads the youth program here in Pembroke and does a fabulous job, puts in a huge amount of time. Just the fixtures alone are immense. But he reflects his beliefs in his captaincy of the thirds, and he does give youth its chance. Single off the first ball. Jogging back to his mark quite quickly. Left arm over. Left arm over bowlers, of course. Their stock and their value has gone up over the last few years with the advent of the T20 franchise cricket. Our very own Josh Little, of course. He's out in the IPL at the moment. Not getting a huge amount of game time, but maybe that will change.
Well, it can be so destructive because you don't see too many left-hand bowlers, and so when you do get one, such an adjustment you need to do. You stay, oh, it's a bit loose.
And that's gone down the leg side and bounced a couple of times before it's reached the keeper. The young lad's trying to get his shoulder working, get his shoulder loose. And now we're reaching that stage of the afternoon where the sun is actually beaming into underneath the gazebo.
Yeah, it's hanging very low in the sky.
Makes it very difficult to see the screen now. This one, another one that slips down the leg
Yeah.
side, another wide. And is this the experiment too far?
Well, he's prone. He does come reasonably wide in the crease, and he likes to drive the ball across the face of the batsman. And it's just fine if you're bowling to a right-hander, but he's now bowling to a lefty, so maybe he should come on, maybe over the wicket, or again, he's not getting that line right. He's just pushing it too far down leg side.
Well, for a right-hander, it would be a perfect delivery.
Yeah.
For a left-hander, it's a wide. So, as you say, would he consider going round the wicket and trying to bowl into the pads of the batsman?
Oh, I think he needs to have a... Let's see what happens to this one here. That's a bit better.
Much better delivery over the wicket. Cramping the batsman for a bit of space. All he could do was keep it out on this occasion.
I've had the privilege of seeing this boy play, or bowl in the nets a bit, and he can be quite sharp. He seems to be just holding back a bit at the moment. Obviously just trying to get the radar right. But he shows a lot of promise. If he gets his line and length right, he'll be quite handy. Just a bit short there and flicked away on the leg side. It's just going to be the one. There's a fielder down there in the deep to sweep and clean up those sort of loose balls. It's going to be a good learning curve for the youngster. He's sticking with his line here. Oh, that's good. That's a lot better. Great length. Not quite sure. The batsman not quite sure to go forward or back. Just defensively plays that away. He's in a hurry. He runs back to his mark. It's good to see the enthusiasm of youth.
Enthusiasm and energy.
Just a little bit short.
Just played away on the offside. They will take the single. They look for the second, and they call it through. And they will jog through for that second run. And a no ball signal by the umpire. Well, that's the one thing you didn't want to see.
It's one thing that the youngster has to work on. I've noticed in net sessions he tends to overstep the mark more often than not. He does have a devastating Yorker though, so if he gets the Yorker right, it's an in-swinging Yorker.
Well, this one just played out in the offside. And that completes the over. He'll be glad to get out of that, but he's made a start. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ball over. Not ideal.
Yeah.
Niall has actually put up the tall camera today. I think he's bored and looking for something to do. He put up the tall camera and, well, picture is a bit iffish. Bruce Whaley will continue now from the nursery end. The score has moved on to 118 for 4. Yes.
Brilliant.
Good.
I think it's a good call. The stump, so batsman pulls out of that, wasn't ready.
23rd over. And suddenly these overs are just slipping away from civil service. Oh, he's played that. Just gets her an edge.
Not a very convincing shot, but
Not at all, and they didn't get any runs from it either. Dot ball as far as Pembroke are concerned. Whaley, another one running back to his mark. Do you think the umpires are keeping an eye on the number of overs bowled? This one played away on the leg side, and no fielder's going to get to that, and it runs away for a 4 just in front of the crowd, just outside the bar. The returning Monkstown players, devastating day for them. They were leading with just minutes to go in time added on, and a try scored by Ballyclare meant that Monkstown fell to defeat in the first All-Ireland playoff and it condemns them to a game in Belfast next weekend, where they'll have one final chance to rejoin the AIL League in 2025.
Yeah,
24,
absolutely gutted.
25.
Absolutely gutted over. Oh, down leg again.
They were a long way down at one stage. They were
Mhm.
21-6 down, I believe, and then scored 3 tries. I believe a prop scored 3 tries for them today.
So we're here.
So, well, we heard from the prop, so
Oh, that's a bit of ball.
that's a good ball from Whaley, getting that one just past the edge of the bat. Sun is beaming down, and if you're watching, you must think it's a lovely day in Pembroke today. If you're here, then you realise just how much temperature that wind is taking away.
That's better. It's enticing the batsman here to sort of like, you know, are you going to go for me? Are you going to take risk? Noah's been pretty sharp behind the stumps here. So,
He's been very tidy. I would suggest that at least 95% of the extras have been as a result of wides and not
Yep.
as a result of buys.
no, absolutely. Been
Good
impressed.
over from Whaley. Just 3 coming from it.
Yeah, if you're the captain, you'd probably bowl Whaley out if he keeps in this bowling like that. Just keeping that tight run rate, building a bit of pressure.
23 overs gone now.
Now it's up to the young man, Arian, here to build similar pressure from the other end.
105 off 108, I think, is required now. And the left armour, Arian,
That's a good start.
the leg cut. He certainly could do with some perhaps coaching about a run-up. It seems to stutter a bit on the way in. Makes late
Yeah.
decisions as to
His momentum and
stride.
yeah. But you know, he's very young. He's got potentially a big career ahead of him if he wants it. He's showing great promise. So far so good, but yeah, a bit staggery.
Just taking away from his pace, taking on the fielder this time, the batsman, and they successfully complete the single. The score goes to 124.
Again, if they can keep it to 3 or so and over for the next few overs, that'll build a bit of pressure on civil service. They won't be too disappointed about that. But ultimately, another wicket would really make it difficult for civil service. Oh, just digs that one out at the last minute.
Just managed to. That looked like it was going to crash into the pads and be
Yeah.
followed by a massive appeal, but the bat came down and played it away.
Lucky not to get another overthrow there. But, ball went past the keeper, but no batsman was looking at it. Possibly could have been a second run. Anyway, it wasn't to be. So, just needs to get that line right. Bowled with field. Oh, that's a good ball.
Looked
Puts him in 2 minds. Yep. Oh, nice.
That looked better from start to finish, that delivery.
Yeah, everything about that was good. Good fielding. Created potential run-out opportunity. Anyway, here he comes in for his next ball. Oh, it's a good Yorker. But
He's finally finding that ball that he loves to bowl.
He's dug it out, though.
That one right in at your feet. They get through for the run. But a good ball.
It was
and
good,
promising
actually.
from a Pembroke point of view. If he's starting to find that range, it will prove successful one way or another soon enough.
As I said before, he has this ability when he gets it right to have this late in-swinging Yorker that for a right-hander is quite troublesome. Oh, he just
This one a
overpitched
bit
that slightly.
full, played away nicely on the leg side. It won't go for 4. The fielder will come around and pick it up, but they will pick up 2 runs, and they'll be pleased with that. The Monkstown players back from their playoff. Well, they've all been inside. They've all collected something at the bar, and they've come out to support and to follow and to wonder what is going on.
It's the strangest form of rugby I've ever seen. Anyway, another over navigated there by Civil Service, keeping that partnership growing. And from their point of view, as long as these two guys stay in for a while, they'd be pretty confident that they might be able to get over the line.
Well, there's a change of bowling now from the nursery end, and it looks like it's Ethan Clark who's coming on to bowl with his leg spin, and this could be an interesting move on behalf of Bill Whaley.
Yeah, Ethan, he's a good bowler, but he's been concentrating mainly on his batting over the recent seasons. And but no, I've had the privilege of actually playing with Ethan when he was going through the ranks, and you know, he can be quite effective. He can get great movement, great flight. You know, he can get some good interception, and he's been so big. Yeah, let's see what happens here. This could be a great wild card sort of move by Bill.
It's also interesting because the batsman currently is 46, so he'll be thinking of his half century. He probably doesn't know just how close he is. Should we tell him?
Yeah, I think the big electronic scoreboard maybe give it a bit of a goer.
Ravi Prasad, he's on 46. He's probably seen it on the scoreboard as well. So he's well aware of how close he is. He'll be looking for one boundary to get him there. Can always be a dangerous time for a batsman. He's well set, but suddenly the nerves start jangling once again.
But he deserves this half century. He's done well for his team. Oh, it's a half tracker. And there we go.
Well, if you're going to bring up your half century, that's the way you want to do it. Brings a big, big cheer from the crowd.
Yeah, just way too short there. Way too easy for him to just rock back and smash that over on the onside. Straight into the next door neighbour's garden.
Well, that one's disappeared well into the garden.
Yeah,
all you can hope is that somebody's out there and will throw it back. Another one comes out from the dressing rooms. Umpire has a look. Ethan Clark has a look.
They both agree it's a ball. So
In fact, yes, it's Yogi who put that one into the gardens. He's not the one on 46.
Oh,
he
okay.
was on 6. He's now on 12.
That was a lovely shot. That's better.
That's
well flighted.
Much better from Clark. Much better length.
Oh, that was unnecessary. Oh, they're going to get away with it. I thought that was an unnecessarily shy at the stumps.
Naveen it was, who was overly keen at trying for the run out.
How wobbly are we today?
Bill there, the captain, was there to sweep up. Ethan Clark. Oh, flighted nicely, but just a bit too much.
Bit too full, turned it into a full toss, played out in the offside. The fielder's after it, but it won't stop the batsman picking up 2 more runs. 2 more onto the total. Oh, fair play to Bill Whaley. He's certainly playing all his cards.
Yeah, he believes in back in his youth and back in his bowlers. And oh, that's it.
It's too full by far. Played away on the offside, but this time straight to a fielder. One of the Murrays. Can't see with the sunlight. Sun beaming into the gazebo now. Still not encouraging me to take off either my 2 coats, my 2 hoodies, or my 2 t-shirts.
Oh, yes, he
That's
tried to run it. That
Much
was
better delivery.
Yeah.
He just wanted to play that one away. On the offside, just cut it behind square. Wasn't there.
Oh,
this
that's
one's too short.
just lost the control there, dragged it down, created the no ball. Oh, maybe he signaled as a wide, did he? Anyway, just got a bit loose there.
Much
that's better.
Far more relaxed there in his delivery stride. Yes.
A lot of windows.
No.
It's a real mixture in that
not at the
over.
moment. Yeah, good over for Civil Service. Few runs on the board, no wickets falling. They'll feel like they're doing well, and they want to push on from here. Closer and closer to that Pembroke total of 227.
Well, 90 runs to go. 91 runs to win.
No, 91 to win. 90 to win.
Sorry, 90 to win, yes.
90 to win from 90 deliveries. We're still in T20 land as far as the equation goes. But we're building up to a fine finish here. Civil Service really putting this back into Pembroke now.
I've been impressed by.
Sorry, James.
No, I've been impressed by how, after losing some wickets, that they've knuckled down here and they just seem to know what's required for them. They just need to keep rotating the strike, taking advantage.
Ravi Prasan now on 46, facing Arian. Just 4 away.
Yeah, and that's it.
And is that one going to reach the rope?
No, he picks up 2 though.
He'll get 2 closer to his half century. And as James said, it will be a well-deserved half century if he gets there.
Well, I'll be disappointed if he doesn't. I think he deserves it. I think he's batted really well. He's helped get his team into a potentially winning situation. Just keep that concentration happening. It's been a great knock.
Played away on the leg side, more defences than anything else. If he'd beaten that fielder though, one felt that they would have got 2 there. Fielder in the ring doing a good job, keeping them contained. Ethan Clark again fielding very well inside the circle there. They're not letting Ravi Pravashand get to his half century without hard work.
Yeah, this batsman really needs to keep his cool, doesn't he? He's like, don't get frustrated. You've got plenty of time. Just take it.
You know there's going to be a bad ball.
Oh, yeah. That's it. Too short. Oh, it doesn't get away.
To the fielder again, and how frustrating it can be as a batsman. You're on 48. Anything that goes through the ring is going to bring you a half century, and all you can do is punch it straight at the fielder again.
Yeah, it's a question of character here now. Don't falter now. Get your reward.
No rush. Doesn't matter whether it's this ball or the next one. That one goes straight through to the keeper. He just wanted to run that one down to third man, and it wasn't there for that.
It's almost like you can see the cogs in his head. He's just frustrating himself, going, "Oh, come on."
The sun makes its familiar journey across. This one, he'll take the
There
single.
you go. Moves on to 49. One step closer. It's been a good over so far for Pembroke. Anyway, he stays on strike. He's got his opportunity now to move on to get his half century, which would be a great start for the season for himself.
Always nice to start your season with a half century.
Oh, geez, I don't know about that. It's never happened to me, but it'd be great to imagine what it must be like.
It used to be that my best innings each year was the first innings of the year and the last innings of the year, and everything in between was absolute pants.
Yeah, when you start thinking about it,
Yeah. First game, you were just grateful to be out in the middle again. Well, Ethan Clark will continue, and he has a batsman who's on 49. I'd almost bring in a slip here. I bring Prushan in from third, and I bring him into slip and just put a bit of pressure on this guy. He is on 49. He just wants one more run for his half century.
Yep.
And it could be a good way of just getting him to think about what he's doing. Now, a lot depends, of course, on the delivery of Ethan Clark. Good one.
Yeah, it's a good delivery from Ethan. It's very, very important that he just relaxes. He's got, 15 or 13 overs to go, whatever. Oh, that's a...
Full
there
toss,
he goes.
and he'll take that for his half century.
Well deserved, well played.
Good round of applause coming down from the clubhouse. Civil Service teammates. Extremely grateful for that half century, because without him, it would be...
Well, he's really done the job for his team, hasn't he? He's really helped set them up and put them in a driving seat position, potentially.
Played away on the offside by the left-hander.
Flat-footed there in the field, I'm afraid.
And that's a shame, but it lets them through for the easy single. 143 for 4.
I said this about civil service, but even now for Pembroke, it looks a bit pedestrian. Now I know that they're keeping a run rate under check, but I don't sense that there's any threat to the batsman at the moment.
Well, as is often the case in this level of cricket, the biggest threat to the batsman is usually the batsman himself.
Well, that's the one good thing that Pembroke are doing, that they're keeping these overs to 2 or 3. Oh, like that. That's great.
That's so close to the edge. You'd almost want an alter edge on that one.
Yeah. All of a sudden you look up the scoreboard and you've only got 7 overs to go and you've still got to do 11 and over or something. That's where you kind of want to be from a Pembroke point of view.
Well, it's high in the air, it's going round, and it will reach the fence, and it goes for a 6, and that's just what Civil Service needed. It just relieves the pressure, and it means that 9 has come off the over, and Civil Service have now reached the heights of 150 for 4. Well, that would be a big blow as far as they were concerned.
Yeah, their confidence will be growing now, thinking, oh yeah, this is not too hard to run down now. There's only 50 odd, or was it 70 to get? So
where does Captain Bill Whaley go next?
Well, I know he's got a few options there with Dan, Naveen. Maybe it's time just to shake it up a bit.
This is the bowling for Pembroke so far. As you can see, he's used 7 bowlers, plenty of choice there.
Well, if no one's been devastating, I'd just basically would, if it was me, I'd just keep rotating, short spells. Don't get the batsman settled. For instance, if Arian doesn't get a breakthrough now, then I would, he's out. Oh, run him out. There you go.
My word, he hit that and ran on the hit. And that was just, his partner never left his crease.
There was no run there.
And the ball was thrown in, and the bails whipped off, and Pembroke pick up the half centurion. Very cheaply, I'd say.
Oh, that was devastating from a civil service point of view. That's not what they needed right now. That was, at best, there was a half chance of a run there if his partner had taken off like a steam train. But
well, unfortunately, his partner took off more.
Yeah, his partner obviously quite rightly said, "There's no way." However,
I don't think he had any arguments with his partner at the end of it. He realised that he'd made just a dreadful error of judgment, and he'd run himself out. There was no repercussions and no screaming down the wicket like sometimes you see. So he just accepted his fate. He made the wrong call, and he's now off.
Jeez. Sorry, the wind has just picked up again. It's gone to force 400. Everything's getting blown away here. The screens are going crazy. The microphones feel like we're in wind tunnels and in Hadron Collider.
Wow. That really did take me by surprise. Monitor heading towards my face at 20 miles an hour.
Exactly. Good catch there.
Yeah.
The reflexes are still intact. Yeah.
Just about, anyway. But yes, the wind picking up again now. You can see the Pembroke flag. Well, we can. It just absolutely stretched out as Arian comes in. Starts with the dot ball.
Wild shot there by the batter.
Yes.
Jesus, I don't know if you guys can actually understand it. It's so distorted. But
we've lost one of our cameras as a result of that gust. If not both, we'll take you through what's going on. Arian comes into bowl. It's a bit short. It's played away on the offside. The ring all chasing after it, but I suspect it's only a fetching exercise. Yeah. And it reaches the rope, hops over, 4 runs registered, and Civil Service still not out of this. They keep getting off the canvas.
Yeah, this is going to be right down to the wire, you'd think.
What a way to start the 2024 season.
I know, an exciting game.
Cracking game of cricket. This one again wide, this again played out in the offside, this time straight to the fielder. Just a dot ball.
They still could swing anyway. There's no certainties as yet. The Civil Service have just had a great partnership. Can they keep this partnership intact and chase down the runs needed? This is the question. Oh, it's a good ball. Good take there by Noah.
Lovely clean take by Noah Smith.
He's I like the way that he's standing up for the... Well, Arian doesn't seem to be bowling with the same venom that I've seen him with, but he's bowling quick enough. But, you know, Noah's up there as though it's a spinner. So Noah's actually got great reflexes. Waiting for that little edge. Oh, just worked around
played
it
away. It's a wide ball called to bowl that one again, and there could be a chance for another run out. Fine bit of fielding down on the fence down there, and it saved runs for Pembroke and caused disharmony between the runners as to whether they were going to take another one. So Gobi it is that's facing now.
Just needs to let his nerves settle. It's always difficult coming out for your first game when you're within sniffing distance of victory. You don't want to do anything too silly. Oh, it's a
Well taken by Smith.
but another wide. Just lost his. I think maybe if I was the Pembroke captain, I'd be like looking at a change now after this over.
It's definitely first game itis.
Mm.
None of the bowlers really being able to settle into a groove yet. No rhythm.
Well, in these conditions, it's just it's
Nigh
pretty
on
awful.
impossible.
Again, just trying to overcorrect then and just went down leg side instead of wide on the offside. So just need to hold your nerve here, young man.
Right, 157 for 5. Another over clicks by.
So what's Bill Whaley going to do now? Is he going to stay with his same bowling options, or is he going to make changes on both ends? No, he's throwing the ball to Ethan, who's going to continue.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. He's throwing it to Dan, by the looks of it.
Dan Murray to return from the nursery end now.
Kieran Volker end. And or the KV end, as we euphemistically call it. I think this is good.
74 off 14 is the required rate. They're ahead on runs. Pembroke needs some wickets, and this game's starting to slip away from Pembroke, and the swingometer of victory starting to point towards Civil Service. If they can keep going.
Yes, I think that's been very good fight, a great sort of fight back there from the Civil Service. They've really kept themselves in this game, so this is a good move, I think, from the Pembroke captain to try and break that momentum. It's not really pedestrian, but it kind of has been. It's sort of like, just hasn't been much bite in the attack from Pembroke in the recent overs, and Civil Service have just been able to take some boundaries when they could. Now, so let's see what Dan Murray can produce. He's got some great pace, and that's
Well,
good running there.
you can say that Civil Service now have realised exactly where they are in this game, and that they do have a shout of victory, and they're going to need to take their singles as and when they can, and they're starting off by doing exactly that. Singular ball will certainly see them home quite comfortably.
Well, I was impressed by that running, actually. It was a very quick call. There's no hesitation. They both ran like they stole something. And they got home, and that's what they need to do now for every ball, every possible ball. And it's going to be up to Pembroke now to see how they can actually put the brakes on this. Obviously, wickets are the way to do it. Oh, crashes into the pads.
There's a call of run, and it's not there. And Dan Murray throws the ball what he thinks is down towards the bowler's end.
It sort of is.
Well, general direction.
Yeah, well, it wasn't the other way. So it was... Anyway, it didn't cost them any more runs.
Dot ball.
That was good intensity there by Dan. I like that. The fact that he fielding off his own bowling, just really got there quickly.
And got rid of it quickly.
Mm.
Certainly cut off any thought that they may have had.
It actually could be a bit tricky here for Pembroke. The sun's really low in the sky now, so if you're actually on the leg side here, it's going to be very difficult to pick a ball. Oh, yes, yes, he's been given a little feather of a touch on there on the bat. Went for the cut shot, wasn't there to hit. Well, he hit it, but not the way he wanted to, and that's the breakthrough that Pembroke desperately needed. That swings it back, I think, in Pembroke's favour.
The swingometer certainly seems to be leaning towards the Pembroke side of things. Super delivery from Murray, just taking the feather of the edge, and Noah Smith making no mistake behind the sticks. And that's a super wicket, and one that Pembroke needed at that time. It takes them deeper into the civil service batting order. And we'll wait and see now.
Yeah, that's starting to get down into the bowling sort of. I mean, they might have deep batting like most teams do these days, but still.
Pembroke needed that wicket.
They needed that wicket, and that was great keeping there by Noah Smith. Brilliant breakthrough now. You'd have the sense that, as you say, the swingometer would slightly move back into Pembroke's favour. If they can get another cheap wicket now, then the smart money, you'd have to be on Pembroke. But it's a funny game, cricket, as we all know. Those who have played it and those who watch, it can go all sorts of ways. It's never over until it's over. But that'll give great encouragement and a big pep in the step to the bowler.
Matthew has come in to face, and Murray who bowls, and a good defensive stroke to start. And you can see with that good stride that this man has batted before.
Yeah, he actually played that one quite well. Just got behind the good ball. Keep it out. Can't do anything when you're back in the shed. So he's had a look. Hasn't got a lot of time, unfortunately, from his point of view to sort of judge the conditions, but it's great feeling off the bowl in there, isn't it?
Oh, but he's done himself an injury there. Bit of cramp, maybe. Tightness in the knee. Leaps back to his feet, jogs back to his mark. Pembroke very aware of the speed of which they're bowling their overs. Umpires obviously enforcing that greatly, and in fact, Pembroke gained 6 runs in their innings from the lack of speed from the civil service side. Big cheer going on in the Aviva in Lansdowne Road. As
yes, is that
Bill Whaley with the direct hit. It doesn't pay off on this occasion, but it goes to show you just what he's capable of, even at his very advanced stage.
Comments expressed do not necessarily represent the comments of the commentary team, but no, that was a great throw there, and that just shows that you run these at your peril.
Well, it'll make civil service think twice next time the ball goes out to Bill, and that's what you want as a fielder, is to build that reputation whereby they consider you to be a threat.
Yeah, if you can get the reputation, or you can build the belief that everything that you do is going to have risk, then that's a great position from a fielding side to generate in the batsman's mind. Anyway,
69 off 72 is the equation, but more importantly for Pembroke, there are 6 wickets down. 4 more balls in the right order would see this game done and dusted. Arian to continue from the St John's end.
Well, that's way too short.
And it's played away on the offside. It gets pulled up in front of the fence, but they'll pick 2 runs up there, and a vital 2 for the civil service cause. That's just too short.
Yeah, that was just there's nothing really good to say about that, actually, apart from the fact that hopefully the next ball will be better.
If you want something good to say about it,
yeah,
the good thing is that only 2 runs came off it.
That's right. So he was very lucky to get away with that. And again, you learn as a bowler just to take your time within reason. Reset. Don't overthink it, and don't overtry. It's all about rhythm.
As daylight fades from the ground, sun still up in the sky, but
That's a better
You can
ball.
tell it's getting later and later. Well backed up.
Yeah.
Well backed up. I think that's Naveen doing a fine job there. The ball got past Noah Smith, the keeper.
Yeah, great awareness there. Really good fielding actually all around. Keep some pressure on, but also well backed up.
Phil Blackley has done a super job in the field today. He took that wonderful catch at slip early on. And now he's up at mid-on, and he's doing a fine job of closing off that area.
Oh, that's a better ball.
They take the single. It was almost premeditated between the two batsmen that if I can just put a bat on it, we'll swap ends.
No, they're doing the right thing here. Easing the other batsman into his form, you know, just getting used to conditions. The other batsman's just right ahead in the strike with him. As you say, you know, it's less than a run a ball now, so they can just...
It's all about how many wickets fall. Pembroke need these 4 wickets. If we go the 40 overs, one feels Civil Service would have reached the runs, and this could be another run out. You see that eagerness now for runs. Yep. Oh my goodness, that was tight.
Good call by his partner to send him back. There was
Absolutely
never a run there.
The right call there.
There's good pressure.
But you sense the Civil Service players, well, they're searching for every run they can possibly get when they can get it. They really don't want that run rate climbing and climbing. They've done well to keep it under 6. But they've also, in the meantime, lost a couple of wickets of their experienced batsmen, and with 2 relatively new batsmen to the crease, one wonders. One wonders indeed how long the communication will stay good enough to prevent a second run out.
Yeah, especially the first game of the season when it's hard to get that mental toughness straight up. Oh, got him.
He's got him. He's got him. Or has he?
Oh, has he? I think it was no ball, was it?
No ball.
No ball. Oh, my goodness.
Isn't that a shame for the young lad? Just by overstepping, and it's this stutter in his run-up that he needs to get straightened out.
Well, you know, we noticed the nets recently, he does tend to overstep, and we've mentioned that to him. He needs to really look at his run-up.
Well, could that be the changing of the game? Well, it's a free hit, and it's put well down the ground and 4 runs. And could that be the turning of the tide again? The swingometer of victory. It's seesawing around at the moment. This game very much in the balance. Who knows who's going to come out on top here?
Well, it just shows that these guys are well capable of these shots. So give him half the chance. You know, a couple of quick boundaries, and all of a sudden that equation swings in their favour again. So
Arian goes again.
Yeah. Not another no ball, was it?
And the umpire strides out and signals no ball. He's got to sort that problem out, that's for sure.
Well, if you ever listens back to this, I know that there's a few people in nets have actually mentioned that to yourself, Aaron. You need to maybe listen to what's been told to you and actually just get that run up right. Everything else is irrelevant apart from that. If you don't get the ball right.
Plenty of people willing to help.
Yep.
And you wouldn't believe the increase in pace you're going to get.
Better. It's better. Yeah.
Once you have a steady, consistent run up. Well, he gets out of that over. It's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 ball over. He did bowl the batsman, but unfortunately on a no ball, and that's no good to man nor beast, and no good to Pembroke. So the score now 170 for 6. 58 runs required. From 11 overs. Just over 5 and over. It's been 5 and over from the start. How many is it? 10 overs. So still just at that runner ball. They've been getting the runner ball, but it has cost them a wicket or 2 in the meantime.
Yeah, it's
well, they're well ahead on the worm.
You're changing the bowling now to Luke.
You can see on the worm that Civil Service are well ahead at this stage. However,
Well, the one
Pembroke do have that little upturn right at the very end of their innings. Plus, Civil Service have lost more wickets, and that could end up being the way that Pembroke find their way to victory here. Another change of bowling then.
bringing on their number 1 strike bowler, Luke Murray.
Back to Luke Murray again. Bill Whaley really looking to close this game out as soon as possible. He'd like another wicket or two.
Especially now that light is sort of fading behind clouds. Can he, in the ball, be harder to see? Oh, well played.
Well, that's a good defensive shot to the first delivery. Luke Murray very definitely the strike bowler here today. He has 2 for 23 so far from 5 overs. 3 to go.
Yeah, it's been impressive.
He can bowl 3 of the final 10. Bill Whaley, of course, is bowled out himself, so he's going to have to spread it around. Another good ball. This one played away on the leg side. It will be leg byes. End of the over?
I've got to go soon anyway.
Okay, go and do another lap then.
I've got to go soon anyway.
Yeah, another lap.
Oh, it's getting a little bit brisk now that the sun's sort of lost its bite. It's got a bit overcast. The sun went behind clouds now.
Well,
oh,
loads of cheers coming from the Aviva. That's got to be good news for Leinster.
yeah,
Can't believe there's that many Frenchmen in the Aviva at the moment.
yeah. I can't really see the masses of them coming over. But there's a massive roar there, and
Oh,
maybe it's Pembroke actually supporting
The online crowd.
Luke here. Yeah,
Well, 20 supporters of various teams online at the moment. As Murray comes in, another good quick delivery. Too quick for the batsman there. Got that one through to the keeper. I think there's 2 gone. 3 gone now.
yeah. He's bowling obviously just on a line that's wide enough to make it difficult for the batsman. The batsman's got to reach for it.
Just one off this over so far. 2 balls to go. Murray into the batsman. Batsman has another big swing. It's cut away behind square. They're going to be looking for 2. That's of no doubt. But that's all it will be as Bouchan does the fielding, and his underarm throw reaches the keeper before the start of the next ice age.
Oh, he actually injured his arm recently, so he hasn't been able to bowl, and he can't really do overarm throw. So why is he in on the boundary? I don't know, but oh,
Good delivery.
good delivery.
Attempted run out from Smith afterwards. The batsman had gone down the track, and that's a good over from Murray. A good over from Pembroke. 173 for 6, and just 9 overs remaining now.
Yeah. No, it's very good. Bill Whaley's going to bring himself back on.
Oh, I've done it through 2 cokes.
Don't mind us. So yeah, no, actually Bruce Whaley's coming back on from
St John's.
the Amanda Dunlop end. He bowled quite well from the Kieran Volker end, so they'll be looking for him to get some wickets, or at least really shut down this run rate, create more pressure on Civil Service. Now, Civil Service need to just play the ball on its merits. There are gaps. They are within touch. They just need to keep their wickets in hand. If these 2 can survive and just work the ball around, it could be a very interesting game. They've batted well so far. Conditions are getting a little bit more challenging at the moment. The sun is low in the sky, becomes overcast and bright and overcast. It's cold still. Oh, and he's gone for the big hoik. He'll pick up a single. But it wasn't a very convincing shot. Just swung across the line there and didn't get much on it. Almost towed it to the leg side where it was picked up by the fielders. Just Bruce running through to get to his mark. Flighted that one up. Oh, lovely ball. Right into the block hole there and no run. That's a good ball there by Bruce. Really impressive. He's getting some revs on that ball. Here we go again. Oh, a bit short. Oh, he's lucky to get away with it. Must have really spun that one through. Batsman couldn't get in the right position at all. It cramped him up. No power on that shot, and it's another dot ball. Oh, a bit loose that time. Oh, but it's only going to be a single thing, and it's, oh, yeah, great throw, great return. To pick up a single. It was a bit short.
Keep working, Bruce.
Bit lucky to get away with that, actually. It's surprising that one's hit even to a boundary or anything. It was that type of ball. Oh, that's better. Oh, I didn't know where that was going.
Well, the attempted sweep was there, but it wasn't to be.
He almost he was lucky not to toe that into the keeper's hands. That was so wide for that shot. Anyway, they realise that's the boundary to go for.
He's looking for the short boundary of the ball before. This time he just plays it out on the leg side. Takes the single. It's the end of the over. Score moves on to 176 for 6. And we enter into the last 8 overs.
It was a good over from Pembroke from a run rate point of view, but still no wickets taken. So these guys will be sitting there thinking, I would assume, let's get to the 5 to go over mark and then we can cut loose. Or 4 overs. You know, if we can stay in touch, we'll make up any loss to the ground with a couple of boundaries here and there.
Well, the scoreboard says there's 8 overs to go. They need 52 runs. And they're just about 6 point something and over required. And Pembroke are doing well to pin this back. Oh, another wide. Good pace from Murray, but unfortunately just a little bit astray going down the leg side. And another single onto the board. 51.
It's worrying, these extras.
From 48. Yeah, too many extras on both sides today. I think both captains will be looking at the scorecard afterwards and going, what? How many extras? Nearly the top scorer in the Pembroke innings. This one cut away. Just take a single. That's all they can do. I think at this stage, singles are to Pembroke's advantage. Civil Service, well, they don't need a boundary every over, but they'd certainly like one.
But, you know, there's effectively 2 off the first ball there. So it's not the most ideal, you know, a couple more of those and a few boundaries and all of a sudden Civil Service are on top. Pembroke desperately need this breakthrough. Oh, it's a bit short, but, you know, he rides it well. Just a single. Again, though, good rotation of the strike.
Well, that's what Civil Service would be looking for, taking the singles as they can and waiting for the bad ball to be dispatched. Pembroke, well, they do have 6 wickets down. 49 required now. Murray comes in to bowl. Good pace, played away on the offside. There is a fielder on the fence there. Sahil it is. Brings that one back in. Just another single. The sort of single is almost the status quo. Doesn't really affect the odds of either side.
No, it just keeps Pembroke, well, you know, in touch, and also Civil Service in touch. It's going to be an interesting last couple of overs, I think. That's a nice shot.
Another one plays at the same spot. This occasion, fielding. Again, just keeping it to a single. Dots are very much in Pembroke's favour. Boundaries very much in Civil Services. 47 required.
Oh, that's a better ball.
Bit of pace to that one. If he'd taken an edge on that, he would have flown through.
Top ball. Good result for Pembroke.
Absolutely.
Almost like he tried too hard to hit that. He'd be probably better off just actually letting the ball run off the face of the bat. You know, just stick a bit of willow out there. But the ball did all the work and the pace did the work. But anyway, it is what it is. Oh, that's a better ball. Yeah,
It's crashed into the pads. Call of no ball as well. 2 more onto the total. A good ball from Murray, but the no ball takes away all the goodness and leaves it in a situation where 182 for 6. 46 required.
A bit worried about this lack of discipline with no balls from Pembroke in the last couple of overs. We've had way too many.
Last ball of the over to be bowled again. And this match is
that's
a much better delivery to come back. Well, we reached the end of the over. The score is 183 for 6. Many congratulations to the Pembroke side for getting themselves this close so far.
Anyway, folks, I'm going to sign off. I thank you for sticking with us. And let's see how the next couple of overs go. We're going to hand this over to Graham Mooney and co. And yes, it's an exciting finish.
Will we see you tomorrow, James?
Unfortunately not.
Great to have you with us today. Thank you very much for coming down, and also to Charlie, who put in a good stint early on, and for Santh, who dealt with the first innings so admirably. So with just 7 overs to go, and 45 required, equation really starting to hot up in this, just the first game of the 2024 season. Well, Graham, where's your money on this one?
You have to be honest, if the swingometer would be edging, would have to be in civil service's favour at the moment.
That's the swingometer of victory, is it?
Yes. Unfortunately, the 45 bowling extras so far in this game have killed Pembroke. Unless they can cut out all extras between now and 40, I don't see them winning it. They will just give the release valve to civil service.
Well, certainly the amount of extras conceded by both teams reflect the fact that it is a first game of the season, but even a first game of the season you would hope weren't going to concede this many. Another big cheer in the Aviva as the ball is played out towards Phil Blackley. It bounces 5 yards in front of him, or 5 feet in front of him, but he wasn't going to make up any more distance than that. Just a single.
We wonder if Phil Blackley of 4 years ago would have got there.
He goes big again. He's found a gap. It's well bowled by Whaley.
He's bowled brilliantly today, Bruce.
He's causing trouble.
But he's bowled good lengths. 1
for 15 so far. 5.5 overs bowled. He really has caused them some difficulty and hasn't been easy to put away. There's another one hit out towards Blackley. He'll run around to it. And he's got that. They'll take the 2. Well, as we come to the conclusion here, just 6 and a bit overs to go. 6.2 overs to go. 38 deliveries. This one played away on the leg side. They take the single. It's a handy single to take.
No, the extras Pembroke have given today have allowed civil service just to. They're not at this stage under any pressure to hit boundaries. The 1s and 2s are there, and unfortunately, the release valve of extras has allowed them to just not feel any pressure here. Now, obviously, a couple of wickets will change anything, but 51 total extras is not going to help your day. An extra 7 odd overs bowled by Pembroke.
Well, they received 38 extras from civil service, and in the spirit of giving and charity, they've managed to give back 51. So civil service 2 overs to the good. It's a good job Cricket Lens to reduce these to 40 overs, because they never would have got 45 in.
Yeah, we did both, but you're proving that 45 works.
Murray to continue then from the nursery end. Sun is back out, suggesting a lack of clouds out there, but this breeze still won't give up. All day it's been here. It's in the air, it's over the fielder's head.
That's a
And it's a
teaser.
single.
That's a teaser.
Just for a moment the fielder thought he was in with a shout, but it was never there for him. It always had the legs to clear him. But clear nothing else. Just a single. 190 on the board. Just 38 required. Off 35 deliveries.
Well in. Oh, what was that? Oh, God. What is that?
Good backing up to an errant throw from the fielder.
What's wrong with putting the ball
No
in
cost.
Put the ball in your pocket.
For the 22 of you who are still with us, we hope you're enjoying this coverage of the first game of the 2024 season. Division 7 game between Pembroke's thirds and Civil Service thirds. Pembroke having put up 227 for 7, with the major contribution coming from Dan Murray with 44. And then a couple of other 30s in there, including extras.
And
Got Pembroke up to 227, and Civil Service are making a very decent fist to chasing this down. 191 for 6. 5.5 overs to go. 33 deliveries. Oh, this one just comes right off the edge of the bat. Bouchan making absolute sure of covering it. It was never going to get past him to the boundary, that was for sure.
That's excellent fielding.
Another single. But again, Murray showing he can find the edge. Starting to get quite tense here now.
Yeah, a wicket will increase that tension.
Nicely played away on the offside. It will just be another single. But that's all Civil Service feel they need to do at the moment. Pick up the singles. There will be a bad ball, or there will be an extra.
Yeah, singles are enough. Like, the onus is on Pembroke here to stop the runs. Civil Service is doing exactly what they need to.
Beautifully played. Was well aware of where the gap was, where he could take the run, and did exactly that. Ended the over. 194 for 6.
I think this is a point where Bill will have to take a few risks on bringing the field in.
35 required from 30. And there you see the Pembroke bowling, and you see the options open to the skipper. Luke Murray with just one more over. Dan Murray with 4 more, but he had a problem with his wides early on, and will the captain want to return to him? Other than that, Bruce Whaley has 4 remaining. One suspects the way he's been bowling, he could be Pembroke's best bet of pegging back.
That should be 4. That's 4 runs out to deep. Yeah.
4 runs off the first ball, and that brings it back down to 6 and over that Civil Service require. And the game seems to be slipping away from Pembroke now.
Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't have the protection on the offside for that width. Most of the fielding, is deep on the leg side. Only one deep mid off, a wideish deep mid off, but you can't afford to give him that width.
This one, the field is close enough in to prevent the single.
That's the ball you want to bowl with this field. It's stump to stump. If he pulls across the line, you have the protection on the leg side.
And that's the advantage for the batsman. Having hit a 4 off the first ball, felt no pressure that he had to take a single off the next one. It goes big again.
Oh,
and
it's
that's
out.
it's
He's dropped.
just put down in the covers.
That he dropped.
That's a shame. It just bounced in front of Whaley. He wasn't able to take the catch for his son.
And a single for Civil Service. Well
Another one just
bowled.
played into the leg
Oh.
side. The non-striker, he's off early. And he can't
Perfect.
stop the single.
Unfortunately, that's what's going to cost Pembroke here. They're just not being able to plug up these singles and build any pressure.
Well, that brings up 200 for Civil Service, and they'll be delighted with the way this chase has gone. This one's in the air.
Chance, no.
Nobody can get there, and it's another
Another
single. And whereas Civil Service were putting down 6 catches, Pembroke just can't get to where the ball's about to land. They keep finding just these little gaps in the turf.
Well bowled.
And again, just
Yeah.
played away on the leg side. They take the single. Any other day, you'd be more than happy with that. But now, this is so tight. 202 for 6. And there are 4 overs remaining. 24 balls to get 26 runs. And there's still the matter of 4 wickets if Pembroke are to bowl Civil Service out.
Yeah, the non-wicket off the no ball is going to be painful at the moment.
Yes, Arian it was who took the wicket, bowling the batsman. But unfortunately, the umpire called the no ball.
And then going for 4 directly after it, but to that batsman.
Murray to finish his spell. Final over.
Who's backing?
Well, the eagerness to take the single is evident for everyone to see. Good crowd outside the pavilion at the moment between the Civil Service players, Pembroke supporters. What an absolute thriller to open the season.
There we go.
And there's the wide. And Smith doing well to take that. Well, they'll run onto the board. 203, just 25 required now. I think they are going to need a couple of boundaries. But they've got plenty of time to get them. Big swing from the batsman, goes through to the keeper. Smith does a good job preventing that one going any further. Yes, it is cold, Bruges. So, 4 balls remaining in this over. This one played away on the leg side. This time they take the single quickly.
Fielders in no man land. They're not saving the ones. Also, I hadn't even. I'm assuming or hoping Pembroke are in no danger of penalty runs, as in the first innings. I haven't seen any signals from umpires.
Well, so many times I've seen when penalty runs are given, it can often be the difference between winning and losing. Big blow, it hit the stumps, it's
Wrong
picked
end.
up, it's hit the stump again, and
And
he's
he's
out,
out.
he's given out.
Only one bail came off. I think that was the key there.
There was a second bail remained on the stumps.
And that's why he's out.
And the quick actions, the batsman is now coming back to the wicket to have a word with the umpire, I suspect.
You're out. One bail remained. It
Ten-
came off the stumps. You're out.
Well, a discussion going on between the 2 umpires, the batsman as well.
No. There was one bail remaining. He's
And the umpires come to a decision, and the batsman starts heading for the sidelines. The new batsman had crossed the rope anyway. So the run out stands, and that means there's 7 wickets down. It
And
means there are 24 runs required, and it
Dot
means
ball.
that there are, what are we talking about now? 3, 18, 19, 20.
It just shows you the fine margins there. That was 4 runs if it hadn't hit the stumps.
That's a ball behind. It doesn't show the dot for the run out. Well, controversial. Don't often see that. The first throw took one bail off, the second throw took the second bail off, and it was the second one that mattered. And now suddenly the swingometer of victory is on the move again. The equation's very evenly balanced as Murray comes into bowl. It's played away on the offside. It
That's
gets past
gonna
the fielder. There's just going to be a single there.
That's okay. Well,
Well, as we say, singles sort of bit of nothing. Boundaries that Civil Service really want. And dot balls and wickets that Pembroke really need. 3 wickets to go.
new batsman facing. Just bowl full and straight here. And he bowled short.
Murray putting one on the batsman's hips. They take the single. They're going for the second.
Take, run him out, run him out.
Oh,
gee.
my word. A clean pick up from another wicket and another run out. But it shows how frantic things have become now. 2 more runs onto the total. It's the end of the over. There are now 3 overs remaining. And the score moves on to 206. 207, you think, is it? 207. 21 required from 3 at 7 and over. Michael Clark, not required. It'd be Bruce Whaley to continue.
That was shocking. It's just so.
Well, 3 overs to go. You join us at a very exciting time. Bruce Whaley, it is bowling from the St John's End. Civil Service it is, who are looking for lots of runs. They'll just get a single there, I feel. Arian doing the fielding. Gets the ball back into Whaley. Keeps it to a single.
New batsman on strike. This is important here.
20 off 17 required. The new batsman, Corey, it is. He got 2 off his first delivery. Be looking to continue in that vein. He goes big, he goes long. It's going to fall short of the fielder.
No. Oh, he dropped it. He got there. Running 2.
Bouchan just not able to hang on to that one. It was a chance. 2 runs onto the total. Definitely a Civil Service victory in that delivery. We haven't seen too many catches put down by the Pembroke side, but that certainly was a chance. He goes big again. It's Bouchan again. It will just be a single on this occasion. Never got to that one.
Well, he did though.
Whaley gives one a bit of air and it gets
Very
through
well.
to the keeper. That's very well bowled, the batsman. Well, he was taken in by the flight and beaten by it. He goes big again. It's out towards the fielder again. Will he stop it? He does. He keeps it to a single, and that's a victory for Pembroke, I feel. It was a good, solid shot. Takes the score on to 2-1-2. Just 16 runs. 2-1-4 is on the board now. Just 14 rolls. It's gone back to 2-1-1.
Oh, that's
there's
loose.
another wide.
He dug that in. He looked to.
He looked to put a bit of pace on that
Yeah,
one.
No need for it.
It's the new batsman at the crease. 2-1-2 is on the board. It should be 2-1-3. Just 15 runs required. He's gone big to the leg side. Phil Blackley will keep that one to a single. And that's the end of the over. 2 overs remaining. 14 runs required. They got 7. They needed 7. And this really is it, bubbling up into a great finish. The 2 umpires are now conferring about time. And you can see that that last couple of overs for Pembroke have made such a difference to the total, plus the 6 runs that they were awarded for a slow over rate, and that's made a big difference. Sorry, say again. Oh yes, yes. As Murray comes in again. Played away on the offside. It will just be a single. Attempted run out, missed again.
Direct hit would have had him.
Even a well-fielded hit would have had him there. Another run. Just 12 balls remaining. There's 13 runs required. Played away on the offside. They will take the single. The ring stops the ball. But nothing more. Can't stop the single. Dan Murray it is, taking over from his brother. He had his troubles in his first spell. His captain really relying on him now to come good. This one hooked away. It will be another single. Fielder there. Well, if you are watching this and you are enjoying it, we hope you are one of our 777 subscribers. If you're not, then hit the subscribe button. Stay in touch with Pembroke live on YouTube during this season. And any likes if you've enjoyed today's coverage. Then do stay in touch. They take 2 this time. And again, the swingometer of victory heading back towards civil service.
Oh, it's 80% civil service.
11 required from 9 balls. In the IPL, you wouldn't even think. There wouldn't be no tension at all. You just assume that it was going to be the batting side that would get there. Dan Murray does his best to make sure they don't. It gets past the fielder on the ring. But the sweeper Naveen gets there and keeps it just to a single. So 10 required from 8 deliveries. And this is the tightest of tight games that you could possibly start this season with. It's made the wind and the rain and the cold all worth it. It's in the air.
It should be safe.
And it is safe. And it's another single. They go
No,
for 2.
Run him out.
And there's a run out.
They crossed.
And there'll be a decision here by the umpires.
They crossed.
That's the umpire's decision, Graham, and I think we'll leave it to the umpire.
No.
And the umpire has made his decision. And he has decided which batsman is on his way. And it's Kobe. Or is it Matthews? I think it's Matthews who's heading off. 8 wickets down. However, 2-2-1 means they just need 7 runs from the last over. Well, they needed 21 from 3, and they got 7, and then they got 7, and now they need 7, but they've only 2 wickets left, and the chances of another run out must be quite high at this stage.
Well, it was actually very funny because if they just stopped running, it would have been the set batsman would have remained, but they kept going.
They had plenty of time to make up their minds.
Yeah. You should have sent them back. Okay, so is it Luke Murray to bowl the final over?
They got the replays. They did cross.
Well, 6 deliveries remaining, 7 runs for victory. No super over, of course, at this level.
No signal of no signal of penalty runs, more importantly, into the last over.
Could be a distinct possibility of a tie. Don't forget to subscribe to Pembroke Live and receive this sort of coverage every week. It's gone in the air.
Just hold it.
And there's a possible run out.
He's given him, has he?
He's not given it. Not out is the decision. And a run taken. It's a leg by. So 1 off the first ball, 6 from 5. Bat on ball, gets past the fielder. They're going to look for 2, but they're not going to get 2. Just the one. 5 from 4. Live scoring on your screen hasn't quite caught up to the excitement of this last over, but 2 singles from the first 2 balls means 5 required from the last 4. Bat on ball again. It goes straight to the fielder. There's going to be another run out. And that's the simplest of run outs.
And it's a dot ball. That's the most important thing.
Oh my word. Single, single. And the umpires are going to confer again. There are questions as to which batsman is to leave. And the umpire now talking to... Did he ever leave his ground is the question.
I don't think he did.
So anyway, they can confer, they can decide, but one of them's going to have to go.
Okay.
And they've made the decision as to which one it is. And 7 required from the final over. It's still 5, and there are 3 balls to go.
Well, live score has it at 6. And there we go, 5 now.
Now he's on to this wicket. Wait, which one's out?
I tell you something, the umpires have done a great job tonight.
Well, it just goes to show sometimes you need official umpires.
Well, they've remained steady. Lots of decisions. Lots of for instance.
Imagine how that would have kicked off.
Well, the run out with the 2 bails, 1 bail off and 1 bail on, that would have caused a huge row without neutral, because not many people know the laws.
Well, many thanks to the 35 of you who are with us now for what are the last
3 deliveries. Well, this batsman is certainly showing us what he intends with his stance.
4 to tie, 5 to win, 3 balls to go, and just 1 wicket remaining. The run-outs have cost civil service here, loss of head.
Well, and the batsman facing is just planted his leg, opened his stance. It's only going one way.
Well, this is going to be baseball as Luke Murray now comes in. 3 balls remaining. 4 for a tie.
Catch, he's out!
It's a caught behind, he's given out.
That's it, game over.
And that is a Pembroke victory by 4 runs as the batsman just edged that one through. Noah Smith juggled but took the catch. And that's a fine game of cricket between 2 very competitive teams. And what a way to start the 2024 season. What do you think, Graham?
Well, until the last 10 deliveries, that was civil service's game. They'd done all the hard work. They'd kept their heads. Pembroke had given the extras to bring them to make sure they could just tap it around, run the 1s and 2s. It was only in the last 10 deliveries. It all went pear-shaped. They threw it away, if anything.
Well, it was those run-outs that cost them dearly in the end. They did seem in control. The swingometer of victory certainly seemed to be, with 21 required from 3 overs, 14 from 2, 7 from the last. But it was the loss of wickets, and 3 of them were run-outs. And that's what's cost civil service in the end. And Pembroke, well, they start their league campaign with a win. They have another game here tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Are you here for that?
I will try.
Well, hopefully we'll see you here on that occasion. And Pembroke now will go in and celebrate a super start to the season. And I hope that you will join us again tomorrow at 1 o'clock for a game between Pembroke Thirds and Greystones. But for today, from Prashanth, from James, from Graham, from myself, and of course from Charlie, we'd like to say thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again tomorrow.